eventually I'll get that shit done.
Yeah, it's a lot of determination, man. Doing cars like that, there's a lot of times you don't want to. It's like, damn, dude, this is getting old. Standing on this shit for so many hours, it's very tedious work.
Yeah, I got a certain, uh, well, that's one of the problems with the upper part of my spine is I spent too much time in my life bent over a car. You develop a certain wear, your disc wear in a certain manner from bending. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah,
Uneven wear. So I mean, now they try to get me if the doc the well, my physical therapist says if I bend over the car for 15 minutes one way, I should set my hands on my hip and lean backwards and try to hold it there just where I can feel tension for equal amount of time for even wear. I like to I got a chair that I sit in that supports my middle back while I lean backwards. It's out in the garage, just old plastic chair, like a fucking waiting room chair. But it's a perfect size. So when my
I've
back gets
seen I've seen a table, Mike. You know, like the scooters you lay on those to go underneath the creepers. They got one for it holds your midsection if you're working
yeah,
over the engine compartment.
yeah, I've seen them.
Something. It looks a little bit awkward, but it's like if it takes the load off you when you're doing like working over an engine for hours and doing shit like that.
if I gotta
It
do
take
too, if I gotta work on an engine for a few hours, I'm gonna tell you the truth, Ron. Generally, at this point in my life, I just pull the motor out of the fucking car. It takes me
yeah,
about
I would.
I can
Yeah.
pull most motors in a half hour, 45 minutes. And then I can sit on the fucking bar stool and do whatever without bending over.
True. Yeah, that's the
So
better way. If you got all the equipment, go for it. Yeah, sometimes that's not an option. You don't have, you know what I mean? That a lot of people that can't pull an
yeah,
engine. They don't have.
yeah, I'm never in that position. I can say fuck this car, this truck, fuck it for the night or the week because I've got other ones to drive. Company trucks, or I've got a couple trucks myself. I don't have just one personal truck.
Do you got a mechanic you hire to do all that shit like at work, like a maintenance guy?
Um, I I got a lot of mechanics, diesel mechanics, heavy equipment mechanics. I run a fleet car repair service, fleet vehicle repair service, and heavy equipment repair. And plus, I have 4 diesel mechanics for my just for the the fleet trucks on the asphalt company. But they do they're mostly doing fucking oil changes and glow plug fluids, filters. On diesels, you got to do a lot fluids and filters a lot. Sure, you get a million miles out of a diesel or more, but that's if you change the fucking fluids and filters and glow plugs and ignition at the proper time. You know, if you don't, it's like anything mechanical. If you don't fix shit
You
when
got a bad connection. Your microphone's bad, Mike. I don't.
yeah, it's probably my wire taking a shit on. Oh, is that better?
A little bit. It was just popping. It was hissing and popping.
Well, it could be I got the motherfucker. Could be I just.
Sounded like your shirt was dragging on the mic or something.
Oh, yeah, I was scratching my ear. But I'm wearing a headset, so I gotta move the whole damn headset. You with me? They're probably getting on charge. I've been charged.
So you got a little low, your mic. Let's see.
Yeah, I don't even know what I got my headset at. spinal health for too long, but anybody who has to work for a living should listen to what the fuck I'm saying and take heed, because this happens with normal use of your spine. Normal wear and tear you can get with spinal stenosis or worn disc or degenerative disc. Your hands start to go numb and your shoulders always hurt. You might want to get an MRI or even an X-ray and make sure you're not in spinal misalignment. And if you are, if you want, take the pain pills, but always first thing first. As long as you don't have herniated fucking disc, go to a chiropractor, man.
Yeah, that's when he took X-rays and he found I had that. So it's like there ain't much you can do about it. I mean, it did help. The chiropractor does help, but it's not going to heal a broken disc, like a ruptured disc.
Well, they're born. Yeah, ruptured disc, that's what herniated. Herniated and ruptured are two different things. Herniated means it's way far out of position. It's now pulling on your spinal cord. Ruptured. Now, the disc in between your vertebrae aren't just cartilage. There's a gel inside that cartilage. A ruptured disc has exploded, and all the gel's gone out of there. So now you got two vertebrae that are just wearing together and mashing this wrangled piece of cartilage that's in between them, which is called spinal compression. And
Yeah, mine had like a bulge in it. It was I don't know if it blew open completely, but there was part of it sticking out.
Yeah, a bulge. No, normally you don't have to worry about a rupture with a bulge. Just a bulge is just a couple millimeters out of place. And it doesn't really mean that it's worn to the point it's ready to pop. It means it's slipped out of position and your spine's articulating on it in a manner which is making it balloon up, like when you squeeze a balloon. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So now it's just bulging out of place.
That bulge pushes on the nerve. That's what's causing. That's what he said
Yeah,
causes the
and
sciatica.
not just your not just nerves in your spine, but you got these nerves that come out of your vertebrae. They're like feelers, and the feelers when your disc is bulging, then the feelers on two different vertebrae can be touching each other. They're hairs, and it causes cross signals, and that causes a lot of crap too.
Yeah, it's weird. You get referred pain. Like it's like, hey, why does this over here? It has nothing to do with my back, but it's hurting down the back of my hamstring. What the fuck?
Yeah. Here, let me listen to Livestream. Let's see what.
Yeah, there's a lot of weird stuff going on. It's best not to jack it up. Do those repetitive jobs like that if you're lifting heavy bundles, doing roofs or something. A lot of people, you get tired and you start lifting like a little more careless. You're not like following the proper form because you just you get tired, you just grab it, you don't bend properly at the knees, and then bam, you fuck it up. That's actually probably part of that is what got me into this because I was at home with nothing to do and I was researching all this shit. You know what I mean? I'm just bored. I'm like, fuck. I couldn't work because my back was bad and it was winter time. So I'm like, I'll just rest my back. I'll watch YouTube videos. And that's how I found a lot of this shit. Maybe we should start, even Helio, try and start streaming on Odyssey. If you could stream to like, I know you stream to a couple places, and we should see if we could build an audience over there because it's a lot better for free speech. Odyssey, they don't, they don't delete videos for content that's objectionable.
Hey, Ron, I looked into that. I mean, you have to pay to stream on Odyssey. So
You do?
yes,
I didn't know that.
yeah.
Building the Realm was streaming on there. I didn't think he was paying.
The first time you recommended it, I checked it out, and you do.
All right.
I mean, I wouldn't mind doing it if, but it's not. It's actually not part of Restream either. So that's a separate subscription. It would mess up
Yeah,
my
don't waste your
OBS.
money. Yeah, I wouldn't waste your money then. I thought it was free.
No,
I was
it's not.
hoping that maybe we can we're gonna need a backup streaming place because YouTube is gonna get difficult.
No, I'd love to stream somewhere else where we can just speak our mind, whatever, and there's not so much censorship. But yeah, Odyssey, sure, it's a good platform. We wouldn't get near as much
No, it's dead.
influence as we have.
There.
Yeah, that's what
It's
I'm saying.
there's well the thing is no.
I was actually paying Restream for a little bit to stream to my Facebook group on on Facebook. Not I can stream free on my main channel on Facebook, but I don't want my channel to be this all the time, because I use Facebook for all kinds of stuff. But you can pay
you
Restream.
Still use it? You still using Facebook?
Yeah, I use Facebook. Where do you think I get all the fucking dank memes from?
I don't know. I haven't been on there in years, man.
Okay,
Facebook is boomer book. I don't know.
No, man, there's a lot of even a lot of kids still use Facebook, whatever. But anyway, but you can create a group and stream in a group, that you created, but you have to, like with Restream, what I used, to stream from on Twitter and YouTube and D Live, those are all connected to my Restream account, and so if I was going to stream on Odyssey, I'd have to set it up different.
Yeah, don't bother. I wouldn't bother. Yeah. I'll just, run it till the wheels fall off. When the wheels fall off YouTube, then we'll kind of worry about it.
Yeah. Well, I got a copyright claim, not a community guidelines strike a couple weeks ago, because they said that we were showing nude photos or something on our stream, and I was like, we don't do that. We have a strict policy here in the stream, with people that are posting or whatever. And I was like, what's this all about? Anyway, so I appealed it and they took it off. So yeah, I'm on top of that shit, man, because they changed their policy. It used to be like if you get a community guideline strike, they won't let you live stream for 90 days. That was the way it used to be.
90 days? I don't remember that.
That's the way it used to be. But now it's a week.
Yeah, I was going to say, I thought it was only a week. 90 days.
Yeah, well, no, dude. Man. A couple of years ago, it was 90 days.
Damn.
And so they changed it up. Anyway, but now what they do is, like, if you get one, they'll give you a warning. You can still stream. But if you get another one, then you can't stream for a week. And that's going to go, you get three strikes and you're out, right? They'll delete your channel if you
Dude, they give you arbitrary strikes. They'll go back on old videos. I know this. They did this. People that
they've done it to me too. I mean, I get emails every single day Oh,
You
it's
know
not.
Zoom Truth,
These are
right?
yeah.
Zoom Truth. They were trying to shut him down, so he had to go back and delete a lot of videos he put up.
Yeah.
And
Well,
even though they're old videos and they were
anyway,
set to private, they'll strike you. If they want to get rid of you, they'll do that shit.
yeah. I mean, I don't see how they would strike a private video.
Well, they did it to people that they didn't like Lift the Veil. He's like, I had these videos set on private, like there were videos about Sandy Hook and stuff.
Hey,
And
hey, is that better, Helio?
oh, much better. Yeah, you got.
Yeah, it's way better, bro.
Sweet.
'Cause, you heard what it sounded like, right?
Yeah, I had to listen to my prison story again. My bad about the prison story. That
No,
one,
no,
listen, that
no. But it
one
was just
wasn't
all
too bad.
scratchy and stuff. No, I mean, no, that was
Yeah,
Well,
it
all
you
kept
got a
good.
good
going.
mic now. It's
It kept
clear.
going.
Yeah, it was horrible. I was just like, oh shit! I
It
gotta tell
was.
Mike, your microphone is fucked up, Mike.
Thanks.
Your mic is mic'd.
You,
All right,
you know
sounds
what I
good
had
now.
to do? Pull the USB chip out and put it back in.
Oh, that's all you. So you're using the same microphone now?
Yeah, it was just I don't know. There's too much room in there and it gets dusty or something, you know.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
I just
yeah. Okay.
I just pulled it out and stuck it back a few times, you know. I think it was just losing connection in the USB.
Yeah,
sounds
way better now.
Yeah, it's clear now.
Cool.
But yeah,
Thanks for telling me, bro.
yeah, I mean, yeah, no problem.
Oh yeah, it was horrible.
It was pretty bad for
Well,
like
fuck
10
Ron,
minutes.
you just kept talking to me and this shit's all. I'm
I
listening
I
to
couldn't.
live
I told you.
stream.
I'm
It's
like,
all
Mike, I ain't
Dude,
hearing shit
I
back.
told you too. Everybody told
every
you.
time he's talking, it's like like fuck, dude, you should have been like, look, I ban people for that. I mute them and put them in cognizance and shit, Ron, man. You should have said, Mike, man, do something with your fucking microphone,
You know,
man. What the fuck, motherfucker?
I was. It was
You
like
ban
decoding.
people for that.
It was like Morse code, dude. I would hear like one word, and it was like, shh, shh. Like, what is he saying? What?
Did fuck earlier I was probably roboting and doing that, but
Yeah,
I
it
mean
was.
it's been hooked up to the laptop for like since Judas told me to order this mic. So like 4 months now. I ain't unplugged it, you know?
It was good. Sometimes it goes in and out, but I thought maybe because you're out in the wood, like in the farmlands, it's maybe not the signal. It's not coming in so good on wireless.
Lands.
No, probably when I'm using the cursor and beating on the laptop, it gets a good connection while it's moving around, and then I stop moving and it starts doing that.
So all you had to do was wiggle it a little bit.
See, he's in a far away area.
Yeah, that USB port that I use to plug it in, I actually put it in a new port. That one,
Yeah,
it
I have
had
to do
some.
that sometimes too. To change
Yeah, and I had
the
a
port.
keyboard hooked up to it. And my dog kept fucking hooking the wire and plugging it out till the keyboard quit working. I think it blew out the USB port a little bit.
Sounds way better now. Cool.
Yeah, I probably shouldn't use that one no more.
Twad said, sounded like someone trying to fine tune you on an old black and white TV.
Yeah, fuck. I'm about ready to throw this. I got 5 of these laptops. They were the old business laptops. About ready to throw this one out and just break out another one. And I gotta fuck with them for an hour so I can on-network them. I gotta remove all the networking shit and then fine-tune everything in, and then I can use them. They're set up to network.
Business computers.
Yeah, so like if they're set to be on these ones, they got Wi-Fi, permanent Wi-Fi. You put a Wi-Fi card in there, you know, and wherever you go, you got Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
So that a bidder can do a bid, and if they say, yeah, we'll take the job, you enter the job into the computer right then and there on the job site, and then it GPS locates it, tags it, plus puts the contract into the shuffle of scheduling so that the secretaries get it at that very moment. So they don't have to wait for you to get back at the end of the day and then you say, oh, well, this fucking job I took yesterday was supposed to be done today. No, the secretaries get it right now. And if they're wanting it done within a couple days, then that's part of the price. Because sometimes, if a guy says, hey, I need to get it done in the next 3 days, well, we're going to jack the fucking price up $50, so because we got to rearrange the scheduling for him,
Yeah, but they can do it real time. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and then I tell them, well, you can get a 20% discount if you have it done annually. If I'm your maintenance guy, but then you're put on the schedule, and I got return customers with preferred times. They get their preferred time and date every year. Do the same driveway, same time, every year, same day. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
you can be on that by just saying, well, and you can be bi-yearly or every year. So, but I get better prices for that too. So,
Yeah, of course. When people sign a contract, yeah, of course. Yeah.
right. So you say, yeah, I'll have you do it for 6 years, but I want it done every other year. Well, fuck, I'm going to knock $40 off your price because you're return business. Your startup money. I can project my year based on you. And I got a lot of return business. Anybody I've never had a person say, I've had people say, I can't afford to do it every year, so we'll just keep it on. I'll call you when I need it. But I've never had anybody say, no, I'd never have you do work again because my company motto is you don't pay till you're satisfied. Old men fucking love me. These pricks will drive around on their riding fucking lawnmower, pointing out every crack on the driveway. You missed one. Think I'm fucking kidding. We do crack fill with this rubberized shit. The driveway won't be asphalt by the time we're done with them 90-year-old motherfuckers.
It's all rubber.
It's a web of rubber. I'm just like, I asked my boy, I said, why didn't you just open the spout and pour it out and get the squeegee out and spread it around right here? Fucking do the whole square. And when they said, well, we can do that, Mike. Well, yeah, we're going to do this every year. Next year, you don't have to hear, hey, you missed one because you covered the whole fucking, where your driveway. This bastard's too cheap to get a patch and repair. He's not going to have us cut out some shit. We call it gator cracks. But where the cracks are all over the fucking driveway and it looks like a gator's back or a snake's spine, a snake's scales, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or like a dragon. Well, the motherfucker's cheap. He'd rather you fill that in with rubber. I had one guy, when he finally did it after like 12 years, he's like, I think we should do that now. I said, you think so? I said, yeah. I sent my boy out there to cut it with a wet saw, the wet saw guy. And he calls me up like, I can't cut this driveway, Mike. I said, what are you saying? He said, you got to
fucking rubber.
Yeah, he said, you got to send the thermal truck out there because I got this big hot patch truck. Yeah, and I said, well, if it's all fucking rubber, dude, and we put the truck on it, man, it's going to start a fucking fire, man. There's 10,000 pounds of propane on that fucking truck. Fuck you. Do it with a torch. He said, then I got to breathe it. I said, fuck, what the fuck you want to do? Come get the Bobcat then. He went and got the Bobcat.
Just dig it up.
Dug it all out. Yeah, he said when he dug it all out, man, the rubber was just holding on to shit like one of Spider-Man's webs, ripping chunks out of it. I was like, I don't give a fuck. Just take it all out, man. We'll just,
So after all that, they had to eventually just dig it all out and replace it.
Yeah, and it was a big fucked up spot. But what I did is I went in, and it was so big, I said, fuck it, I hot patched everything that came into it, heated up and resurfaced it and put new shit down so that all the way up to the edge of it, so I had clean edges. So you came into it, I ended up like for fucking $1,200 giving this guy a 15 foot of a new driveway, 10 foot wide, 15 foot long, 6 inches thick, which would have cost him about about $3,000, but I did it for $1,200, because I only in material only got maybe six. I made about $200 off the guy. You know what I mean? Which isn't
Oh,
much for all the
no, it
equipment
ain't.
and the man time I had out there. But this guy never asked for a discount. He was the 90-year-old guy that wanted to be a prick. He said, I pay you. And I overcharged him for his driveway. And he said, I pay you that much every year so I can bitch. And he was so nitpicky, he didn't care. So I made enough money off this motherfucker yearly. I was like, yeah, whatever. As long as I make
You did
my
all
gas.
those repairs and then had to do a major job after all the repairs. And then.
Yeah. But he got it after that, and he'd tell his neighbors. He'd go tell
Yeah,
his
that's what I'm
neighbors.
saying. Word of mouth.
I
Word of
did
mouth.
all his
Like, hey,
neighbors.
this is good. This is good stuff.
And he'd tell his neighbors, hey, man, don't have them put rubber all over that. One day you'll park your car on there, and that shit'll sink. And then when they tear it out, it'll take half your fucking driveway out. Cost you a bunch of money. You ain't me. He likes me. He'll fucking charge shit out of you. So his neighbors started saying, well, how much to maybe take out this 10 by 10 area? Like, oh, that's $600 patch. We come in and do with a heat truck tomorrow. Oh yeah, fuck, throw that on the job. So
yeah,
those heat trucks make me good money too, because one man can run it. You can get 2 ton of asphalt, you back up to the spot, you set down this big ass 10 by 10 metal propane cooker, you ignite it, set it down there, it heats it up, you break out the wheelbarrow, keep putting wheelbarrows on it to where it's high enough to where when you roll it out, it's going to be even with the shit. And when you roll it out, it's a brand new patch, 10 by 10 square. And it's quick. I mean, you can do one of these. It takes 8 minutes to heat the patch up. And literally, you can do 10 by 10 brand new section of asphalt every 15 minutes.
Wow, man, that's fucking crazy.
Yeah,
You need a bobcat too? You need a bobcat?
No, you don't take nothing out, Ron. You heat the asphalt up until it's hot again. It's good mix. Now, if I just roll out the shit that I heated up, it's gonna look nasty. That's why you put brand new top grade on top of it. So it rolls out and looks perfect. I mean, literally, dude, fucking $300, man. If I pay a guy to work 12 hours and he does 20 of these motherfuckers, I made a killing off that guy right there. And I got 8 of these trucks. I bought one and it was $150,000 truck. And being the prick I am, I was like, well, man, this is just all fucking propane valves. So it don't cost $150,000 to build this truck. So I built my own. I just kept building one every year till I had a fleet of them. Like, fuck it. I make a killing off them. It makes patchwork easy. Generally, I'd send 5 guys with a jackhammer and a wet saw in a dump truck. And they'd spend hours cutting all that shit out, throwing all the asphalt out. Then I'd have to go buy a bunch more asphalt than I do with these trucks because I got to fill in the entire hole. So now I got 5 more guys. I got a roller. I got 2 trucks, So I have 3 days of materials and labor into this shit. And on patches, you end up making $75 a patch. Instead, I make fucking $275 a patch, $250 a patch. And I do patches all day long, nonstop, all summer long. As long as the truck's full of propane and asphalt. And I pay one guy, all he does is sit at the yard all day. And when people come in, like if the heat patch truck is done, he makes sure every tank on there is full. If a 100-pound tank's empty, he takes it off and puts a new one on. He just fills the trucks up with gas. He takes them to the gas station, fills them up, does oil changes, checks the brakes, and puts materials on the truck. This way, my laborers don't have to they don't have to load their trucks with materials. They can come, get their job sheet for the day, go out the door, jump in their truck, and be gone. Because this guy puts everything they need on the truck. And nobody wants this fucking position, but my nephew does it, and he gets more hours than anybody else. I pay him good.
He likes to be the yard man.
Yeah, he's a yard man. He's the guy that says, You brought the excavator back. He noticed the hydraulic lines are leaking. He puts a tag on it, puts in a work order, calls the right people. The fucking excavator's work, it's done before the excavation crew goes out again the next day. The Bobcats, you need a new tire. He does all that. My nephew does all that. I actually pay him $22 an hour. And this, he can sit and he can live at the yard if he wants. I don't give a fuck. I got crews coming and going all day long. Seal coating's done at night. Hot patch and asphalt's done all night and all day. So there's always work there for him to do. I swear this kid, when his wife bugs him sometimes, and when she does, he'll just clock in fucking 72 hours in 3 days. He don't give a fuck. He'll just stay at the yard. And I don't care because the operators don't always, they're supposed to inspect their equipment, but they're always fucking tired, They work all fucking day in the heat, So I pay him so that if they miss something and it ends up fucking up other shit, I'm not mad. Because if they miss it, my nephew don't. Because he knows I help raise him. He knows Uncle Mike's a picky bastard. I don't care that that's only one little drip of oil on this line. Uncle Mike would say repair it. So he tags it and tells somebody to fucking repair it. He's a picky bastard just like me.
Yeah, you got to go around with the grease gun and grease all your fittings because on your
Ron knows.
excavator.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, if you got
does all that, dude.
The sloppy operator don't grease the fittings and shit, you're going to wear out the expensive equipment. It's going to cost you a lot to fix it just from, lack of maintenance.
Yeah. And I do this because it keeps the operators more productive because they know they can be lax. They can come in the yard and be like, hey, Josh, here's all the shit I didn't eat today at work. Hey, here, Josh, here's all my, here's my pops. You want the pops I got left in the Gatorade and stuff? And he'll be like, yeah. And they'll be like, I ain't get time to inspect my shit. Will you look it over? And my nephew, he'll do what I do. Step back, fire up a halfie and say, well, that looks kind of fucked up, but I can't see. Let me get the power washer and clean it off. He's just like me. He don't have to leave the yard unless he's going to get gas. But I also got trucks. I got fuel trucks. They got fuel tanks on them, 150-gallon pump tanks. You know what I'm talking about?
Yep.
You go get 150-gallon of diesel, 150-gallon unleaded, and you don't go back unless that truck needs full. So, and
that's good, man. He's on top of all that shit.
Yeah, he is. But this motherfucker, he'll get me. I mean, he'll get 104 hours in a week. The beginning of the summer, I know this motherfucker's going to do any little thing that needs done. But you know why I don't care? Because it may be just fix the fence around the equipment yard. But I appreciate that because my alarm sensors are hooked up to the fence. And I want you to stay on top of that. So if the alarm goes off, the alarm company sends the police to my yard and nobody steals my shit. So everything he does is valuable. The equipment and the people are the company. My guy's happy because he ain't going to inspect his shit because my nephew does. Cool. He's worth his money. And my nephew inspects all the shit. So nothing gets missed. That's all he does, Here, let me change your oil, motherfucker.
Oh, he likes it. It's better than working on the hot asphalt. That's pretty rough.
Yeah, when he doesn't have nothing to do, he's sitting in a chair, leaned back by a grill in the equipment shed.
He gets downtime, right? But he puts a lot of hours in. There's a lot of lull between.
Yeah, when all the equipment that's sitting there that he can see is checked and inspected and everything like your seal coat rigs. When they come in, they'll be empty of seal coat. He pulls them up, he pumps them full of seal coat. They might need crack filler. He'll put crack filler in there. They use sand to fill cracks. He'll put bags of sand on there. He'll clean all the garbage off their trucks. All this stuff is, you got 5 guys, okay, a crack filler tank can run 400 degrees in 115-degree weather. You've been crack filling all day long. You have not been able to retain water because every bottle of water you drank you sweated out 2 bottles of water. You know what I'm saying? So
Oh
he's
yeah.
worth it. My guys know that, well, they can go there and make a mess on the truck. They ain't got to worry about shit. Josh has got them. And he gets hooked up, dude. He tells me every day, fuck, I ain't even had to buy weed in a week, Uncle Mike. All your people just, here's 2 joints, Josh, clean my truck up. I'm like, yeah. He's like, I got the best fucking job.
He
I'm
has
thinking,
downtime. He could smoke a hooter between all those little filling tanks and shit.
yeah, because well, there's other guys that get overtime for yard maintenance too. You know, if there's a lot of it, if he's tagged a lot of shit, well, you know, I'll take guys that aren't getting overtime and say, hey, go, you can help Josh if you want overtime. Get this shit done. Do the brakes on that. Change that hydraulic line. Fix this reservoir. You know, make sure nothing leaks on that truck. Fuck, I got a 42 International, man. I don't want nothing to leak on that motherfucker, and it's still a seal rig. It's a parking lot spray rig. You know what I mean? 5 gallon
I had an
tank.
International. It had like a 444. The diesel was like a triple
Yeah,
four or something.
yeah, yeah. Mine don't have the original motor. Mine's powered by Mopar, man. It's an International rig, but it's got a 440 Magnum in it.
Oh,
Actually,
okay. You got a gas engine.
yeah, actually, the drivetrain in that is out of a Winnebago RV that just
Uh,
didn't have no miles on it, and somebody parked it in a field, and some old lady said, well, if you can get out of that field, you can have it. And I said, not a problem. 50 miles,
you,
shit, that's a motor and transfer work truck.
it's good if you could burn diesel because it's more efficient. And then I know you're not supposed to run the off-road fuel, but a lot of people run it anyway in the trucks.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like it's all diesel, dude. It's like
Shit, on that 440, sometimes I'll add ethanol to it just to clean out the valves in the fuel system and shit. Get the carbon off the plugs.
the International's a weird brand, man. They got like a lot of
Well,
proprietary shit.
they're a tough motherfucker. This 43 has been, Grandpa had it, so it's been hauling 5,000 gallons of sealer since, I think, fuck, 68,
Oh
1968.
shit! Wow,
Yeah, yeah, every day. And I mean, don't get me
it's still
wrong.
in service. It's 68. Fuck,
Yeah, we've
she's a
been working it
beast.
every summer since 68. But
Wow.
for the last 5 years, I was gonna fucking say fuck it, but I had all new wheel bearings on it, all new suspension, brand new tires. I was like, man, I can't just throw that motherfucker whole thing out and build another one. And,
It
and
just
then
keeps rolling. Trucks are
yeah,
expensive now, man.
and I
Fuck,
was
never
getting
thought.
stoned. Yeah, I was getting stoned with my son on the way home from up north. We did a Wendy's up by the Lake Michigan, and I seen this Winnebago, and I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna stop. you know. Like 8 at night, and the old lady's like, "If you can get it out of there, you can have it." I
You
just sent
know,
my cousin up
Mike,
there with the excavator. Pull it out with the excavator, get it on the trailer, bring it home, go back and get your excavator.
you said you had a lot of old cars and shit on the property. If you got anything that runs, used cars are worth a fortune right now. Anything that's serviceable that someone could fix up and get running.
Bro, I sell parts. I got a
Yeah, I
I got
would.
a salvage yard. Actually, my brother just told me he's got a bunch of friends up north, so I'll buy lots of cars. I'll buy a lot. So say I put 400 cars in the yard, and then we sell all the parts off that can be sold. We take the glass out. I got a buddy who does a on the road repair service for glass. So he buys all my glass and I sell it to him cheap. So I got barns, I warehouse it. Once that's done, we crush them. We take them in and scrap them. Well, that money comes back in. I go buy lots because I shouldn't say it online, but my salvage yard it's not a registered salvage yard. I got a scrap license, but I'm not paying any taxes on that shit. Nothing goes in the bank. I can have big cash sitting in the barn because of it. But, you'd have to take my brother out with a fully loaded motherfucking AR, man, to get it.
Scrap prices are pretty high, aren't they? What does scrap steel go
Oh
for?
yeah. Well, I got a license. Right now I'm getting $275 a ton with a license. The
That's not bad.
average.
Like I was scrapping out forklifts. I had like 14 of them at one time, and they weigh about 8 or 10,000 pounds. And the
Yeah,
scrap price was really
that's a
cheap.
little forklift.
Yeah, they're about 5,000 pound lift capacity.
Yeah, those are little ones.
Yeah, that's all I could.
I
That's
know.
all I could move on my equipment trailers. Nothing more than 10,000 pounds. But when I scrapped them, if you get 10,000 pounds of scrap, it's almost all steel. The whole frame on there is like
You're not
just all
doing that no
steel.
more. Do you still got
No,
cutting
I've
equipment
got
and all that?
I've got three forklifts sitting around that I need to get
Well,
rid of, and then
I
I
know
got
where
an
there's
equipment trailer.
like 4 Bay City cranes out in
I
the
don't need
field.
nothing like that. I don't need anything like
Well,
that.
that's why I was wondering if you still had cutting equipment, because the booms are folded down. They're on farms in fields up north, and some of them are the fucking undercarriage just sitting in the mud. That's how long they sat there and sank.
Oh
But for
yeah,
the motherfucker that was like, well, I'll go up there with a camper and just start cutting shit up, you can get paid off them, man. There's a lot of tonnage here in a Bay City crane.
how do you move it? You're gonna have to need like a backhoe or excavator or
Ah,
something to lift those
if I
chunks.
was gonna move it, I'd take a lot of equipment up there. But if I was gonna cut it up, I'd just
Yeah, to
take
cut
cutting
up.
equipment and start
How
cutting
do
the
you
fuck
lift
out
the
of it.
pieces if you got 1,000 pound sections? You still gotta load them on your trailer.
Yeah, well, you're not gonna cut sections. I would use a
Uh,
generator, a 440 generator, and a plasma cutter, Ron, and I would cut sections that are manageable.
oh, you dice it up that small? That's a lot of dicing, and
If I had to with a plasma cutter.
yeah, but your consumable costs are expensive. Like plasma
Uh,
cutter,
I don't know. Well, movable for me is 200 pounds. I'm a little
right?
guy, but I can move 200 pounds all day
Yeah,
long.
me too. But it's just even cutting it into 200 pounds sections. You're gonna make that's a lot of fucking cuts,
Hell,
man.
you got a forklift that runs, dude. You could go up with it. Well, if the ground was solid enough, you could go up there with a forklift, run the
Yeah,
forks through a section,
these are
cut it off,
made
and
for
put it on the
pavement.
trailer.
Yeah, these got the hard tires. They would never go off road. They
My
don't have the ground clearance,
my
and the
Ford
tires.
tractor would do that shit, and I got the attachment.
Oh yeah, that'd be. Or you could use acetylene, but you'd use a lot of gas, a lot of oxygen,
Yeah,
and
I
acetylene.
don't think acetylene would be profitable. That's why I wanted a Bay City crane. I don't know why now that I got one. The motherfucker don't do nothing but sit there like it. Uh, once I notice it starts sinking, I got to go out there and move it. And I found it doesn't really matter if it's swampy ground or heavy or hard ground. The motherfucker sinks.
It's
Period.
just too heavy, man.
Eventually, yeah, eventually. So now while it's still drivable, I was trying to find some motherfucker that
Someone to buy it
wanted
off
it.
you.
No, just fuck. You ain't gotta buy it.
Do you
I
park it on mats, or
I
do you just
use it.
park it?
I do. I try to put mats down. I've used 1/2 inch board and fucking car hoods. I've used a bunch of different shit trying to keep it from sinking, but it actually it ends up sinking. But all I wanted to do, was do my roofs, be able to move my own trusses, put the steel roofs on my barns, and then stand up a few of these barn kits that my grandfather had without having to pay a crane, you know, $1,000 to show up and $300 an hour to fucking be here.
Uh,
I had dreams of I was a guy with to renting a crane, but I got that big dick attitude that fucks me up, and I got this big dick crane that's not manageable or usable, and I see why they make these little ones now, but I was fancy and I'd rent this out, but ain't nobody renting this motherfucker out.
No, dude, it's got to have tires, dude. Something with tires on it. Just a normal truck with a
It's got
boom.
tires. It's a drivable piece of equipment. It's a Bay City crane. You can drive it to where
I
you
thought it
want it
was
to
on
go, Ron.
tracks. I
But
thought it was on tracks, like track one.
no, mine's on tires.
Oh, okay.
Mine's got tires. Mine kind of resembles a hook and a ladder, kind of. Except there's no engine pulling it. It pulls itself. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like
But
a cement truck.
mine's got big ass tires on it. The ones with tracks, man, fuck, that bitch would already be 4 foot in the fucking mud.
That's
I
what I
don't.
thought. I thought your track one was sinking. Tires, shit, yeah, tires are gonna sink.
Hell no. Fuck, I'd already been out there cutting it up if it was on tracks. I'd have
Dude,
started
that's
cutting
what
it.
happened to me. That international I had, Mike, it got a flat tire sitting in the field, and I'm like, ah, fuck. And I was gonna take it out to get it fixed and whatever. And yeah, I didn't know they were like the right-handed lug nuts. You know what I mean? I was spinning them the
Yeah, and
wrong way.
specific rims, specific lug nuts.
Yeah,
You gotta have
really
shit for
rare,
it. Then
dude. They're
you
hard to
gotta,
find.
yeah, you gotta have an international rim. You can't just put a Chevy rim on that motherfucker.
No, it was very hard to find that rim. I had to hunt around, and I had to buy a used one. It was
Yeah,
it was not easy.
yeah. Fuck.
Some tire store in Detroit, I found one.
When was that? Because
Oh,
if it
fuck,
was,
5 years ago.
yeah, shit. You should have said something to me because I was online, but yeah, I don't know if you was on the server at that time. But fuck,
No, I wasn't.
it was just 2 years ago I started letting my brother-in-law. I had a fleet of international shit that my grandfather collected, and I let my buddy tell me what to keep. And we went through and took everything that we thought we should keep, and we just barned it, you know.
Uh-huh.
And then I offered for a while. I told people, "Hey, come get whatever you want," you know. And I had people
Uh-huh.
come take cabs and stuff like that. But they would cut down trees and just leave them laying out on the path and shit, and fucking move whatever they want and make a bigger mess, you know. And I was wanting to get the shit out of the woods so it stopped polluting my woods on my property, you know. So I just told my brother-in-law, I said, "Hey, you can start scrapping that shit." And he was like, "Well, I need a better truck." So I just gave him an old Ford fucking stake rack, you know. Rebuilt the motor, put a new clutch in it, and said, "There you go, motherfucker. All the equipment's right there. Anything you need a key for, the key's hanging in the barn. Ask Danny, you know, my little brother Danny. That's my adopted brother. But fuck, my little brother was like, my brother-in-law kept asking him so much what to do, and that he don't do shit but sit out here all day and sell parts, you know, and he'll buy cars that need a little work and fix them with cheap parts from the yard and flip cars. So he watched my brother-in-law struggle for a minute, and he said, "Look, dude, I'll get you going. We need one fucking laborer. We'll get the laborer out here. Us two will work with the laborer for 3 days, and then you'll just be hauling nonstop every fucking day. But I got to get a cut of it." So my brother-in-law was bitching about it, and I was like, "Dude, it's all free money. What the fuck do you give a fuck? You know, you got to give 25% to my little brother. Fuck, he's using my shit to do. You know, you got my generator, my plasma cutter, my fucking acetylene torches, scrapping my shit in my truck. Fuck, just get it off the. You know, I wanted the area clean. My daughter bitched about it more than my wife ever did, and she's better at nagging than her mama.
Well,
Dad,
she
this
didn't
gonna be
like the
my.
old truck. She don't
Hmm?
like the old truck up there.
Hell no, she don't want none of that shit. Like, Dad, this gonna be my farm one day. I don't want that shit on my farm. Grandpa would be mad as hell. I'm like, your grandpa put it there. What the fuck are you talking about?
Dude, those trucks are invaluable. People that need parts, man, those parts are hard to find.
My daughter don't give a fuck about that. She wanted a flower garden there, man, her own. We got the family flower garden and she loves it. So she wanted that area of the property where she can start to shape it herself. So, her and her family can enjoy it long after I'm gone. And, I'm a sucker for that kind of shit. So,
Does she know how to run the equipment, the Bobcat, and go grade the ground and stuff?
there ain't nothing out here she can't drive at 60. Well, she's almost 17 now, but yeah, there ain't nothing out here she can't drive, bro.
That's cool.
I taught her to drive a stick shift and a stake rack, a creeper. An old fucking Ford stake rack. And I let her barrel around the farm and that. Once she got used to big cars, I'd let her drive the Grand Prix. I got a Chrysler Newport 4-door with suicide doors on it. No, it didn't come with suicide doors, but me and my brother customized it like that. So it was a wannabe gangster car, Fuck, we worked on that for 2 summers just so I could load it up with shaved head white boys and drive it to the bar and look gangster, but whatever, It's my little brother's now. I gave it to him. But then I just started telling her, hey, move that dump truck. Hey, move the excavator. I don't know how to drive that. Well, you just do this, that, this, and that. I get up in there and say, get in the driver's seat, fire it up, put it in neutral. Use this lever, use that lever. This is how you lift that. That's how you do this. Get her familiar with it. And I keep the manual in my equipment. I always got the manual in all my equipment. So if you're in the operator bay, you can pick the manual up and read whatever the fuck you want. So
what kind of excavator do you got? Is it a Caterpillar, like a Komatsu?
No, the one at home is the Caterpillar. So that's just the one for my farm. It's not.
Oh, like a smaller one. I gotcha.
Yeah, I got a nice Caterpillar for the company, but I got about 4 different kinds for the company, but they're varying sizes,
So it'd be nice to have a smaller one that you could haul on a pickup, like a.
Yeah, I got a Caterpillar on tracks that you need a low boy in a dump truck for the. You need
the big
30-ton
dogs, yeah.
Yeah, I got the big dog, motherfucker. But at home, it's just an old one with a I think it's from the 60s, 64. But it's got tires on it,
Really? I never seen one like.
It's a tire-driven Caterpillar.
Oh yeah, it's got a bucket in the front and the backhoe in the back.
Okay. Yeah, it's got the scoop bucket in the front.
The case made one just like that. Cat makes one like that.
Yeah.
It's got stabilizer arms that come out the side. Yeah, I've seen those.
If you just looked at it, you'd think it's a case because it's just yellow. It doesn't say anything on it no more. I've painted it a couple times, but it's a Caterpillar. It's not a case. I do have a few.
Everybody needs that. If you got horses and stuff, you need cattle, you need stuff like that to load feed and
load feed, move the compost pile, all that shit. Yep. Move rocks from the fields, all that. Yep.
Oh, that's perfect for that. Yeah.
I've had rocks so big I had to bring the big dog out here though.
Does it got a thumb on it? You can lift those big rocks?
Yeah, I got a dude. I got a pudding stone at the front of my driveway. Cost $48,000, right? I pulled one bigger than that out of my field. The rototiller hit it, and I was like, "What the fuck is that?" Bent up a bunch of blades in the fucking tiller. I was like, "Fuck." So I got the little one out, and I started moving shit around. I was like, "Son of a bitch, that's big," So it literally took 2 of them. We dragged it from where it was. There was no picking this fucker up. I'd say
what was it called? What kind of stone is it? Pudding stone?
A conglomerate stone.
Oh.
A pudding is just a conglomerate of a bunch of other stuff. So I got a big pudding, and it's got some of those crystal stones that have fused into it too. A bunch of them. And it looks pretty cool at night. It sparkles and shit.
Dude, you should research what those are, man. Those are where did those they say there was a glacier that covered Michigan, but I don't know. I don't buy that story, dude. That might be
dude,
if you look into mud fossils and shit.
I polished this I polished this bitch. I'd say it's worth about 78, 80,000.
Really? How
Yeah,
do
I'm
you
a rock
lift it?
nerd. I didn't lift it.
You
I
just left
dragged it.
it?
I made a net of chains. I moved it around. I damn near crushed my fucking arm doing that shit, man. But I
So how
wrapped
would
it.
you go about if you sold it? How would you go about selling it? They would have someone need a bigger piece
That'd
of
be
equipment.
their fucking problem, not mine. There it is, bitch.
Move it.
There it is, 80 G's. That ain't my fucking problem no more. I was thinking
That's where
about
you need
selling
that
it too.
giant crane. That giant crane you were
This
talking about. What was that crane called? The one with
the
the track?
base the Bay
Yeah, Bay
City.
City.
Yeah. Yeah, I was worried that it was so heavy it might topple it. It's a big fuck. I mean, it's about as big as a Chevy 3/4 ton work van. It's
It
fucking
probably
big,
weighs as
dude.
much as the crane. It's probably 80,000 pounds.
It took a combine, a tractor, and two fucking excavators, one on tires and one on wheels, to drag it about a 1/4 mile. It fucked my driveway all up too, man.
Oh, I bet.
I
I
had to.
wonder what the hell it was, though. You know, they say it's a stone, but if you ever looked into mud
I
fossils,
I like it where it is though, man. I mean, I
yeah, I
ain't gonna
bet
lie. At the
it was
time,
a.
yeah, at the time I thought, man, that was a whole lot of fucking energy for just to look at the fucking stone. Cause there was, I used to walk out the barn door and be able to look straight down the driveway. You know what I mean? Now I can't do that because
Mhm.
that stone's there. So I just have to go to a different portion of the barn. But that bugged me for a minute, but it don't now. I like the stone. The more that the more rain that goes over it, dude. It's got a look to it. I mean,
My friend found them on
moonlight
his
even
property.
shimmers off of it, dude. It's pretty bad.
It's probably got some of those Upers in it. Those, if you have a UV light, they glow.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's got a bunch of. It's like it was a pudding, and then it seems like pressure smashed all these other fucking formations into it. You know what I mean?
You got some large rocks on the property. He had some too on his farmland. Like his were probably like 6 foot
Dude,
boulders.
they just keep coming back. The fucking that field's been. And my son says, "Well, let's move the field." Well, fuck. Imagine what we'll find there, motherfucker. Fuck you.
There's a lot of big rocks, yeah.
Yeah, my son
Depends
said,
up.
"I think that
He's
field is having sex, Dad, and giving birth to rocks every year." I was like,
I don't know about that. The plow finds them, dude. Those wheels, those cutting
"Yeah,
wheels find them.
yeah, they do." Well, each year, what a lot of people don't know is that you grow a crop over and over and over again. It eats the soil, so there's less soil. So you're tilling deeper, deeper, and deeper and deeper. So it makes sense that you keep finding more rocks. But if you forget that soil is getting removed every year because the plants eat them and you take the plants out, then yeah, it wouldn't make no sense to you.
And it's
Did you cut out, Ron? I think you did. Yeah, I don't put in near as much compost as the plants take out every year. Would you lose your connection, bro? And I've been looking for a glass of water for 20 minutes. I think the dog done drank it. I just don't see my empty cup. I'll be right back, bro. I'm gonna go get me a cup of water.
Anybody still up?
get your connection back yet, Ron? I'm alright. Don't nobody worry about me. What's up, Big Simpin'? He's big simpin', I'm big pimpin'. And if you're a glow believer, then you're straight limpin'. The damn dog got my cup and drank my cup of fucking water. Chewed up my plastic cup, motherfucker. He thinks he's a human. He can actually sit down, pick up a cup with two front paws, and drink it like a human, too. He just got a bite on it to keep it in place. No parking on the dance floor, you guys that are deafened and muted. When you do that, I just kick you out because you're just eating up our Mbps, megabits per second. Fucking with our bit rate. Helio, you go to sleep already?
Just doing a reaction video for all the video comments of the people all over the world who are waking up. Check it out.
Yeah, don't. Hey, bro. Who played that shit? Gonna get illegal strike. You can't play that song, bro. It's copyright protected. You got to play something that's not going to get him a strike. Cut. You hear me? I mean, I'll play something that doesn't get us a strike, but watching the world wake up from history, that's going to get us a strike. It's copyrighted. So, if I had to pick some, it's going to be Kai or Chuckle Sand or Elijah. Maybe even Drake. Too many reifications of privation. Second law of thermodynamics violations. What the hell?
Sun is not 93 million miles away.
The moon does not reflect the sun's light, it is self-luminescent. There is no outer space, no galaxies, no aliens, and no gravity.
What's with the damn got a vote to skip crap? How the hell do I skip it? I already did that above you. Put an M on it and vote to skip it too. I guess because you played it, I can't skip it. You gotta skip it. God damn it. There's easier bots in this one. I wonder why we got this damn bot. Damn it. I'm mute the bot, yo.
It's not in the VC. Is it?
Yeah, well, it should be. I just called it back.
Was it moved or kicked? I don't see it. I muted it because you said something about it, so I just didn't want to get any of that. I muted it earlier, but I
Did
didn't
somebody
kick it.
take away my damn DJ role?
Who's playing with your roles, Battlemod? You got DJ, but control.
No. So what the fuck? It says playing in 2 damn minutes. Fuck you, play it now.
What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know curvature is missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up the bat, but you wind up just whiffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water's sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistence? Ships disappear due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's non-existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending resistance? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position, not in opposition to the world that we're living. Key ignition, start up the engine. Choose to accept it, now this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature's missing. Maybe just call up a mathematician, give him a listen. Have him tell you about his presuppositions. Talking about how it's not superstition, a vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision, tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition, right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment day or to the last demolition. You can see this as an act of attrition, on the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim, falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I could kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah, yeah.
Good morning, Nathan.
Morning, Brenda. How are you?
Ready to get destroyed again?
Ready to be lit on fire, Mrs. Strawman?
You mean you came in ready to be destroyed again? Yeah, we accept that, Brenda. Hi,
Yeah.
how are you?
We got our torches ready, Strawman.
I've destroyed your argument. every single time.
Oh, what a way to start a morning.
Yeah. I love this. Here's 2020. Chocolate City. It's coming at you. Yeah. My squad blazing through like road arsonists. Y'all get dissed, annihilated off the list of a long line of globals who will just insist we're living on a spinning ball that does not exist. As I sit back and wonder why they persist, like some pissed gorillas living in the mist, always lacking evidence, they just get dismissed. But here's the twist, they won't cease and desist. Their illegal activities seems all they got are fallacies, begging the question and never saying please. Claiming flat earth is only archaic, while you sit back and paint this mosaics of Aristophanes. Like what the fuck, bro, it seems profound. 2,000 years is still like 6 to the ground. Meanwhile, what's really going 6 feet deep is the value of your radius. It's RIP. Rest in peace to your little RADIUS. It's just a fantasy. Can't you see that your little globe theory is about to be in the fucking GRAVE? Come on. Keep it moving. Yo, I'm really trying to ascertain how insane it is to endure the pain that would make a grown man out loud exclaim that a body of water could somehow maintain the outside of a ball. Now that's insane. Even Isaac Newton said that he would not feign a hypothesis for this bullshit campaign of a force that's only a force in your brain. Don't complain cause I'm not trying to pull your chain. This ain't no game. It's often claimed with thoughts in vain to not go against the grain. It sounds profane. The cartoon world will not sustain. Its reign has been now deemed as inhumane. Me and my fam only wanna help you retain and reclaim your sense of home and your domain. Your life has been spent on the top of a plane, yeah. In the year 2020, it seems the case. Heliocentrism as it starts to race. Globetrotters scrambling just to keep the pace while still telling folk tales about outer space. Kinda funny you think NASA really got your back. Astronauts in a vacuum, yo, that's all an act. In fact, they only do it to control your mind. And to not see through it, yo, you must be blind. In due time, it will all soon be revealed. Little water ball is losing its mass appeal. On the real, doesn't matter how bad you feel. Fact of the matter is that your face been sealed. Death of the globe model is now at hand. People seeing through the lies all across the land. From Eli to NY to Jin in Japan. It's a rap time to throw the magic ball in the can. Come on.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius, huh? What is he saying though? Broken geometry. I just pointed out, now you're at home with me. Went to your mommy be trucking and driving, Globers be wildin'. They went out of style. 8 inches per mile squared, never been measured out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cried when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, say till you die. You ain't got no reply.
Shout out, bro.
Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes. There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Once you go flat, matter of fact, you never go back, you never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here crying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your mind that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been requesting. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day in the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation if we can't surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little fundy friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you've known on its own has been nice and flat since the beginning, see? No 8-inch per mile square, that's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a result, we transform into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe y'all somebody save me.
Global abortion, all applauded. Cheers, big heads, small, enormous. From cradle to grave shall be like tortoise. NASA tower lies every day is exhausting. Nothing more boring than the stream they recorded. Yeah, that looks real, is that a joker talking? Composite my nuts is not a bore you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts with their stories. Entering your mind irrespective of warrant. To say levels curve we expect from a zealot. Spherical excess, now we don't want it. Delusional puppet digesting the stomach. Without any warning, hick on the shoremen. Are you a moron who's not that important? Similar to Karen, always reporting. Endorsing the fraud and effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo source. Reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They've been rehearsed in the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planetary alignment coincide with space warp. Act astronauts monetary paid for. Submerging the water while they claim that they orb. It's a circus show, clown circle in the globe. Why would they lie? Obvious the creator. If the glove don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to earn. Learn with the horizon swan. We eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong. What they're hiding flatter. Keep my spies like on hide for the research. You rely upon priest and pirate like a bird. With your lying God, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try? I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles, it's easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. Don't need
Sorry, first shift, it was quiet, so
all I got is time and you just wasted.
Let the list run out. No, I'll let it quit.
Where you gonna get the truth from if not from us? Then who you dum-dum? Made the bed of your demise and chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1-1.
Who here got flow like Chemo? Choco, can you get with Elijah Ho?
You can stop the coup. It's
I
just
don't
the
think
job
so.
they got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke, your son is woke. I'm setting this shit on fire. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Tell me where the booth is and I'll render this motherfucker ruthless.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Why would they not? The plotting derived by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listen with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then disguise and now they're devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. They enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9 to 5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic. Their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice. That's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters. You believe what masses. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction. That's electrostatics. They always invert it backwards. Wonder what's the verdict, pastors? Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Sent a blitz right up the middle. Who can block the fastest? Falsify the radius. You cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
they lie? Why would 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 they lie? OG. Why would they lie? I'll tell you why. They don't want to see you survive. They don't want to see you get live. Love on your queen till you have you some kids and provide. They don't want to see you revive. Take an L, they come back harder than ever besides. Packing that hammer on side. I cannot help it, bro. Second Amendment on mine. They won't label you a felon. That way you can't get your hands on protection. That way they come in and fake an election. If they want to seize your assets, you can't stop or arrest them. That way the hood is simply a reflection of the design that they predestined. If you don't like it, they pop off your top like your last name was Kennedy in Dallas, Texas.
What is gravity?
Okay, I have no idea. Okay, next question. Go.
Hey, yo. It's Chocolate saying. It's 2021. I told y'all it's a wrap for this globe. Check it out. Way too many reifications of privations. Secular law, thermodynamics, violations. Fuck all these fake as apparent deviations. Globals always flapping their gums, no demonstrations. The black swan murdered the ball with simplicity. Pretend the clowns aren't they all, no specificity. Get with me, get that geometry. Your model needs nowadays. Mostly I sound like you're on your knees. Copper bleeds, with no ball to ever show for, nevermore. Been a rap for your multi-line core, scientific. Well, it's thicker that they're prolific. Crumble at the thought of flat earth, that's just terrific. My hypothesis, you know, paleo genius. You thought you had it all sewn up like a seamstress. You'll never see this. You ain't chilling people in the Gleasons. The globe model so fucking dead. So many reasons mad at me. Cause your fairy tale of gravity is rapidly becoming a motherfucking fatality. Independent variable, no physicality. Factually, you're dealing with no type of reality. A tragedy, all of the pseudoscience of fallacy. Sad to see that was surrounded by such banality. Globe darts step in the court for their arraignment. Gas fucking off all day, no containment. It's automatic. You sound like a fanatic. Your heart's beating out of your chest, no need to panic. Problematic, anytime there was Socratic. Divine turns for you is like dust to an asthmatic or a crack addict, all tuned up like a mechanic. Stay and when you're done, it's so tragic. You end the sneezing, all snotty nose the wheezing. You globe darts wind up like sub-zero freezing. Ain't no reason for you not to remain calm. As my nigga Mega hit you with the 3-point palm. Instant exploding paradigm technique. Backslapping your beliefs into enigmatic sweep. You once obliterated, finished, unable to speak. Have you looking like Tom Petty catching a leap? Your whole squad left sounding comatose. I hear Michelle Dollar keeps rocks on the head. She keeps her family close. Some of y'all think y'all the best things is butter toast. When it comes to FB, prepare to catch an overdose of intellectual honesty. The clear lack of thinking of you balls never cease to astonish me. I gotta keep it real and be honest, B. It's quite possibly the dumbest thing I heard since cosmology is often seen as a philosophy, mythology, but actually it's a prophecy of religiosity. Get all your skills and you wait up. It's crunch time. Your whack model getting ate up like lunchtime. How in the hell can we establish a baseline? Most of y'all trolls are just here to waste time. I'm not aware of what you're hearing through the grapevine, but you must be out your mind selling space-time. A mathematical construct of imagination with absolutely no experimental validation. Before the story begins, you need a foundation. Curvature of the earth, that's the conversation. And since the shit up and disappeared without a trace, I'd say it's also time for you to say goodbye to space. Tall tales about vacuums and empty place, all the while breathing air. That's just not the case. You best get out my face, cause I can guarantee you that the very air you breathe immediately fuck off the space. We understand no requirement for your compliance. You understand that you are standing in a room of giants. I admire that you're usual in your defiance, but won't you join us in this funeral of pseudoscience? You in the mood to try us? Go ahead and test your mic. These motherfuckers think they're moving at the speed of light. How about the speed of sound? 250 miles above the ground to see the ISS is going round and round. Please don't even try, son. It's been a wrap since you gave up open your geometric horizon. In the trenches hoping and praying we don't get wise and realize you're smoking more of the grass than Neil Tyson. Oh, speaking of that clown, I wonder how much longer he can keep a pushing this in the background. Never debating, always up for the back down. Playing in fear of the gravitational smackdown. This little circus won't last long. I'm betting you the type of clown that sits at home alone with a mask on, thinking you debunked an argument like the Black Swan, never knowing that your radius could be that wrong. Oops, I really meant to say dead wrong implicitly. We've been falsified the globe empirically. Need you to listen, G. It's not logical to postulate you live in a sphere with no sphericity. It's the epitome. It's not a mystery. The globe model's all wrapped up in stupidity. It's quite simple, see. It's probably not the move for you to spew your rhetoric or religiously, maybe officially. One day you might find yourself vividly in the middle of an epiphany. Lyrical symphony. It's been a pleasure, but our times have both come to an end. Synchronicity.
All right, fellas. Nobody starts talking. I got more to bump. I'll tell you what. If you think of a scientific flat Earth bar that Chaco Shan ain't bumped yet or dropped, slide that shit into my DMs and make it private.
Mike, I think your mic is kind of like not well plugged or something. You gotta check your mic.
Is it making
Mic.
that sound again?
Yes, sir.
How about now?
It is
Still?
still. It's like a cracking noise.
Yeah, I was doing it earlier.
Now you sound good. Welcome back. Oh, there you go. So it was
Okay.
you.
Is it still sounding alright?
It's still making the noise. I can hear you clearly now, but it still makes sometimes that noise. But it's not constant. It's just sometimes. When you're looking to speak or you're lighting up. Yeah, when you speak, yeah.
I don't like club music, cut. There ain't no we in that. You making club music, it's all on you, pimpin'. You know.
Yeah, you're bad, bro. That's bad. Couldn't hear you.
The mic?
You sound far away and cutting out and the cracking noise.
No, it's on what?
You're cutting out.
Ayo. Still sound like crap.
You sounded good there, but it's still giving that interference or the cracking noise. It's like you sound good and then all of a sudden you sound bad. But we will survive.
We will survive as long as we know Earth is flat. I know we will survive. Yeah, my mic's probably finally going fucking dead.
Broken.
I ain't charged it no. He wants to make flat Earth Cub music. Can you hear it? Oot, 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 oot. Be wanting to do X. I did that shit when I was a young Marine in Europe. I got a weekend pass. I went out in a uniform to his club party. Did one and smoked a hooter and Fuck, everybody wanted to touch me, even the guys, man. I couldn't deal with that shit. I was like, my friend's like, how do you like it? I was like, if another dude touches me, I'm going motard. He's like, what's motard? I was like, that's Marine Corps retard, motherfucker. I've been cool with the girls touching me, you know what I'm saying? That's Marine Corps. Hoorah, you know? But I couldn't dig the dude. Yeah, dude, don't touch me. They were starting to get offended. I had to leave it. To leave the rave.
Yeah, keep your hands on you.
Right, yeah. Don't be touching me, man. I don't like it. I don't mind that you feel that way. You got to touch some dude. Just don't let me know about it. You got to do. Just not when it involves me. That's all. I ain't the one. Don't be playing this shit. I ain't got nothing against you except that you touched me. Them European girls thought it was funny. I was like, what's so funny about it? I don't want some dude touching me. I don't get it.
I don't like the smell of guys. They smell to me, so don't touch me.
Right. I was like, I don't get it, bitch. What are you laughing at? I was serious too, man. I was a little tired and I wanted to be.
Bro, I don't have problems with anybody, but don't touch me.
Yeah, you know. We weren't at war at that time. I was just like a fucking bodyguard for a consulate, you know. After that, I was real picky about who I talked to over there. I ain't gonna lie. People be smiling at me and shit. Every dude that I tried to play like one of them English guards that just stood on guard and didn't even pay attention to people around him, you know. One of the Queen's guards. I don't even see you, faggot. Why are you smiling at me? I mean, I can't dig it. I don't like to be mean to people. I got the feeling that it was a open community over there. And, you know, I'm not really open. Yeah, I mean, it's more of a one-way intersection. No lights. It's either get the fuck off the roadway or proceed with caution. No in between. You hear my dog crying, man. I just gave him a bite of this donut I had. It was only a bite that was left, and now he's mad. He's like, that's it? You know, the whole fucking donut, man. Go get me one. He's mad. Gonna fuck tease me. Shut up, bat dog.
He wants more donut, bro. Stop with the excuses.
He does. He's just giving me that look like, dude, you know what's up. I heard you say it to your friend. Quit playing with me.
When he hears that word donuts, he knows what you're talking about.
Yeah, he knows I'm talking about him. He's giving me that real serious look like, dude, I know you know what I want.
Do you got snow these past days, Battlemont?
Hmm?
Do you got snow? A lot of snow in your area?
A little bit, not a lot.
Okay.
I said no, damn it, Milo. I'm not going to get you a donut. Shut up. That was all that was left. There is no more. No, that dog doesn't. Here, I'll show you what my dog looks right now. He just keeps licking his fucking lip. Quit playing. Quit. Damn it. No, not that pit bull. He smiles like this too. This shit kills me, man. I'm like, you are a good boy. You're cute as shit. I ain't got what you want. That's him right now.
Just throw him a bone.
Yeah. He's
You want a bone?
big smile but whining. But my dog is blonde and white.
Let me see him. I'm in locker.
Here, let me take a picture. I'll show you. Funny motherfucker.
That's funny.
Stretching his jaw and licking his lip. Will you shut up? You wake that baby up and I'm gonna beat your fat ass. Grandson sleeping. So's his mama. I swear if he wakes him up, I'm gonna have to change a fucking diaper. No, really, I don't smell it yet. I'm not cut like that. If I smell a dirty diaper, I'll wake the boy up. Refresh him. Get him a bottle, you know. Grandpa's cool. Just a little shit, you know. I get some shit on my hand, I can wash it. Literally, that's him right now. Licking his lip. Come on, man. That was barely enough custard for me to even fucking taste. Yes, I do know what you want. I said there's no more. It's all gone.
He's whining.
I know you can hear him. He's like, come on, man, quit fucking around. I'm not the only one hooked on them donuts, bro, I'm telling you. He fucking loves them. I only get them once a week, though, because I don't like to eat a lot of sugar, you know, so I only allow myself sugar once or twice a week. So my body, you know, so I'm not building up an amount of it. I'm not storing it, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I literally get a buzz that I can feel off of a lot of sugar. But that's how little that I eat it and use it. I drink black coffee. And I can feel the differences, though, too. Sugar can cause inflammation, so, you know, I got bad disc in my neck, and I feel the difference since I quit. Less inflammation, less arthritis, less bursitis problems, you know. So I recommend if you got arthritis, bursitis, or bulging disc and you're always inflamed and hurting, cut the sugar out of your diet every bit you can. Sugar causes inflammation. So if you're eating potassium every day, you know, to try and have them anti-inflammatories, it doesn't matter if you're eating, you know, 5,000 grams of sugar a day too. You can't eat enough potassium to do it. It'll kill you before it'll on-inflame anything. Too much potassium is just as bad as no potassium. It's just, boy, I swear. I said there ain't no more. I'm gonna take you out there and put you in that barn with that horse. You can eat some oat, some hay. Got plenty of that. I said that shit and he just licked his lip and smiled at me. Come on, Dad, quit fucking with me. He's one of the kids. He's spoiled. I told him there ain't no donuts. I know what he's saying. Well, Tater got a bag of them down there. Don't lie. You get yours and Taylor gets hers. Me some of my sisters, man. Come on.
Come on, man.
Fat guy don't get full off one piece of donut. And every time I say what he's trying to tell me with the wine, he whines more. Like, well, you know what the fuck I want, damn it. Shut up. Yes. You're a handsome boy. But that don't make me have more donuts. I ain't got no more. Quit. And we ain't got no more food. All the food is gone. We gotta go shopping tomorrow. Quit licking your lip.
Fasting time, then you go get more food and eat again.
I can't bullshit this motherfucker. He knows we don't ever run out of food. What the fuck you talking about, Dad? Don't lie. You ain't putting your hunting boots on. Look, he give me that, his lip all up in the air, one tooth hanging out, like, shut up. I tell you what, if you be quiet when the kid wakes up and I gotta go get his bottle, I'll get you another one. Now be quiet. Go lay down. Don't wake the grandkid up. We got a baby now. Let him sleep. He tries to get this majestic look looking on his face. You know, come on. Come on, I'm a royal bloodline. Don't treat me like that. It's like
He's
arguing.
looking at you.
He is, dude. It's like arguing with my brother. Come on, man. You can't bullshit me. You're not a good liar, Dad.
Hey. In the emojis, I put dog, and I found a hot dog. This
He's getting frustrated. He's a funny motherfucker, though. I love him. I bet $20 I can kick him out the door right now, and he'll go wake my daughter up. She'll be like, "What, motherfucker?" And he'll be like,
Do you have any donuts?
He's like that, dude. He's a motherfucker. And then she'll be like, "It's 5 in the fucking morning, Milo. What the fuck do you want?" Come on, dude. Chill out. It's almost breakfast. I'll make you an extra pancake. No, shut the fuck up. I don't care if you want it now. I said in a minute. Stop, or I'm gonna put you in Taylor's room, and then when you wake her up, she gonna whoop your ass. I'll stick that girl on you. This is what he wants. Shut up. I'll tell you what. When I first got him, I saved him. I got him. I went to get a different dog from the shelter, that my daughter picked out, and he was just so cute and young. I said, fucking took him too. But this is what his first Thanksgiving looked like. We started making the table. I put a pie out there, and it was funny because I said, "Ooh, look, smell that good pie. Whose pie is that? Is that Milo's pie?" And I put it on the table, and he thought it was his fucking pie. He got up there, man. He pulled the chair out. He got up there. He stuck his face in the pie. I came back with a turkey. I was like, "Hey, what the fuck are you doing?" And my old lady's like, "Well, you just told him it was his fucking pie. Don't get mad at him." I was like, motherfucker. It's been a struggle ever since then. I think his former owners really starved him, and that's why he loves me, because I brought him home, give him their food dish and their water, and then I started eating, and I was like, "What, you want a bite of mine?" So I feed him from my plate, plus I feed him from the bowl.
Yeah, when you share food with the animals like that, it's very it's love. It's like
he gets spoiled. He's spoiled, man. He's like, "Come on,
spoiled.
man, we gotta eat, motherfucker. Quit fucking around. We empty." Okay, how about a piece of, you want some jerky? Some venison jerky? You gonna shut up? I got your attention
Sounds
now, huh? I forgot I got a bag of that. It's spicy though, but it's funny to watch him. It's funny to watch him eat spicy shit, dude. It out because it's for a minute and then it'll say fucking need it. Yeah, fuck it. That's good shit. That what you want, fat boy? You earn it. You work on the farm. You keep the animals safe. Fight the coyotes. You run them meth heads off the farm. They don't get the anhydrous. Well, I guess you earn your food. Ooh. I gotta tease him. I can't help it. Oops, I dropped it. Oh my god. He won't even get his fat ass out of bed. He's like, bring it over here. Bring it to me in bed. But wherever I go on the farm, or even if I go to work, he wants to go with me. I spend all day with the motherfucker. I go into the store.
I want some jerky.
Oh, it's good, dude. This is fucking good venison jerky. It's not that spicy. He's just, mild chili is spicy to him. Fuck, he's a dog.
Yeah.
I don't give him much spicy shit. He knows he earns it, and he shouldn't have to beg for food. Come on, man. Your fucking goat kicked my ass yesterday, bitch. Give me some food.
That's why it's called a treat. You treating him.
Yeah. But I just spoil his fucking ass. Ain't no treats to it. But if I say chase that fucking coyote off this land or chase the possum away from the garbage, he does it. So,
That's cool.
He's a. You gotta have a dog on a farm, dude. They got a place here. They do work. And he always does his work. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
you should reward him. I do. My dad always said, "You don't work, you don't eat." So he works. He's supposed to eat. How is he supposed to feel like a part of the family? Part of the farm. Besides, I'll kick his ass out of the house when I go to. He knows when work time's coming. He wants to eat before we go out to shovel shit, 'cause he got to do laps. And as soon as I go to shovel shit, he'd probably walk a mile and a half around the farm checking everything, you know? Goats are okay, make the chickens. I don't stay in a coop. I just let a lot of them just run around. And he'll almost wander around and take head count, you know? But it's more, he's a coyote hunter. So if he goes out to the furthest barn out there and he finds a chicken carcass, then he knows that the coyote's been around and he'll go nose to the ground. He'll start hunting them. He'll be like, oh, I got a dead chicken. Damn motherfucker around here need fucked up, you know? And I don't expect him to keep all the damn coyotes from coming on the property because it's impossible. But at least the ones that are from my area, they know damn well if they're coming over here, they're working for a meal. So, you know, he's doing his job. They know, well, if you're quiet and the dog's sleeping, you can go over there and get a chicken. But you start fucking with them horses and they make noise, that dog's coming out. Because he don't like that shit. The coyotes will rustle the cattle up and shit. You know, dogs got sonic hearing. He'll hear the cattle. Well, I hear them too, you know. They're sleeping at night. You wake them up. They're, you know. You can't help but hear it. Even if I was sleeping right now, if the cattle were, you know, making noise and disturbed, he would wake me up and just keep barking till I let him out the front. But then he'd go straight to work. And then when I did get up, you know, I go back to bed. He'd go out there and chase the motherfuckers off, go up and lay on the porch, wait for me to get back up. Well, you done? You don't want more jerky? That's it. That's not much. I think this bastard's getting on. That wasn't a donut, Dad.
My bad.
on mesothelioma. Mic check. Since the mesobook.com. Mic check, mic check.
Everywhere, anywhere. Officially licensed everything.
Peter, you think this?
ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Good evening, everyone. Just wanted to do a really quick video on falling stars because I've been getting a lot of questions about them here lately. Well, for one, as I'm speaking to the globe Earth believers, you guys believe that you're on a spinning ball going through outer space, but also at the same time you believe in falling stars. Well, if there's no gravity in space, how does a star fall? Why doesn't it go sideways or up? Why does it always fall down if there's no gravity in space? Okay, well, for one, there's no space. Now, here's the answer for my truthers out there. Now, the Testament of Solomon, just like the Book of Enoch, all these books were stripped from the Bible because they tell us what all these things are that surround us on this earth and what's going on up in the heavens and how everything is made. So, with that being said, let's look and see what Scripture says falling stars are. Okay, Solomon 1:13. And when they were gone, I ordered Amias to be brought forward, and said to him, Tell me how you know this. And he answered, We demons ascend into the firmament of heaven, and fly about among the stars, and we hear the sentences which go forth upon the souls of men, and forthwith we come, and whether by force of influence, or by fire, or by sword, or by some accident, we veil our act of destruction. And if a man does not die of some untimely disaster or by violence, then we demons transform ourselves in such a way to appear to men and be worshipped in our human nature. Therefore, having heard this glorified the Lord God. And again I questioned the demons, saying, Tell me how you can ascend into heaven, being demons, and amidst the stars and the holy angels intermingle. And he answered, Just as things are fulfilled in heaven, so also on earth are fulfilled the types of all of them. For there are principalities, authorities, world rulers, and we demons fly about in the air, and we hear the voices of the heavenly beings, and survey all powers, as having no ground or bases on which to alight and rest. We lose strength and fall off like leaves from trees, and men, seeing us, imagine that the stars are falling from heaven. But it is not really so, King, but we fall because of our weakness, and because we have nowhere anything to lay hold of. And so we fall down like lightnings in the depth of night, and suddenly, and we set cities in flames and fires of fields. For the stars have firm foundations in the heaven, like the sun and the moon. Now, did you pay attention what that said right there? For the stars have firm foundations in the heaven, like the sun and moon, which means they can't fall. They are firmly put there for eternity. Stars do not fall. Demons fall, and I just showed you that in Scripture. It's really, really simple. You're being lied to about your whole reality, and I'm trying to teach you the real reality. It's time to wake up and quit believing these lies that these people have been feeding to you for centuries now. And what you got to ask yourself is, why all the books that were stripped from the Bible are the books that explain to us everything that's going on in the sky and what all these things are made and how they were made. And ain't it funny that all those were stripped from the Bible, and the only information you are given about everything up in the sky and all around you now is given to you by NASA? Anyways, everyone have a good night. Thanks for watching, and God bless.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
You're in a fight with somebody and you hurt them, the objective of the fight is not to back off and let them recoup. The objective is to smash into oblivion.
But the law says if you made a mistake, you rescind.
Whose law said that? The law of the United States?
Yeah.
Or who controls the law of the United States?
Legislatures?
Yeah, legislators that have their whole own agenda. Laws mean nothing. You give me the currency of a country and you can make all the rules in the world. And that's all that matters. Who's in control? That's all that matters. Who's in control? That's all that matters. Who's in control?
Do you know it fucking rain diamonds in certain planets like Jupiter and shit?
What?
It rains diamonds.
What
Show him. You believe that shit they tell you, right? If that shit tell you it's true, you believe it, right? If that machine, that shit that these geeks made tell you it's true, you'll believe it. I don't know if it's true, but those geek motherfuckers told me it was true. Imagine we live on a flat fucking world. All this time we thought we lived on a round planet, huh? We have no fucking evidence to believe that we're on a round planet, only by people telling us. But we really don't know who we are, where we came from, who the fuck is our purpose here.
I'm not going to go for that. You're not going to tell me that on a round planet, though.
How do you know that? You never been out of space, nigga. Go ahead. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Now, listen, I'm a 3rd grade, 4th grade dropout, and I know this shit.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Welcome back to Smarter Every Day. Now, a lot of the pictures you see from the International Space Station come from the cupola on the inside here, right? So the cupola is on node 3, is that correct?
Node 3.
Node 3. All right, so this is astronaut Don Pettit. You may know this guy. You've done all the city tracking.
Yeah, I've done a lot of cities at night, and then the nighttime aurora and time-lapse sequences of Earth. Many of those that you see have been done in this module when I was at the helm of the camera.
He's the junk. Let me just say it that way. You're the junk when it comes to space photography, right? Can you say that? Say I'm the junk?
No, I can't say that because I get too embarrassed.
I'm going to meet you on the other side, okay? So, seriously, he's the junk. Like, all the really cool aurora stuff, Don's the guy that took it.
Now this is a cover.
Okay.
So we call it a shutter, and it protects the windows from micrometeorites.
Okay.
The shutters are closed, the windows are protected, and also thermally insulates the windows from the radiation environment of space.
So can you shut these things from the outside?
No, you can open and close it from the inside.
Oh, okay, wait. On the inside, you're throwing a lever or something.
Yeah, you're turning a knob.
And it's
open.
Yeah. On the outside.
On the outside.
How do you do that and maintain a pressure seal between them?
O-ring type seals.
No, you don't.
With a rotating shaft. All our hatch seals are O-ring type seals.
Yeah, but how? My brain's
up here. Let's go inside. We can see it.
Okay.
Watch your head. All right. Oh, oops, thunk. So you have a whole series of O-rings in here, and a shaft that you rotate.
So I mean, like on the space station, how many of these would you have?
7, because we have 7 windows.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak,
and what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off, and then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So my question is, how can you operate a lid on the outside of the space station by manipulating something mechanical on the inside of the space station without losing air pressure?
It's called real good engineering. It's called real good engineering.
Look at this. Somebody come and look at this. Look at this.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
Okay, one more.
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off. And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So here we have an astronaut who has flown in space 3 times, but yet he doesn't know the procedure. He doesn't know the plan off the top of his head. If there was a leak on the ISS that he's traveled on 3 times, he doesn't know the procedure. Come on.
And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism.
The reason he don't know the plan is is because it's all fake. He was caught by surprise with the question. Thanks for watching, and God bless.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know,
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
It don't matter. Say the sky was not the limit. We fly to the moon in a nanosecond, but we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew, except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun. It's the darkest night you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Debunk my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, Holmes.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
The reading caboose has arrived. I'm Conductor Clark.
And I'm Ms. Janice. Hey, who wants to learn about the letter H?
I do!
Now what can we do with the letter H?
We can hula hoop.
Or?
Create a massive global hoax.
What Ernie's referring to is the Apollo 11 moon landing that supposedly took place on July 20th, 1969.
To quote Neil Armstrong, this is one small step for man.
And one giant lie to mankind.
Hello, everybody. Hello. Hi, Ticket Taker Sam. Sam's been riding the rails ever since mean old Microsoft stole his formula for Windows 95.
Hey, Sam, I hear you've got a story for the kids.
I sure do, Miss Janice, and it's a real whiz-banger. Once upon a time, there was a president named Kennedy.
I promised to put a man on the moon before the end of the decade.
Meanwhile, poor inept NASA couldn't get a rocket into space. Pew!
So, they turned to Plan B.
I'm LBJ. The end of the decade is here, and there's still no Americans on the moon. Those Ruskies are gonna beat us to it.
I'll help you, Mr. President.
Who the hell are you?
I'm Stanley Kubrick, and I'll use some tricks I learned while filming the movie 2001: A Space Odyssey to fake a moon landing.
Good. While people think they're in space, we'll keep the astronauts busy with whores and gambling. Then we'll pay them off, or brainwash them, or kill them.
The end.
Yay! Squawk? But is there any real proof it was a hoax? Squawk!
Is this proof enough, Gully Bird?
Wow!
I used to fly to the moon all the time.
Hobo Dan!
Hey, Hobo Dan, how did you fly to the moon?
With the only real astronaut, Dr. Timothy Leary. Oh, Hobo Dan. Hey, that reminds me of a song. This old moon rocket ain't what it appears to be.
Ain't what it appears to be. Ain't what it appears to be.
This old moon rocket ain't what it appears to be because it was baked in a kiln
in Japan.
Yay! Thanks, Hobo Dan. That was fun, credible, and the truth.
Uh-oh, someone's ringing the doorbell. To the safe room, kids. To the safe room.
Okay, that's all the time that we have for now. We'll be back with more reading later. Until then, the most important part of reading is reading between the lines.
Sayonara, pigs.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know curvature's missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up to bat, but you wind up just whiffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water's sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistence? Ship disappeared due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's not existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending persistence? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position. Not in opposition to the world that we're living. Create ignition, start up the engine. Choose to accept it, now this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature's missing. Maybe just call up a mathematician. Give him a listen. Have him tell you about his presuppositions. Talking about how it's not superstition. A vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision. Tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment day or to the last demolition. You can see this as an act of attrition. On the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim. Falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I could kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah.
Hey, yo, I only know what I see. I seen enough to know what it means to me. From red dirt and I got degrees. Veered off left turns and wild out east. And we're poor and rich and hold all that class. Don't wanna know any signs, don't wanna know where you are. Mind made up already, we're not here to watch. We just don't wanna fall off the edge and into the dark. So we clench our fists, clutch our pearls. To anybody critical about view of the world. Tongue like a slammed door I keep closed. Just to beat those doubters of these blindfolded free throws. And the channels love a G up, shoot the heat up, we'll beat up and eat up, and I don't wanna have to read up. Just drop a grenade and put my feet up.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna, nothing. I wasn't really fixed, not what I felt. Is a filter it out.
Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. World gone mad and it's too PC. And they're trying to take away the freedom that I wanna speak. Click, click, cut them off, run them out of town, shut them off. Shh, I don't wanna hear another beat. But my gut got this, then my head take note. Cause I know when this story's a slippery slope. So stay in your lane, son, stick to your songs. I don't care where you're coming from, just a simple answer to confirm a doubt. And then baseless opinions that come out of my mouth. In a nut, tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. But when a so-called experts ever sorted this out. When we're swamped by Muslims, swamped by Asians. Different time, same old station, crowd ovation. Whip up hatred, that old chestnut, that vocation. Do anything to truth, but face it.
I don't wanna fall on the edge of the earth. Don't wanna nothing. I wasn't really fixed, not what I felt. Is a filter it out.
Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter. Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes. What about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter.
You think the earth is round, cause that's what they told ya. From elementary school you trained to be a glober. Have you ever been out of space to see the curve? Or you just rely on NASA's every spoken word? Regurgitated theories, they be so absurd. All you globetards is just some creepy nerds. By any means, globe theories must die. We breaking down lies one at a time. Shout out to the marble spirit level guy. Planes do not dip their nose when they fly. I see the boat again, it came back in sight. Used a pair of binoculars, brought it back to life. The sun is not 93 million miles. No, parallel sun rays through the clouds. Straight down, the Most High showeth his handiwork. When he made the firmament and earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Tell him, earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Man, I'm telling you, earth is flat. Where's the curve?
Yeah! Alright, that's good. That's a good music video. I like it.
Hey, yo, I only know what I see. I seen enough to know what it means to me. Learned from red dirt and I got degrees. Veered off left turns and wild out east, and we're poor and rich and hold all that class. Still wanna know any signs, still wanna know where you are. Mind made up already, we're not here to wax. We just don't wanna fall off the edge and into the dark. So we clench our fists, clutch our pearls to anybody critical about my view of the world. Tongue like a slammed door, I keep closed just to beat those doubters of these blindfolded free throws. And the channels love a G up, shoot the heat up, we'll beat up and lead up, and I don't wanna have to read up. Just drop a grenade and put my feet up.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. How is it real if it's not what I felt? It's a filter it out.
Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. World gone mad and it's too PC, and they're trying to take away the freedom that I wanna speak. Click, click, cut them up, run them out of town, shut them off. Shh, I don't wanna hear another beat, but my gut got this, then my head take note. Cause I know when this story's a slippery slope. So stay in your lane, son, stick to your songs. I don't care where you're coming from, just a simple answer to confirm a doubt. And then baseless opinions that come out of my mouth. In a nerd tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. But when the so-called experts ever sorted this out, when we're swamped by Muslims, swamped by Asians, different time, the same old station, crowd ovation, whip up hatred, that old chestnut, that vocation. Do anything to truth but face it.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. How is it real if it's not what I felt? It's a filter it out.
Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter. Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter.
Good morning, family with capital FE from Flat Earth. Good morning, Battle Mod.
Hey, you guys!
How are ya?
I had to take the fucking dog for a walk. This motherfucker just, he was being
Morgan.
a dick. He wouldn't take a shit. Goddamn, Cut, you
Yeah.
got a lot of rolls.
It's nature's calls. Yeah.
Christ, I think the fucker was getting called all the way back to the Garden of Eden. He was trying to find it so he could shit in it. Well, I took him outside and I went to shut the door and he whined and I was like, what, motherfucker?
Yeah.
So I step outside and he stops whining. I'm like, oh, this motherfucker wants me to go out and shit with him. Like,
You got snow over there?
Oh shit! Yeah, I got a little bit more today than I had last night. But
Yeah.
so then this motherfucker goes sniffing all around. So after cleaning shit, I realized I had to put the chickens up that were loose, so we're not dying in the fucking winter. He put me to work.
Your mic, I think, is a little crackling. Make some sounds.
Yeah, probably.
You might wanna
I
fix.
ain't charged.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can fix it yet.
Yeah, it's better.
Might have to get a new one. Oh yeah, you like that?
Yeah.
Hell, cut. I have to scroll down and take another snip, another snip to show all. I can't in one screenshot. I was gonna make some extra ones for you. Fuck it.
Yeah.
You think victim of mob abuse is bad? Wait till you get hit up by the lead mods. Pet project now, son. I'm watching you. You see any roles I missed, bro? You want to give me my? I can go on and do it up while I'm making that other snip of the bottom 20 feet.
Yeah. Hey, battle mod. Battle mod. How do self-leveling floor, concrete floor happen on a globe, Earth?
Damn it, I muted. You didn't hear any of that. I don't know because you would think the inert forces from the rotation and the inertia would pull it all the way, right? So it wouldn't self-level. It'd be askew. We'll use that flat Earth grammar there. It would be askew, brother.
Obscure. Yeah.
But it would. Just like you think that if it was rotating, just like a tire, it would pull all the land to the center of mass. So all the land.
That's what will happen.
Yeah, I think to balance it out, if it was rotating, at first it'd be wobbling, and then the rotation, the inertia, and the wobble would shift all the land to the equator until it had true run out or true rotation, perfect spin, right? When you think?
you know this self-leveling concrete floor.
It doesn't work on a globe.
Why?
It just can't. There's inner forces at play here, bro. I'm telling you. I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah.
So in fourth dimensional Euclidean space, when you're rotating on a fixed axis, you have an inner pole that can expand a sphere and make it oblate, kind of egg-shaped.
Yeah.
These forces.
If you put.
These
you're right.
Would egg-shape your concrete floor.
Yeah. If you put a water in a glass, and then you spin this glass, you're gonna have a vortex forming inside.
Right, but the Earth's already rotating, so shouldn't water not sit level in the glass? Shouldn't it just lean one way? I mean, we're doing a pimp white person right hand turn, right?
Yeah.
So all the water should lean right because we're always turning right, or depending on which way we're facing, north or south, right?
Yeah.
So if we're facing, if we're south facing north, then our cup of water should lean to the right, with the rotation? Or do you think it should lean left against the rotation and with the acceleration? Because any circular object that's at a constant speed is always accelerating because it's always changing its vector or direction.
Correct. Yeah.
So the water would at least jar back. I mean, I don't know how the hell I take a level path.
Exactly. Yeah.
You should be able to pour a bubble bath into a motherfucking tub once it's full and just have the earth shake it up for you and bubble it up.
Yeah,
I mean, am I right or what?
yeah, you're
You're
correct.
having sex, you want to spin
Mm,
your girl like a helicopter, you just lift her up there by the tip and let the earth rotate her.
yeah. You know what's funny? Because when a man is correct nowadays, he will be treated like he's a heretic.
Yeah.
The funny thing.
Yeah, white men, straight men, and men that are actually smart. You know,
Yeah,
they're all ridiculed nowadays. Hey, you know what's funny? I made this dog a fucking omelet and some bacon, fed his ass, and there was one piece of bacon on the table when we came back upstairs, and his ass been whining about it since we left the dining room. It's like, dude, shut the fuck up, man. The cat ate the bacon before we made it halfway up the steps.
yeah. Mm.
I'm serious. The cat probably got that bacon,
Eh,
though. I'm not kidding.
mm, yeah.
I know how much shit is there said to work on a globe that wouldn't work in a moving, rotating reference frame. But then they tell us, oh, no, forget about the reference frame. And then it works on a rotating reference frame. But you got to forget about the reference frame. And in some cases, to apply this technology, you got to ignore curvature too. But it's still curved and it's still rotating. But sometimes you got to ignore that down here on Earth. If you sit around wondering why your fucking concrete in the forums isn't splashing around on a rotating earth, you're just wasting the company time, motherfucker. Stop being a heretic, get back to work.
Oh,
You can fly
be
a
right
plane on a
back.
globe. Listen, you
I
can
have to
fly a
drive.
plane on a globe, right? But you got to consider it a flat, non-rotating surface. No, so don't get stoned. Remember, you're flying on a globe because you get lost. You got to treat it as flat, non-rotating. If you're navigating, you got to ignore longitude and latitude and curvature, or you're gonna get fucking lost when you're navigating. So don't get high and remember you're on a globe. We should make a book of this. I was gonna navigate on a globe, but then I got high. I was gonna fly my plane around the globe, but then I got high. I said, why fucking try?
I
On a
like this
globe,
one. I like it. Yeah.
on a globe we can't fucking fly. Man, I should have got high. We need to fly. If I float my boat on a globe, man, I get lost.
I lost
If I
my
build
kids and
a
wife.
on a globe, it'll fall off.
I lost my kids and wife because I live on a globe.
Yeah. My wife divorced me because I'm leaving a globe, and she said, shit's not rotating and this don't work no more.
Yeah.
I said, baby, what about the axis? What about Polaris, bitch? I'm not giving you a divorce. I don't care if you bust that Earth, oh boy. I say my boy Choco will crush him in the flat Earth raps. I'm gonna build a studio out here on the barn. Right, I've already started building the blueprint, AutoCAD. I'm gonna put a studio out here and let any flat Earth fucking musician that wants to come out here and cut a track and produce CDs, get motherfuckers paid. I know dudes in Detroit that make hundreds of thousands selling $5 CDs out of their trunk at the Quickie Mart. I know this rapper. His name's Mo from Detroit. And he built a $65,000 '68 Chevelle selling CDs out of his trunk. He was selling the CDs out of the Chevelle too when he first started, but the Chevelle was beat down. It was it used to be his dad's. His dad died young due to gang violence, but kid rapped his ass off until he paid to restore this car. I did it. I rebuilt it. It's in some of his videos. He calls himself Mo Dirty. He's a Detroit underground rapper that ain't underground no more because of YouTube, you know. But I did a few cars for him and his friends, a couple El Caminos, Chevelle, Cutlass. He's pretty good. He's a pretty good rapper. I don't want to ruin his rep or nothing, you know, but he's a good kid as far as I'm concerned. I knew him when I was young. He got some success and bought his grandma a house, you know what I'm saying? Megan. Would I lag right out in the middle of my conversation?
Yo, Mike, you there? Mike.
No.
What's wrong with your mic, homie?
You hear me? I said no, bro. We ain't playing no informative shit. Links?
What's that, man?
Oh, I'm lagging.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll find something.
But unless you got a link, I'm listening to my boy Mo.
Oh, I got you, man. What you doing tomorrow, man?
Damn it. He called me the other night. He's wanting to put a 529 Chevelle that has a 454 in it. I'm gonna have to take a 507 and build the boy a crate motor. He gonna be up on that thing though, man. That's different driving. I mean, a big block is different than a small block, but a 529, you gotta pay attention. It's like a new kid on a nice Harley. You know what I'm saying? If he don't know how to use front brake with the back brake, he gonna wreck a bitch. I think I had to stay over. My daughter had a bunch of her friends over. I think they started doing video calls and shit. I just cleaned stalls and I got my my business network updating. So right now, if I got more than 3 people on the internet, it's they're robbing each other. They're fighting, robbing Peter to pay Paul. You know, I don't have a 1 gig internet, so I got business class, but that network drains it, dude. It's a lot of people don't get what it means to host a network. It takes a lot of megabits per second to host a network. I got bidders at work, purchasers, I get real-time updates on any change to the network. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, because this computer here, it databases it. So if the other ones crash, all they got to do is reconnect to the network, and I still got it, you know? But that eats up a lot of my signal. When Lou started talking about his internet, I was like, man, I need to call my supplier and see what it'll cost to get me a gig. you know? Really, because I don't think I'm anywhere close to that. But that would probably cure that lag thing. I could probably do 4 networks, you know, which means I should never lag. I mean, just trying to chill on fucking Discord. I mean, if I went down there and disconnect from the network, I'd probably have mad internet right now. But even though I got a bunch of new kids on it, you know. But hell, these are all farm kids. Their parents got money. They all got multiple devices, man. Phones, Kindle Fires, laptops, and Nintendo Wii's, you know? Farm moms are picky, too. They're no different than me. If my kid stays at somebody else's house, as soon as I get up in the morning, first thing I do is bug them. And most of my house right now, their parents do the same thing, except for one. Taylor's best friend, but I mean, her mama trusts me. They've been friends since they were 6, you know? So when her kid comes to the house, her mom's like, yeah, prop the feet up. I got a break. Her mom's cool, though. She wants a date, but she got a little of that cray-cray in her, you know? That bitch crazy, you know what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
She one of them too needy motherfuckers. Like, listen, if you need me to be a bad bitch, then I don't want to fuck with you because I need a girl who's bad all on her own. You know what I'm saying? A girl who knows she's the shit. Not that I don't want to tell you every day that you're the shit. I'm just don't want your day to be fucked up because maybe one day I'm tired and I didn't say it the minute I woke up. And then all day long I gotta argue with some crazy bitch. I mean, single's real good, man. That shit's comfortable, you know what I mean? You get divorced, you're like, oh, fuck, single. You get single, and then after a while, you're like, man, I should go out and get another girl. And then every one of them you meet, you see little hints that you could go back to what was marriage. Then you're like, well, I don't know. Single's not crazy. It's lonely, but man, silence has its fucking its value. It's golden, man. I mean, if you know what I mean. I love women, but some of them can really fuck shit up overthinking about the relationship. You got to be secure, and motherfucker don't want you around because he doesn't love you. You know what I mean? You got to be secure in that shit, or you just fuck it all up. I mean, I ain't got a problem with confident woman. You know what I mean? I just don't need one that can't take a step unless you say, come on, girl, get it moving. You're a bad bitch. You got this. I know, girl, wake up and break a fingernail and blame it on you for some reason. I'm cool with that shit. Fuck you. No, it's the women. Bad y'all. Toss it matter. Okay. I don't love. Yeah. So it's fucking right. I don't know. After being married 16, 17 years, you're scared to be single. But the same thing is true for after you had peace and quiet and calmness for, a couple of years, you'd be scared to be on single. You'd be scared to be in a relationship. Because you don't want to disturb that harmony. You know what I mean? Hey, Brad.
Uh-huh. Yeah, what's up?
Did you ever go see that one person you was talking about?
No. I did not.
I don't hear him
fell apart.
too much.
I fell apart.
I don't hear him too much on here anymore. I was wondering why.
Yeah.
Life has its way of doing that.
It sure does. Oh well.
Oh, what the hell is all this new shit? I hate that. Every time you get an upgrade, you look in there and there's new video enhancements, new audio enhancements. That's probably what it is. You got these fucking new audio enhancements, and I didn't set any of them. It's like Google, man. Every time they get some test bullshit, they turn it on for you, and you got to go into flags and turn it off, you know? Where'd all my on-off switches go? Okay. What the hell is this shit? Audio codecs opus. The fuck? No wonder. Oh no, you didn't. I got this punk ass white kid who lives on a farm in fucking Utah. Challenged to a battle rap at 8:38 in the morning. I'm like, motherfucker, what are you, drunk? Did you go to sleep last? I bet he didn't. I was rapping against this kid. He said, "Let me turn on my video, kill it." As soon as he turned the video on, it was over. I was like, "Oh, this fat white kid from Utah missing 2 front teeth. Y'all saw? He looking like he should be on Hee-Haw. Get him a pitchfork. I'm on the mall. He a tractor driving." I couldn't believe the kid was even on a rap server. I was like, motherfucker, go plow the fields, bitch. Trying to battle against a Michigander. You don't even know what battle rap is. In battle rap, you're supposed to be insulting people, you know? And this motherfucker just trying to lay down some fucking radio music. He got some shit getting some radio play. I'm like, motherfucker, that's battle rap? What the fuck? I guess I don't want to battle rap your ass if that's you trying to sing me a fucking melody. Next you'll be trying to get me to marry your mama. I'm trying to battle rap, bitch. You want some new shoes? Go to work. Don't be looking at stepdaddy. But I got a rap for that. You can call me stepdaddy. Your mom will be having my babies. You little punk white country ass will be driving me crazy. Looking like you get bit by a coon. I think you got rabies. Build you a room in the barn. You can't stay with me. Don't play with me. Get blowed away fucking with me. Pooch. Why should I verify you, Pooch? I'm above that. That's for them lower level mods, man. Golds and shit, man. I'm a lead mod. I can't be verifying motherfuckers up in here. What you thought? Oh, he stopped typing too. I'm just kidding, Pooch, man. Just you don't know what a joke is. Are you in the VC? No, where's he at? Oh, let's get him. Stationary Breeze. Yeah, that's the name. How the hell do you have a stationary breeze? What the fuck is that? Hey, what's up, Pooch? Hold on, brother. Hold on, let me get with you. So, I gotta ask about the Pooch name. Is that a Pooch cut? Hey, Pooch. Pooch, don't get us a copyright strike on the live stream, bro.
Oh, yeah.
What's up?
Oh, I know.
What's up, player?
Yeah, what's up? Yeah, I know Batman, so in the other server, so I know Batman, so.
You know who?
The Batman.
Oh, who's that? I don't know him.
He was like debate about like what's me, and shit like that, so.
Oh, are we a little inebriated tonight, Pooch? You tipping them back? Feeling good?
Yeah, feeling good, yeah. Yeah, it says hi, Castle Wooded, so.
No, it's cool. Alright, you already got Where'd he go? You still there? Okay.
I'm still
you
here,
already
yeah, I'm
got
still
the
there.
VC. Yeah, you already got the VC verified role.
Yeah, the other guy that's being ignorant, the other guy's being ignorant, so. It's a verify me, say no, so.
I serve him. I serve the
see,
great
Bruce,
I am.
I see Bruce that music. I say I don't give a shit. Do that music, so yeah, so we need we need the admin, so we need the admin to like demote these people, so.
No, are you talking about I serve the I am? The one I am? That guy? That's in VC check-in? You think I should demote him? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I can't talk, so because I can't talk because I'm probably sleeping, so I can't talk, so.
Is he a little sick with Discord Authority, is he?
Yeah, and these people, so yeah, I got to unmute myself, so because I'm about to sleep, so yeah.
I didn't catch any of that shit. Is there anyone on here that can translate for me? I don't speak fucked up. I'm not fluid and I'm fucked up. Does anybody know what the fuck he was saying? Well, it's a small fish, but I didn't throw it back. Somebody else can eat it if they want it. Whatever. I'm gonna go up here and tell I serve. He said he was an ass.
Let's talk about these anti-flat earth defense mechanisms the vast majority of people seem to have. The first one is the term flat earth itself. When people hear that word, or they hear you questioning the globe model, the moon landing, or anything of that sort, they go, "Wait a minute. You're not a flat earther, are you?" "You're a flat earther, aren't you?" with this condescending, all-knowing tone, as if you accept this label, you've been pigeonholed, and anything you say afterwards holds no value. And why is this? Because of websites like the Flat Earth Society, giving misinformation and straw man arguments, and mockumentaries like Behind the Curve, showcasing the worst examples of so-called flat earthers for everyone to laugh at. So now, you're guilty by association if you admit that you're a flat earther. I'll use the flat earth keyword for the algorithm because it's what everyone searches for. But I named my children's book The Earth Plane, and we named our movie Level, purposely creating quote-unquote flat earth content without this pigeonholed label in the title. So of course, among other globe skeptics, level earthers, whatever you want to call us, we can accept that we are flat earthers. But when your friends and family members or strangers on the street you're trying to convince hear a bit of your skepticism and then ask, "Oh, you're a flat earther, aren't you?" I recommend doing as Del from Beyond the Imaginary Curve does, and insisting that no, you're not a flat earther, because the earth has mountains, hills, and valleys, so of course the earth's not flat, thereby disarming their first anti-flat earth defense mechanism, because you don't admit to being their straw man version of a globe skeptic, what they have seen in mockumentaries or on the Flat Earth Society as a flat earther. No, you're not that. You're just a man or woman like anyone else, questioning their reality, questioning what they're told, not just believing outright what the government or government organization says. So the next one, once you've disarmed them and they realize, oh yeah, he is a flat earther, regardless of what he calls himself, their next anti-flat earth defense mechanism will be, why? But why? Why would they lie? The incessant mantra of the ball earther. But, why would they lie? It's not even a question. It's a defense mechanism. They haven't researched the evidence for an alternative shape of the earth for even a minute, but suddenly they want to know the motive for this lie. Yeah, right. This isn't a genuine question. Imagine a detective rolling up to a crime scene and there's blood all over the place, bodies everywhere, stinks to high heaven, and little deputy rookie volunteer rocks up behind him, taps him on the shoulder, and says, what do you think the motive would be for a crime here? I'm not seeing why there would be a murder here. The detective looks at him, squints his eyes, waves his hand, shows the blood on the walls, the bodies on the floor, asks the rookie genuinely, are you not seeing this? Do you not see the evidence all around you? And the rookie, as if blind to the crime scene, unable to research or open his eyes long enough to see any of the evidence, just impotently continues on, asking, but why? When people ask you, but why would they lie about the shape of the earth when they haven't even researched the evidence whatsoever? That question is not a question. It's a defense mechanism. And if somebody is just asking you a question as a defense mechanism, you're not required to give them an answer, nor is it in your best interest to try and give them an answer. Because why are they asking you that defense mechanism question in the first place? Because it's such a huge and open-ended question, and you are not the one who's lying, so you couldn't possibly explain the motive of the liars, even if you knew it to the finest detail. Therefore, regardless of what answer you give them, or how good it is, They're just waiting for you to open your mouth so they can laugh and scoff at whatever answer you try to give to their impossible question. But why would they lie? People who ask this question are unaware of just how prevalent lies have been and continue to be throughout history, in all facets of society, in the media, in government, in history, in science. The lies are everywhere. And anyone that's going to ask you, but why would they lie, is obviously a mainstream media believing conformist sheeple who hasn't got the slightest idea of how the world actually works, and trying to hold their hand and explain to them the entirety of history and politics and conspiracies that have been hidden from them is an impossible task. As they say, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. You can lead humans to standing bodies of level water, but you can't make them understand that they're impossible to bend. So when ballers chant their "why would they lie" mantra at you, don't feel obligated to try and dish up some answer that's somehow going to satisfy these insatiable people. If they really cared, they'd be looking into it as deeply as you are. And instead of that question being some flippant defense mechanism, it would be a genuine question, like it is for you or me. I can list dozens of reasons why they would lie, and I have in other videos. But just realize that this barrage of questions that ball earthers throw at you are more defense mechanisms than genuine questions, and you're not required to try and answer all of these defense mechanism questions. One of the biggest impediments to waking up is ego, and it is their ego that's chanting these "but why would they lie" mantras, these "oh, you're a flat earther." You'll notice your more enlightened friends and family members, when you told them about it, didn't come at you with this kind of attitude and these dismissive questions. Your more open-minded friends and family members were probably curious and interested, and when they asked questions, they were good questions, and they listened to the answers, and then you had productive conversations following them. This is a whole different thing than you get with these other people, and almost all people, when you ask them if they consider themselves to be open-minded, answer in the affirmative. So everyone likes to think of themselves as open-minded, but notice theirs and your reactions to certain things, and notice if you really are as open-minded as you think. The next anti-flat earth defense mechanism, aka insincere question, asked by these egoistic people is, how could they pull it off? Why are there no whistleblowers? You're telling me everyone that works at NASA is in on it and lying? You're telling me everyone in every space agency around the world, every teacher, every astrophysicist, every scientist is in on the lie? Again, as you can tell from the attitude, from the way they asked the question, it's not a real question, but a defense mechanism. And again, people who actually ask this question genuinely can and will find the answer. For example, most people, scientists, teachers, even people within NASA and other space agencies, are just duped like everyone else. And they're compartmentalized in a hierarchy of need-to-know basis. So the only people that are actually in the know are the acternauts and the very highest higher-ups in these organizations. And again, what these scoffing people have never researched, don't understand or realize, are things like Freemasonry, the prevalence and potency of secret societies in the world. They don't realize that literally all of the astronauts were members of this largest and oldest secret society in the world, and their members are blood oath bound, sworn to secrecy. So why are there no whistleblowers? Research Freemasonry, secret societies, blood oaths, and why these people would never and could never blow the whistle. Research Freemasons like Captain Morgan and John Robison, and you'll see exactly what happens to Freemasons who break rank and try to blow the whistle. But again, the people condescendingly asking these questions, they don't care. They're not asking the question for you to give them an answer. They're asking you the question to shut you up and to laugh at you. So what is the actual effective way of dealing with these people? I've tried giving genuine answers to them, spending your time and energy and patience, eating your pride to allow them to talk to you condescendingly while you still sincerely try to give them answers, because the only reason you were talking to them about this in the first place is because you genuinely want to help and inform them. But all they see is an opportunity to laugh, condescend, and boost their own egos by stomping on yours. Now, it's not our duty, nor is it even that effective, to allow them to do this. And it may sound harsh or crass or ineffective to those who haven't experienced this to the degree someone like myself has. But I'll give you my advice. When someone comes at you with this attitude, give it right back to them. Don't waste your time, energy, and patience trying to be sincere to someone who just wants to condescend and laugh at you. Laugh right back at them for their stupid belief in a wobbling, spinning, tilting space testicle in an infinite vacuum with bendy oceans and upside-down people in Australia. Laugh at them for thinking they can dig a hole to China and find more sky below them. Roll your eyes and tell them, okay, then enjoy spinning on your wobbling space ball, genius. By refusing to engage with them and taking their ego down a notch like this, you're actually helping plant a seed that will make them genuinely more interested next time. And when you withhold information from them because of their bad attitude, that's the negative reinforcement people like this need. You know, your good friends who didn't laugh at you and condescend you, you were able to give them positive reinforcement. Use your time, energy, and patience to explain things to them. But when people use these anti-flat earth defense mechanism questions and give you an attitude, don't even bother answering these people. Just plant the seed and walk away. Come back to water it another day. Or let somebody else water it along the way. It's not your responsibility to hold these people's hand. Just plant your seed and go on to more fertile ground. Because even if you do answer their question, then they'll just ask you the next defense mechanism query. Why does it matter? How does it change my life? I still have to go to work in the morning. So why does it even matter? I don't really care either way. So now, suddenly, it doesn't matter to their life if the entire world has been lied to about something as fundamental as where we are for the entirety of humanity for centuries, duped about literally the most fundamental truth possible. And these people are like, yeah, but why does it matter? What does it even matter? How does that change my life at all? If the fact that you and everyone you know has believed the biggest lie in history doesn't matter to you or change your life, what does that say about you and your life? What is important to you then? How could the truth not be important? I got so annoyed with this stupid question, I even wrote a song about it. Hey Eric, why does it even matter if the world is round or flat, or we revolve around the sun, or if the sun revolves around us? I still have to go to work tomorrow, and it hurts regardless. I still have to pay my bills, and so I fail to see your logic. Please stop adding to the list of things in life that make me suffer. I don't want to be empowered, I just want to be a martyr. I would rather ask you why you think it matters than be honest and admit the simple truth is that I haven't thought about it. And refuse to do my research. I don't even click your links, and when you ask me what I thought about them, I don't even think. I just want to pop some mollies, dance around and get my jollies in a club or off in Bali. I don't want to contemplate about the shape of where we are now. Human race, mental state, being raped, and I like it. Feels good, slavery is fine with me, and now I've answered my own question, 'cause to people like me, it just doesn't matter, does it? So then the next thing they do, whether you've given them answers to their initial anti-flat earth defense mechanism questions or not, they'll start to get into the, well, then explain this, and explain that questions, with a smirk, a mocking tone of voice, and a narrow-minded impatience that shows they aren't even asking to learn the answer. They're asking to put the onus of unnecessary verbiage onto you, so they can just scoff at whatever you say next, no matter how rational or logical it is. Well, explain sunsets then. Well, explain time zones then. What about the Coriolis effect? What about Foucault's pendulum? And they'll often throw a bunch of them at you all at once like that. Again, proving it a defense mechanism, not a real question. Because in real conversation, you can only answer one question at a time. And when people throw them all at you like that, it's an attack, not a conversation. And as a skilled conversationalist, you need to understand when you're being attacked and switch up your tactics. This isn't a normal conversation anymore. And it's not your job to explain this and explain that, and what about this, and what about that, to these people. If they actually care, they will do what you did and read books, watch videos, search the internet, perform their own experiments, and figure out the truth for themselves. And at this point, I'll give another piece of advice. When you get to the explain this, explain that stage of questions, it's difficult in impromptu conversation to give perfect answers to these difficult questions. So instead of even trying, you're better off recommending them specific videos that answer the questions. For example, on my channel, I have at least one video for pretty much every single question I've ever heard asked about the flat earth, on purpose, so that people can do this. Instead of trying to give their best version of an answer in a comment or in a conversation, they can send a link to a video that answers the question in a much more complete, well thought out way than anyone could do when put on the spot. And if they won't watch a video, which many of them will say, no, just answer it. Just talk to me. Just tell me in a comment. I don't want to watch another video. Well, again, they're showing you they're disingenuous. They're showing you they don't actually care. They're showing you these questions aren't real questions, they're defense mechanisms. And they're asking them to shut you up and to make you look stupid. So the second you recognize someone coming at you with this kind of attitude, I recommend starting to close up shop, you know? You don't have to immediately block them and run away, but I mean, recognize that, okay, we're about done here, and just take their ego down a notch. Give them a little flippant remark. You know, I like to tell them, enjoy spinning on your wobbling space testicle, genius. A little sarcastic boost to their ego, you know, call them a genius. In this day and age, you can't even call people stupid anymore. You'll get flagged and blocked for bullying. So, you gotta use strategic sarcasm like I do, and you just be like, whoa, well, enjoy spinning on your wobbling space testicle, you genius. And I'm telling you, answering them in that way piques their interest much more than giving them an actual answer to their actual question. You know why? Because they see that you do value your time and energy, and that you actually have enough intuition and follow-through to notice when some snarky moron is just trying to bait you in. The next anti-flat earth defense mechanism is the appeal to authority. You're not a scientist. You're saying you know more than Galileo, Newton, Copernicus, Einstein, and every astronomer in history? Again, not understanding the multitude of lies throughout history, the multitude of lies within science, the prevalence of Freemasonry, among these heliocentric scientists, nor do they even know the trivium and logic and logical fallacies and understand what appeal to authority is. Appeal to authority is a logical fallacy. It's a sophist argument that means nothing. Just because someone is a so-called expert in a field does not mean their every word is truth. And that is why such appeals to authority are fallacious arguments that hold no merit. And what's the next one once you throw that out? Appeal to futility. Once you've thrown out their appeal to their space priests at NASA, then they may start to appeal to futility instead and say, "Oh, we'll never know. How could little old me know? How could little old you know? We'll never know in this lifetime." You even get a lot of guys in the so-called conspiracy community doing this appeal to futility. So-called flat earthers, also. Mark Sargent, for years, said that he doesn't know if the earth is flat. He's just sure that it's not a ball. Sam Tripoli has also been riding the fence for years now, where he refuses to accept that the earth is flat and motionless, and instead continues his endless appeal to futility, where he says, "I'm too stupid. I don't have time to research it. I don't have time to figure it out. I don't know. But what I'm sure is NASA's full of shit. The moon landings never happened. And I'm skeptical of the globe." I don't understand people that have conspiracy programs, conspiracy podcast, but then says they don't have the time or the energy to research conspiracies. And then they just sit on the fence and say, I don't know about everything. What is the point of your show if everything holds equal merit? Straddling the fence is good for viewership, because then you don't piss anyone off. But if you actually care about the truth, you can't just straddle these fences for years. If you want to be a leader, you have to actually have discernment. You actually have to make decisions and follow through with them. And that leads me to another type. The endless debater. Whether it's on the flat earth side or the globe earth side, debate is the last refuge of the cultist. Debate is not how one arrives at truth. Objective reality isn't debatable, and anyone looking to frame the discussion that way is being disingenuous to begin with. I'll talk with people about flat earth, but everyone wants to debate, like we're discussing what color to change the White House to, or something. But we're talking about direct, observable, measurable, empirical reality here. It's not a debatable subject. So when people go on about, why won't you debate? When is there going to be a debate? Again, it's an egoistic mentality, wanting to see some kind of winner or loser playing this subjective game. But again, if you wanted to change the color of the White House, that would be something you could debate. Debate the merits, the whys, the pros and the cons, and come to a final conclusion at the end. But when you're talking about physical reality, demonstrable, tangible substance, there is no debate to be had. There's only truth and fiction, reality and lies. The problem is these people have no intuition, and they're gullible as all get up. They think the government and mainstream media are bastions and beacons of infallible truth. And again, this is why no debate or well-worded answers to these questions are going to do anything to these people. They're so far gone. They've been so indoctrinated into the mainstream propaganda, their government-warped view of the world, that it would literally take them many months of genuine introspection and deep research to get out of the prison their mind has become. They don't even realize that their questions are defense mechanisms. They think they're being rational and logical. They think your skepticism is so far beneath them that they can barely hear what you're saying anymore. So again, instead of running around and doing all their research for them, I suggest just noting and verbalizing the fact that you see their attitude, You hear that condescension, and it's fine. You were just checking. You can see they're not ready. And you've been treated this way before. It's fine. You're just not going to subject yourself to it again. And they may even try to reverse then. Oh, no. Oh, come on. Because they wanted to laugh at you. They don't like that you're using your intuition and then asserting yourself and not playing their games anymore. They'll start coming at you like, oh, no, come on, no, I'm serious, why would they lie? No, come on. No, just explain the sunset to me. Explain time zones. So just plant the seed, walk away, find more fertile ground, and if they come back with a better attitude, then it's time to water those seeds and you may see them sprout eventually. Because that's how it actually works. Nobody wakes up in a single conversation. The subject is too big. You can only plant seeds and then hope that they are open-minded enough, intuitive and discerning enough, and care enough to actually look into it for themselves. And when they do, it'll be obvious. They'll come back with a blown mind, and your next conversation will be a whole different thing. And that leads me to my last recommendation, which is watch parties. If you really want to wake someone up, get them to agree to sit down with you and watch an informative documentary on the subject, like our new Level movie, or 200 Proofs Earth is Not a Spinning Ball, or The History of Flat Earth, or How Everything Works on Flat Earth, are some examples. By getting them to agree to sit down and watch a video with you that explains the answers to all of their questions without them even having to ask them, and does so in an engaging and hopefully entertaining manner, we'll get past these anti-flat earth defense mechanisms and get to the deluded soul, the deluded baller soul in there. And remember, people have been programmed through the media to view conspiracies and conspiracy theorists as crazy and unstable. So when they start making you feel this way, with their condescension and scoffing at you, don't retaliate by going all crazy and getting mad at them and raising your voice and all this, but lead by example, by showing them that you're so far above their worldview and their egos need to stomp on you for presenting something different from what they think they know. Show them that you're confident enough in what you know to be true that you don't have to share it with them. You were trying to do it as a favor, and when they show you that they don't want to hear it, do them the favor of stopping. Put your hands up if you don't want to know about it, if you don't want to talk about it. I have other more intelligent, more open-minded, less egoistic friends I can talk with about these things. Thanks.
Not far from the mark.
And have that with us. We are here to having this ladies' night because we don't have enough women out here speaking truth, and we want you guys to be involved with us. I know it can be very, very intimidating, but at the same time, there's women here that are willing to embrace you and to help you. So if you guys would like to join or have an open discussion, please come on board. I love that. We have Jenny here, I'm sure. Jenny, want to say hi?
Hey, everybody. So I don't know if anybody's listening just from the YouTube, but there should be a link in the description. I think there generally is. Otherwise, what is it? It's, is it discord.com/gg/flat earth? Or no? What's the address?
I actually don't know the address right now on hand.
Oh.
Is somebody posting that possibly in the live stream chat? They probably do, and hopefully you guys know for us or something. Yeah.
So discord.gg/flat earth.
And
So,
you
yeah,
here, hon, or Sassy, you guys want to say hello to?
Hello.
They're probably, there we go. Hi, Yuka.
Hiya. I hope you're all right tonight. Well, for me, it's night.
During the day today. Did we have anybody in here that'd like to ask any questions about the shape of the earth or what we're standing on? Anyone? Be lovely to talk to anyone about this. No? No questions?
Break out of the
Okay, hello.
firmament.
What about the firmament?
How do I get through it?
Honey, I wish I knew too. If you can figure that out for me, we could talk about that. We could try to get through it. But right now, we can't even reach the firmament. I can't even verify for sure where it's exactly at. There are different statements of where it could possibly be, but at the same time, I've never verified that. You're probably never going to verify that either, because you're focusing on the sky, something you can't reach, will never reach, and no one in your family probably will ever reach, right?
Oh.
But we're talking about we're standing on the ground. That's what's important.
Is it an infinite
True.
plane?
Is it an infinite plane? Can you tell me if it's an infinite plane? I don't know if it's an infinite plane.
I don't know.
I've never
I'm
seen the entire
scared.
shape of this earth because they will not let us measure this earth completely because we can't explore it.
Much less to say, how do you come up with infinite space?
Yep.
So it's kind of like a two-part, you know what I'm saying? You got to look at both sides of what they say. And it's kind of interesting.
How do you measure infinite space?
Yeah.
It's immeasurable.
It's immeasurable. So how do they measure it and how do they know it's infinite?
They just guess.
Oh, guess. Okay, exactly. Assumptions is exactly what the whole entire globe model is based on. Assumptions, theories, semantics, and philosophy.
It's
There's absolutely no proof for it. Yep. Pseudoscience.
Yep.
I'm
Unfortunately,
in here every day. Nobody comes with any information. No proof. I wish somebody would actually come in here and say, hey, I have proof of the globe. Here it is, and it's not a picture that can be altered. I'd really love for someone to do that one day. Just one day. No. Nobody
thing
has
for-
anything for us.
the thing for
Go
me is that there just seems to be so many coincidences that keep happening over, topics about how this is all supposed to work. There's been so many anomalies with the heliocentric model. It doesn't surprise me that it's been years everybody's been talking about it. And, it kind of come up with the same thing, that it's not verifiable.
Exactly.
So, we got a bunch of coincidence theorists walking around. Meanwhile, there's other people putting together the puzzle pieces and like, oh, whoa, this is going on. Everybody look. I mean, so conspiracy does not automatically mean that it's not true.
Correct.
I mean, I think a lot of people misuse the word conspiracy theory. So,
Oh, of course. They don't even understand where the word even comes from, and the CIA is the one that came up with the word in the first place. Yeah, of course there is. Yeah, and they did that on purpose, though. It's just like everything else. They put a stigma on everything, so you don't know what is true. You get completely confused what is real and what is not real. But in reality, it shows you. They're not letting you look anymore. Well, actually, you're not trying to look because they've literally got so many chemicals in us, stuff with the food and everything else, and the school system's got them not even problem solving. They're not even looking at the nature of their world. They're not even using their own
right, like
senses and
fluoride
observing.
in the water. Fluoride in the water. I'm pretty sure I grew up on fluoride in the water. And
of course.
So, yeah, I mean, like you said, people don't question the nature of their reality. They don't. We need to start doing that. Because, I mean, it's so interesting that people are coming to these realizations about what's going on in the world. And everybody's doing it at different times in different ways. And so, so people are in like different stages of cognitive dissonance, and you could be experiencing grief. I mean,
of course.
So a lot of people react when they talk about the topic of flat Earth, and I don't think people have a real clear, concise idea about what science is really supposed to be. And when they start using words casually like if or imagine and
maybe
thought experiments, and it's just like, come on, man, this is not a fairy tale. This is what we observe and what we can verify.
Well, and they always want to go back to the sky to prove it. And it's like, for me, it was very simple. When you understand that there has to be a curve and you can see 60 miles, it's done. But these people want to keep trying to find a different answer,
Well, what I found really interesting, and this is what brought me to Flat Earth, is that it was from Dave Murphy, and his claim is that there's no GPS flight tracking in the Southern Hemisphere. And so I found that very odd in the state of technology that we're supposed to have, why that is not possible. And, and then you have the famous Asia flight to, what was it? Supposed to be in California, and they made the emergency stop in Alaska. It's like, whoa, wait a minute. Whoa. That's pretty bizarre considering you're going out of your way. But in the flat Earth idea of what we think is a map, it's like it's like on the way. And sorry, I'm not trying to ramble or anything. I'm actually at a park, so you guys don't have my undivided attention. I'm so sorry. But Stacy, you know what I'm talking about, right? Yeah.
Right.
So
I also know.
So that's what brought me into
I
the
didn't
topic.
see you. I didn't mean to not introduce you or anyone else. I wasn't seeing the chat. Becky's here. Soda's here.
That's okay.
Girl.
Hey guys.
Hi, guy. Hi.
Hello, Becky. Happy New Year.
How you doing today? We got a couple of people in here.
Good.
Let's see here. Wait a minute. What's going on? We got On the Fence, Jaylen.
Mm.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Good evening, everyone. I just wanted to do a really quick video on Bill Nye, the fake science guy. He's got a show called Bill Nye Saves the World. And this is from episode 1. Season 1, episode 1. I want you guys to listen really, really close when he explains the greenhouse effect. Now, check it out.
Our factories, cars, trains, and planes, and electric power plants almost all run on fuel made of ancient living things, coal, oil, and natural gas, and they contain carbon. And when they burn, they produce carbon dioxide, which chemists like you call CO2. And carbon dioxide has a remarkable property. As light from the sun goes through the Earth's atmosphere, it passes right by CO2 molecules. When sunlight reaches the surface, it warms the soil, the seas, and the plants. And some of that warmth returns right up into outer space as heat energy. You've probably heard that we call CO2 a greenhouse gas. It's not a perfect nickname, but here's where the expression comes from. When I point this small and happy infrared camera at my hand glows with infrared light. But then watch what happens as I dip it into this glass aquarium. Like, dude, my fingers are like totally cut off. It turns out that glass blocks infrared light. is one of the ways that greenhouses work. The glass lets light through, but prevents a lot of the heat, the infrared, from escaping. The carbon dioxide in the atmosphere does the same thing. But Bill, there is no big glass dome over the Earth. I know, okay. But there is a big gas dome. A big gas dome, get it? Glass dome, gas dome, are you with me? Huh? So because CO2 acts like the glass, the nickname greenhouse gas has stuck, and the heat is held in the atmosphere. Our world has always been kept warm by what we call the greenhouse effect.
Now that makes total sense. It explains how trees grow, how grass grows, how flowers grow, how vegetation grows. It all makes perfect sense. None of this could happen on a spinning ball with nothing covering it. Now the cool thing about this is Bill Nye said a glass dome, and I want you to notice is right as he says that, either the producer or the director, somebody to the right of him said something to him really, really quick, and if you notice, he gets pissed off and he says, okay, I know. Now check this out, I'm going to show you, I'm going to play it back for you.
But Bill, there is no big glass dome over the Earth. I know, okay. But Bill, there is no big glass dome over the Earth. I know, okay.
So as you can see, he tells you the truth right there, then geniusly covers it up. Now here he is on another show called Big Think, and he actually tells you that there's no place to go. You can't leave the Earth. Take a listen.
Now, one thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth. There's no place to go. There's no place to throw your trash. And I wouldn't be surprised if maybe not you, but your kids develop ways to mine our landfills. Just let go of the idea of throwing stuff off the Earth.
So there you go. Just wanted you guys to see some more truth right in your face. Anyways, thanks for watching. Everyone have a good night, and God bless.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
If I were the devil, if I were the prince of darkness, I'd want to engulf the whole world in darkness, and I'd have a third of its real estate and 4/5 of its population, but I wouldn't be happy until I had seized the ripest apple on the tree. So So I set about, however necessary, to take over the United States. I'd subvert the churches first. I'd begin with a campaign of whispers. With the wisdom of a servant, I would whisper to you as I whispered to Eve, do as you please. To the young, I would whisper that the Bible is a myth. I would convince them that man created God instead of the other way around. I would confide that what's bad is good and what's good is swear. And the old, I would teach to pray after me, Our Father, which art in Washington. And then I'd get organized. I'd educate authors in how to make lurid literature exciting so that anything else would appear dull and uninteresting. I'd threaten TV with dirtier movies and vice versa. I'd peddle narcotics to whom I could. I'd sell alcohol to ladies and gentlemen of distinction. I'd tranquilize the rest with pills. If I were the devil, I'd soon have families at war with themselves, churches at war with themselves, and nations at war with themselves, until each in its turn was consumed. And with promises of higher ratings, I'd have mesmerizing media fanning the flames. If I were the devil, I would encourage schools to refine young intellects, but neglect to discipline emotions, just let those run wild. Until before you knew it, you'd have to have drug-sniffing dogs and metal detectors at every schoolhouse door. Within a decade, I'd have prisons overflowing. I'd have judges promoting pornography. Soon I could evict God from the courthouse, then from the schoolhouse, and then from the houses of Congress. And in his own churches, I would substitute psychology for religion and deify science. I would lure priests and pastors into misusing boys and girls and church money. If I were the devil, I'd make the symbol of Easter an egg and the symbol of Christmas a bottle. If I were the devil, I'd take from those who have and give to those who want it, until I had killed the incentive of the ambitious. What'll you bet? I couldn't get whole states to promote gambling as the way to get rich. I would caution against extremes in hard work, in patriotism, in moral conduct. I would convince the young that marriage is old-fashioned, that swinging is more fun, that what you see on TV is the way to be. And thus I could undress you in public, and I could lure you into bed with diseases for which there is no cure. In other words, if I were the devil, I'd just keep right on doing what he's doing. Wholeheartedly. Good day.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Hey, yo, I only know what I see. I seen enough to know what it means to me. Learned from red dirt and I got degrees. Veered off left turns and wild out east and went poor and rich and hold all that class. Don't wanna know any signs, don't wanna know where you are. Mind made up already, we're not here to watch. We just don't wanna fall off the edge and into the dark. So we clench our fists, clutch our pearls to anybody critical about view of the world. Tongue like a slammed door I keep closed just to beat those doubters of these blindfolded free throws. And the channels love a G-up, shoot the heat up, we'll beat up and lead up, and I don't wanna have to read up. Just drop a grenade and put my feet up.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. I wasn't really fit, it's not what I felt. It's a filter it out.
Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter. gone mad and it's too PC, and they're trying to take away the freedom that I wanna speak. Click, click, cut them off, run them out of town, shut them off. Shh, I don't wanna hear another beat, but my gut got this, then my head take note, cause I know when this story's a slippery slope. So stay in your lane, son, stick to your songs. I don't care where you're coming from, just a simple answer to confirm a doubt. No, then baseless opinions that come out of my mouth. In a nut, tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. When a so-called experts ever sorted this out. When we're swamped by Muslims, swamped by Asians, different time, same old station, crowd ovation, whip up hatred, that old chestnut, that vocation. Do anything of truth but face it.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. How is it real if it's not what I felt? 'Cause I filter it out.
Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes. What about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes. What about me? Flutter, flutter.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Admiral Richard Byrd explored more uncharted land than any other man in history. He was a man of action, but he was a man of thought as well, an explorer and a scientist, an adventurer and a philosopher, a complete man, one of the men in history who had to lead the way.
On this expedition, we hope to fly across the South Pole into the mysterious land beyond to see what is there.
To the cameramen who made this picture, I want to give full credit. They did not hesitate to risk their lives at their job. Now, the North Pole is the center of a deep ocean, whereas the South Pole is a high plateau which averages 7,000 or 8,000 feet in altitude. There is no life whatever beyond the edge of the world. There are no Eskimo. It is too cold for human beings to live there permanently. When we left on this expedition, we were, to put it very mildly, extremely anxious to find out if it existed. Would we be able to find it? And that was the great question. We left on this expedition from the Navy Yard at Boston. Here is our supply ship, the Rupert, just a big unprotected iron ship of 8,000 tons. And here is our icebreaker, the Bear, which we took as a protection for the personnel of the Rupert, and also to use exploring in dangerous ice areas. We took with us this time 150 Eskimo dogs, and more than 14,000 different kinds of items, 2 years away from civilization, where there were no supply depots around the corner. Day followed day, week followed week, as we penetrated the great Pacific. We headed straight south, and here we have an ordinary unprotected iron ship, sailing in seas no ship had ever been in before since the world began. It wasn't that we were any better than our predecessors, we simply had a more open ice here. We bucked the ice till we were finally stopped by an impossible pack. Impossible, at least, for the Rupert. But we wanted to see what was beyond the horizon. That's what we came for. And for that purpose, we had another string to our bow, aviation. We retreated a few miles and managed to find an open lake in the ice field. So we proceeded to put the plane overboard. We had to execute this maneuver as rapidly as possible, because we knew that under the influence of the wind and the tide, the fields would soon close in around the ship again. In fact, the ice is already beginning to close in. Our plan was to go south with our steamer until we were stopped by ice, and to take up the attack on the unknown with aviation. And now at last we're going to find out what was in the southern part of this mysterious part of the world. We came to this strange phenomenon, ice islands. Steaming through these ice islands was an eerie sensation. Here was the twilight of the gods, and we were curious to know what these somber giants were guarding. At long last the dice fell our way, for the elements acted in our favor. The wind and the tide which had closed the ice in around us finally opened the pack so that we could break our way into more open sea. We had added nearly 500,000 square miles to the Pacific Ocean. And here is our journey's end. At length we sighted that great natural phenomenon, the ice barrier. I knew it would be taking a big chance, but it seemed the only way. As we started alongside the barrier with our ships, suddenly the edge of ice falling to sink a fleet of ships. It seemed like a warning from Providence not to go alongside the barrier. We therefore had to unload from the bay ice. We had to put our tractors overboard with the engines running to safeguard the lives of the drivers as the ice was constantly breaking off. We had to get the tractors quickly away from the edge of the crumbling ice. We came within an ace of losing overboard our principal plane of exploration, the William Hawley. It was a critical moment. At times, as the ice broke, then all supplies would fall into the water. We kept a man on watch with a life preserver on line as a safeguard for the men working on the edge of the ice. We were working against time to finish unloading before the fall freeze-up, when the ships would have to return to civilization. You can see what a tough job we had to transport 400 tons of material through this area. The bay ice was constantly shifting and cracking. We call this period the White Nightmare, and a nightmare it was. The hardest work of all was this man-hauling of sleds into Eskimo Huskies, still the backbone of polar exploration. They can go where no tractor could ever go. You can't do without them. The Rupert must go back to civilization because the bay would soon freeze and she couldn't stand the ice. Now the only person out of 150 men to get sick and who would have to go back on the Rupert was the doctor. Suddenly, without warning, a storm hit us before we could get all of our food and other vital supplies stored away. And all hands had to work frantically throughout the storm to prevent the loss of food boxes under deep snowdrifts. The storm lasted for many hours. We found it chilly, working in the wind. And when it was over, there was a bit of digging to do. And here is the original commando.
The honor of leading this expedition belongs to Admiral Richard Byrd. It is a gratifying experience for this 58-year-old explorer, who in the past had to raise his own funds for exploration, and who now has the resources of the United States Navy at his command. In 1955, 2 years before his death, Admiral Richard Byrd departs on his 5th and last expedition. But it's not simply an unknown continent or a distant ocean that lures adventurers like Richard Byrd. As he put it, here is a door ajar through which one may escape from the noise and chaos of civilization into the solace and harmony of the cosmos, and for a moment be part of it.
And here is our journey's end. At length we sighted that great natural phenomenon, the ice barrier.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yep.
My ears.
Yep.
Yep. Nice.
I was just wondering if you guys have some more information about this gas can theory, like, you know, about the pressure being contained.
What do you mean?
I mean, a lot of people say that the Earth must be like, it's not possible to form an atmosphere because normally the gas would disperse in outside because we are surrounded by vacuum, right? So I feel this maybe is not right, so I just was wondering what's your opinion on that?
Why don't you think that's right?
Yeah, well, because when you have a gas can, like a canister, then the pressure in the canister is the same at each point, right? But on Earth, when I climb a mountain, the pressure decreases. So it's not a canister,
Yeah,
obviously.
but you can recreate a gradient with pressure on Earth. It's not going to be in your can because that's not the intention.
And that's
It's got
one
one
example of
substance inside of the
containing gas,
can.
exactly.
Sorry, I didn't get it. It was like intercrossing.
Sorry, carry on, mate.
Your can doesn't have all the different gases with all these different densities that this atmosphere carries. So it doesn't equate. And we can demonstrate a gradient in a pressurized system on Earth with, something other than a can that you're talking about.
Okay, so you basically just take a big canister and you put in different gases, and then there would be like a pressure differential in the canister.
I don't know if you just get exasperated and then want to answer, but I can't hear it.
Hey guys.
What's up, bro?
Hello. Why is the Earth actually flat?
Why is it flat? What do you mean, why?
Yeah, why?
What do you mean, why?
What are the arguments for it?
You mean for its observable nature, or do you mean why? Like, why was it made flat?
Yeah, why? I mean, why?
Why? Is why the right question?
Why do birds fly?
Yeah, why is red red?
I think he means like, what are the arguments for the Earth being flat, right? If I get you right.
Well, I mean, if you're asking a why question, that's like a philosophical question. Why? Are you asking like what is the evidence of what? Like a what question? You're looking for what is, right?
How question? How is the Earth flat? I think he means.
How is it flat?
Yeah.
How?
How?
How? That would be,
Have you ever experienced
that would be a
when you're
singular question rather than why. How is it flat? It's flat because you can tell it's flat because that's how it's observable. You can tell because water is level because it always finds its level, and that's a flat surface. You can tell because you can see too far for it to have any curvature. There's no proof of any curvature. It's and then that's how. Why is a different question altogether. Why is, as you said, a more philosophical. How is the mechanics of? Therefore, it's a better question to ask. That's all I was saying.
Yeah, I mean, what I don't get is like the stars and their alignment. It just seems kind of unbelievable that we're on a flat surface. I mean, let's just imagine it, and then all those stars, like they supply us with.
Stars have nothing to do with measuring the flat surface, though.
So even floor by looking at the lights.
Yeah, even Albert Einstein, said the geocentric model and the heliocentric model are identical. It's just a matter of philosophy. Whether you think you're spinning and everything is moving above you, or whether you think you're spinning, or whether everything's moving around you.
Oh man, yeah, Einstein was like a smart man, dude. When he
Yeah,
said so, there must be something in it, right?
He was an alcoholic wife beater.
Yeah, I don't take Einstein seriously, but what I'm saying is even on that side of the aisle.
Dude, you
Even
just
he
quoted
acknowledges
him,
his own
so
fault with that. That's his point, is that even he will
Clock is right twice
explain
a
that
day.
this isn't the
A
most accurate
broken one,
thing
that
out
is.
there. There's nothing to prove it.
Lawrence Krauss, Stephen Hawking, they all said there are philosophical reasons that we accept heliocentrism and not geocentrism. So the question of the stars is heliocentric versus geocentric, and that's a mathematical idea. That'll work on any model you create. You could say the Earth is a velociraptor, and you can make the math work for the stars.
It would be complicated, but you could do it.
Yeah. In fact, how we got heliocentrism is Brahe backward engineered the formulations he got to make.
yeah, but my dude, there's a difference between the different heliocentric and geocentric vision and claiming that the Earth has a flat surface.
No, because when you're talking about the stars, it's not a question of Earth shape. It's a question of math. When you're talking about Earth shape, you need to measure the ground, right?
Yeah, well, but if the Earth was flat, then I would see the North Star from the South Pole.
Why would you
exactly
assume that?
why would you assume that? Why would you assume that?
What assumptions are you carrying to that conclusion?
Yeah, well, when you navigate
That
at
you already think you know about what the universe is what you're carrying into
yeah,
that.
yeah.
And if the Earth is the shape you think it is, what's to say the rest of the cosmology you believe is accurate as well?
The way you formulated that sentence is actually an affirming the consequent phonological fallacy.
Yes.
Yeah, well, nice formulation there, buddy. But when you're on the northern hemisphere, then when you're navigating and you want to know where... Dude, please don't interrupt me. I'm trying to make my point here. Why? Just keep interrupting me. That's kind of rude, dude. Please. But let me go ahead. So when you're on the northern hemisphere and you want to navigate and you want to know where north is...
You seem to be moving on from a question that was just answered, and you've been taken apart, and you just want to move on. Can you address the fact that you've just had your point absolutely ripped apart?
I mean, I wasn't able to make my point yet because I keep getting interrupted.
No,
we pretty much know your point because we've heard that point 1,000 times.
Oh, yeah, well, so go ahead and object then.
That's why people are stopping you, because you're trying to move on to your second point without addressing the fact that you just had your first point ripped apart. I don't see what's hard about it.
Dude, what's going on in the background there? Are you living on a construction site or what? It's like kind of noisy, man.
Sorry, I'll take care of that in a second. Can you hear the wind or something?
You can hear it all.
Beep, 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 beep.
I'm hearing the North Pole.
Sounds like Sputnik.
So I get what you're saying, Fulbright. You're saying that, like, if you were standing under Polaris 90 degrees and you walked away 69 miles, it would decline 1 degree, and that kind of corresponds with the Earth model, right? But then you're also...
No, actually not. Like, I was trying to make the point that you have like a North Star, and when you want to know where North is, you just head towards the star and it always stays in north. So also you have the Southern Cross, which is basically the South Star, which is only visible at the Southern Hemisphere. And since in the model of a flat surface, which is being surrounded by the South...
We don't have a model.
That moves.
We don't have a model.
It's not a fixed star.
Okay, yeah, I don't...
Star in the bottom. That's not a fixed star at all. That moves through the southern sky.
Yeah, I think your confusion is why don't you see, like, if you're in the southern hemisphere, why don't you see the stars from the northern hemisphere or vice versa? That has a lot to do with, like, their distance, what they are. You know, there's so many assumptions that we have to make to just say that it's a globe based on that observation. Because you're excluding the fact that, like, perspective causes things to decline. Obviously, the further you get away from things, they go towards the horizon, right? Like, just like if you were to be in a really, really long hallway, it looked like that hallway would eventually touch the center of your eye line or reach a convergence point, and that's what's happening with the stars. You're excluding it. You're thinking in an orthographic view where something's flat, you should be able to see all across, almost like all the stars or everything. That's not the case, you know. If that was the case, then we'd be, you know. Go ahead, Miwama.
Yeah, I was going to say that's not how you see. And two, I could actually make the same fallacious arguments and say all of that proves that we're on a flat plane and that the stars are close. But that would also be a fallacy. Because I'd be using the stars to prove the ground.
Makes no sense.
Yeah, so I could say because I go south and Polaris declines in the north, that proves the stars are close. See? See how it's fallacious?
Yeah, but if you go south and Polaris declines in the north, then the Earth
that
is
proves
round.
a flat Earth.
Otherwise,
No,
it
that,
wouldn't be.
that proves it's flat. No, listen.
Flat
That
Earth
proves it's
horizon
flat.
rises up and close.
Yeah. That proves it's flat, though. Don't you see? Because if it declines, that proves it's close. See how it's fallacious reasoning, right? Because all I have to do is change the distance of the stars, and I've got a flat plane. If the stars are close, if they're not trillions of miles away, if they're just attached not too far away, then I've got my evidence that I need. But so it's an affirming the consequent logical fallacy, either direction. If I make that claim, it's a fallacy. If you make that claim, it's a fallacy. So all that leaves us with is measuring the ground. But to make the sky work, all we have to do is bring it closer and make it smaller. That's it.
Yeah, but how comes it when I'm heading towards the South Star that
I just told you, because you're looking at it's like I'm talking to a brick wall. It's like I'm talking to a brick wall. If everything is close, then it's not a problem for us. But what you need is you need those stars to be trillions and trillions. You need Polaris to be 11 trillion miles away.
Okay, mate, just okay, I gotcha, maybe I explain it different. So you get a plate, all right? And let's the plate be the flat surface, all right? So you have the plate in front of you, and then you put a finger somewhere around this plate, okay? Right, so I don't care about the distance. Put it really close somewhere. It's in the south, so this is the south, okay? Now you go to the opposite side of the plate. Now, when you're there and you're being at the Antarctic, which is in the outside, and you look towards the South Star, it's in the north, right?
No, because that's not what would happen.
Yeah, it's not what we're talking about.
Yeah,
let me ask you
what I'm talking about.
In the middle, you would look from the one south point to the middle point, and then from the middle point into the other south point, or vice versa. Which you know you're totally just skipping all.
Dude, this is what?
No,
I mean,
my dude. How come we can see? Does anyone have a picture of I'm driving. So someone post a picture of the oil platform. All right. Does anyone have it? Can anyone do that?
Yeah, give me like a minute. I'll grab.
Okay. So you're gonna see this picture of the two oil platforms. One is like over 9 miles away, but it's higher than the one in front of it. Now, if you're on a sphere 24,901 miles in circumference, you should have 8 inches per mile squared of drop from the position of the observer. But we see both oil rigs in full view, and the horizon is in front of one of them.
I posted them.
Okay.
yeah, that's nice, but you're basically changing the topic.
No, we're not changing the topic. We're trying to stay on topic. It's a flat Earth server, not what are the stars.
Okay, so you just stay on Earth and don't look at the stars because like, the data
if you
from
look
the
at the
stars.
stars, if you look at the stars, what you're doing is you are skipping step one. Everything you understand about the stars has to be derived from what you've calculated the land to be. Because all the ancient peoples, they all saw the same stars, and they created mechanisms for telling time and season based on a flat model. So it does depend greatly on, it depends completely on how you calculate the land. Now, if the land is flat, the sky still works perfectly fine. If it's a globe, the sky works perfectly fine. You got to eliminate what works on both models and then look at what doesn't work on both models. So the stars will work fine. The stars will work fine on any assumed model that you make, whether it's flat or spherical. So we have to look at the ground first. The ground doesn't measure.
If you fly into the space.
No, Fulbright. No. Settle.
So what Mimorvet is saying, is you have to have that true axiom first. And at the moment, the whole debate here is whether the Earth is flat or a globe. The whole stars, that should be debated after we've come to a conclusion what the shape is or whether it's flat or a globe. So that's what we're trying to establish here. And you're already moving to step two because, to be honest, I get it. Like half of the globe arguments have to do with what the sky does, but that's just the model. Like I said, there's so many other models that can explain the same phenomena, and it doesn't mean that the model is true just because you observe the phenomena and it matches your predictions. So if we go back to step one, which is what is the shape of the Earth and how do we come to that conclusion, then we can move to step two and figure out why they're doing what they do, which, to be honest, you might never figure out why that, because you're missing, you can't really science them, you can't really do anything with the stars. All you can do is make observations and make a model like like kind of like what you're doing, but you cannot actually validate it, in my opinion. Like you can never fully know why the stars do what they do, in my opinion. That's my opinion, by the way. Like I don't think we could ever figure that out.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. There's no valid hypothesis that's ever come out of astronomy, cosmology, or astrophysics. There's not one valid hypothesis. And that's not me saying it, that's them saying it.
So all those pictures and videos from space are fake?
Find one and show it to us. Tell us the one that's real. Because NASA tells us that they don't have any real pictures of the Earth.
Yeah,
they have very few. They say they have very few real pictures of the Earth.
Yeah, but to imply that the Earth is flat, you aren't just saying that NASA is lying. You aren't just saying that there's a conspiracy within a single company.
Can I ask you? I want to ask you something. Why did the entire Western world suddenly, up in one generation, start lying to their children about Santa Claus? Why is that? Was that a grand conspiracy?
Dude, I don't care about Santa Claus, to be honest.
I'm asking you because you've invoked the idea that people don't lie.
Yeah, because of capitalism, so people buy stuff.
You're creating this idea that groups of people don't lie, that corporations don't lie. You can't be that naive, can you? Like the whole Western world decided to lie to their children, and they didn't even think it was bad.
Lie. Okay.
Dude, there are 71. There are
satellite.
71.
What do you mean? No, there's not a single satellite. There's no satellite.
Dude, there are 71. Listen.
All of our terrestrial communications, all the communications you use in practical life, are all hardwired in and done through trilateration towers.
Dude, there are 71 space agencies, and 13 of them have launching capabilities.
I don't care. How many fast food joints are there that sell burgers? They all sell burgers. So what?
So you're not only saying all 71 of those agencies are lying about the shape of the Earth, but every single person within them is lying or being fooled by their respective companies.
Why do we see too far? Why do we see too far?
Let me take this one real quick. So, no, we're not saying that all the people in space agencies are lying, because space agencies, all of them, I'm pretty sure, like the military, especially NASA, they're compartmentalized, where you don't know what the person next door is doing. It's compartmentalized. It's just like the military. Not everyone is in on the conspiracy, if there is one. Now, for you to say are the pictures all fake? Well, I would have to say yes, because our observations and our measurements don't match or with the predictions of what those pictures Show me. So now you're taking the fake just because there's a big corporations or governments behind these images. You're taking their beliefs or you're believing into their pictures instead of actually going on Earth and measuring the Earth for yourself. So yes, I'd rather believe that the Earth is flat or know that the Earth is flat because we can actually directly test this, measure this. I don't have to rely on a third party to tell me what it is based on pictures that I can't even validate myself.
And he's literally arguing authority. He's literally arguing that we should trust authority.
The authority that takes their
Yeah, but dude, let the authorities aside. But furthermore, every single astrophysicist.
No, see, here's the problem.
Your implication is a scam artist getting paid doing research
for
telescopes and instruments that would be useless.
You have denied physical measurement and wanted to move on to something you can't prove. So first you wanted to talk about stars, which you can't science. You can't go to them, test them, or measure them. Then you wanted to talk about conspiracies when confronted with measurement. Now, we're going to give you measurements, but you don't want to talk about those because measurements are real.
Yeah, he doesn't.
You want to talk about all the things.
Topics.
Yeah. You like the salad dressing and you like the soup. You don't like any of the meat.
Yeah, but basically you're claiming that roughly 75,000 people are lying about what they're doing.
That's a lie. That's a lie. And that's stupid, and you're retarded if you believe that.
Do you know what an argument from incredulity is? That's another fallacy which you're invoking right now. What you're saying is that you can't comprehend that all those agencies would be in on it or lie. That's literally an argument from incredulity because the reason that your emotions can't conceive that these people could be lying to us is a fallacy because they all could be lying to us. We don't know, right? For all we know, they are or they're not.
Evidence.
Right, so it's literally an argument from incredulity what you're doing, like trying to hold.
You can equate that to I don't believe in Jack the Ripper because I cannot be that
comprehend someone that evil.
No, it's the exact same thing. Yeah, no, it can't be real. No, that can't be real. Can't be.
Yeah, it just seems that so many different people are involved in this major conspiracy.
Yeah, like he said again, they're compartmentalized. All these people don't know that they're part of this.
Can I ask my dude? I want to ask my dude a question. All right. So, weapons of mass destruction. There were about 2 million Allied soldiers in Iraq. Were 2 million soldiers lying about weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, or was it 11 people? 11 people. The information went through 11 people, but there were 2 million soldier employees destroying Iraq. Are you saying all 2 million of them were in on it? Are all 2 million of them in on it? I want you to answer me honestly.
Yeah, dude, I don't care about US foreign policy because they're invading everything.
Oh my God!
Whoa!
You're so dishonest. You're so dishonest.
Doesn't care.
So dishonest. It's ridiculous.
One at a time. Come on, guys.
Look, you invoked the idea that everyone has to be in on everything, which makes you intellectually either stupid or dishonest. Now, which is it? Now, it only took 11 people to hide the information about Iraq and get us into a war that lasted 19 years.
Still going, some would say.
Look, I know you keep saying you care about what Meme is saying, but what he's literally doing is giving you another example that matches to what you're giving us, and it's the same thing. And when you look at it that way, since we do know 11 people were involved, and there was all these soldiers that went to war, that doesn't mean they were in on it. They just were following orders.
It's not about foreign policy. It's about the line of logic. It's about how do people act. What are people really doing? Are 2 million people lying, or are 2 million people doing a job that they were paid to do?
Yeah, I want to ask a general question. I want to ask a general question.
Because of 11 people.
Yeah, I want to ask a general question to the room. So if I'm giving an example, and it has to do with a war that was started, and has to do with compartmentalization and how information is exchanged. And then that person says, well, I don't want to talk about foreign policy. What do y'all think about that person?
Avoided the subject. They can't be intellectually honest, so there's no point talking to them if they can't do it.
There's not.
Jedi, how you doing, buddy?
Yeah, good. Good evening, guys. Hope you're well.
it would have been better if he's like, yeah, I understand that, but in this situation, yada yada. But he couldn't even get to that level.
No, he's just saying that only in the space agencies, is where everyone is in on everything. That's what he's saying.
Did you know what department meetings are?
Hey, did you guys ban him, or did we get our first abort of the day?
Yeah, dude, I'm just waiting until this rant stops so I can get up.
Oh, okay, I thought you left, man. I was like, you aborted already?
Cool. So, do you understand what I just said then?
Yeah, I mean, I get your point, but since I'm not from the US, I really don't care about your foreign policies.
Right. Okay. So, hold on. Let me do this. So, do you understand? Hold on, my friend. Hold on. So, do you understand what a department meeting is?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, excellent. So, if you're privy to that department meeting in a section, then you will go to that department meeting, and then you will filter down that information to your work colleagues, the people that are under you, right?
Yeah.
Now, not everybody is privy to that manager's meeting or department meeting. The cleaner's not going in there, for example. So that's how compartmentalization works, or a hierarchy system. And you've got a company, you've got, the CEOs at the top, branches down to department heads, and that branches down, and that branches down. It's kind of like, I don't know, if I was to use the word need to know basis, would you understand what that was?
Again?
Need to know basis. Do you know what that is?
Yeah.
So all I'm explaining to you is a hierarchical system, something that we see in all industries, something that we most definitely see within militaries of the world, captains, admirals, blah, blah, blah. It's not hard to understand that industries and things like this work in hierarchical systems, compartmentalized, right?
Even this works like that.
Exactly. So this is what we're trying to tell you. It's very easy to understand. Compartmentalization, need to know basis. It's not hard.
All right. So in the NASA, for example, there's a department meeting, and then a guy is being told, yeah, dude, you have to inspect this telescope, and you have to look for this planet, and then he looks for the planet, and then what then?
There you go. He thinks it's a planet. He thinks he's on a ball because everybody thinks that we're living on a ball. So you don't need to tell him because he thinks that's where we are. So he's working within Mars. There you go. That's a planet. It's X amount of billion miles away or whatever.
So, how do religious institutions function? How do religious institutions function? No, let me ask you this. So how are there so many Catholics? How are there so many people that believe in Catholicism? How do you think that is? Do you think Catholicism is true?
Well, I think people just look for a sense in their lives.
Ah. So do you think Catholicism is true? There's so many people in on it.
Yeah, it's 1 billion people that believe in Catholicism. Are they right?
Yeah. Do you think it's true? I mean, so many people. They wouldn't all be lying, right?
Well, as long as they don't start killing others because of beliefs, I'm perfectly fine with it.
Oh my God, dude,
So
are
you
you
can't-
autistic?
Yeah. Why can't you just answer a question? Why can't you do that?
Yeah, I answered it.
Yeah,
There's some reason you won't answer a question. Like I ask you, is every Catholic in on it?
In religion. In on it.
In on it, yeah. Are they all in on it?
Well, what do you mean by in on it? Like practicing it regularly, or?
I'm just asking you. Why is Catholicism true? I'm asking you.
Could be.
Could be.
Yeah. I who am I to judge if it's true or not, right?
Ah. So you don't know anything about it, and so you're going to say you don't know. Which it's a good position to have, right?
Yeah, it's because it's religion, right?
What exactly? Yeah, it's a religion. And you know what else is a religion? Heliocentrism. What exactly do you think you know?
Whoa! Flat Earth is not a religion. That's a direct measurement and observation, mate.
Yes.
Oh.
The Earth is measurable. If we measure it as flat, what does that mean?
I don't know.
It's flat.
Some errors in it, or?
My absolute dude, you're having a real bra moment. If something's measured flat, what is it?
It's been measured flat by someone. And then another folks comes around and he measures it's round. What is it then?
Oh, has anybody measured it round? Sorry, everybody I know has measured it flat, mate.
Yeah.
No one's measured it round. They presuppose it's the sphere, but they've never measured it. That's physical.
There must be a special place where the curve is hiding.
Yeah.
Maybe we just don't have access to it as peons.
That special place is in the hearts of the Globers.
That's it. It has to be a globe, guys. It has to be. It just has to be. So many people that have to lie, yeah?
I found it one time. It was at the back of a wardrobe in my auntie's cupboard.
No, that's Narnia. That's not Narnia.
Oh, shit. No, that's right. No, it wasn't in the cover. It was Narnia. That's right.
We told this guy about direct measurement, and he will not talk about it. He refuses. He's having an emotional reaction and invoking authority and invoking argument from incredulity. Like, he can't believe people would lie. Therefore, they're not lying.
Well, it can be. No, wait a minute. Are you telling me people lie?
I can't believe it either. This is news to me.
Oh, God.
I'm reevaluating the world now. Hold on.
No, the secular governments have killed 1.5 billion people in 100 years. I think there's a reason to not.
Yeah, all right, people. I highly apologize, but I have to leave. Like, it's not being a disrespect, but I'm getting a call right now, so I'll get in touch later.
You're welcome back anytime.
Is it from your ass doctor? Does he want to stitch it back on? Because it just got handed to you?
Did I hear Jedi? Hello. Mike Tech.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you, Bar. Thank you very much. Good morning, good evening, good night. How are you, Transcendence?
Yeah, not too bad. Got to go back to work after tomorrow, so I'm off.
Yeah, me too.
How was your New Year's?
Very sober.
Yeah, same, eh? Haven't like celebrated New Year's probably like over 10 years now, maybe.
It's never really bothered me too much, but yeah, I was working. I don't know if were you working?
No.
No, I had to serve drinks at a bar. Fucking.
Oh, that would have been fun, eh? I've done bar work before, eh? And it can be quite physical, eh? When it's crowded.
Oh man, I started at 11 o'clock. I didn't stop till let's see, 11 about 3:30, 4, and I got 2 smoke breaks. And it's just cocktails and like orders for drinks as long as your arm. And oh my god,
not really for me. I find it hard to remain focused for that long and all. And when people are, you got to remain focused on who's sort of first in front of others, kind of thing. And also, they're all ordering their drinks, and yeah, it's just not for me. It just does my head in.
Yeah, and there's all kinds of. I have to go and check the store. You run out of stuff. You run out of glass. It's a hotel, so there's other stuff going on as well. It's just chaos. Like. But I don't mind it too much. Like, I'm getting a bit pissed off with it now because they're asking a lot out of you. But I enjoy the crack. I made £40 tips that night, so that helped.
I'm in Australia. We don't really get tips over here unless you're a pretty looking girl.
I could always dress up.
I got $1 one time. Some dude gave me $1. Oh yeah, cool, thanks.
Have you got it like embossed and shrined now, hung up on the wall?
I should have kept that.
Yeah, the $1 I got one night. Oh, that's bad over there. I didn't know it was like that.
It was from a dude as well. It's like I wouldn't really want to tell, any mates or anything like that. It's like, that's me tip that I got at like doing some bar work, Oh, who gave you a tip? Oh, some dude.
Yeah. You got to be careful too, because like they throw 20 quid at you, and then when you say last orders, and when they sneak around, they're kind of, because now they expect you to not serve anybody else, but do them little favors. So you're sort of like, listen, you gave me the 20 quid. I worked hard. You and your stag party had a good night. I'm not getting you drinks. You have to.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I do enjoy the crack though. There's a lot of crack, like fun jokes, just messing about. Let's see. Two guys. I swear to God, when you hear this little story, this happened the other night. Right, I'm working with the mate, and he's calling these two guys at the bar blue shirt and white shirt, and they overheard that, and they started saying white shirt, blue shirt. He says, "Would you serve white shirt and blue shirt?" So I went down to them. I says, "Yes, white shirt. What would you like?" And he says, and it's white shirt, blue shirt, and they had like little names like Tommy Hilfiger, whatever. So I'm Tommy, and this boy, and the blue shirt had like, I don't know, something on it. And I was like, well, it could be worse. He says, what do you mean? I says, well, I was going to call you ugly bastard number 1 and ugly bastard number 2.
Yeah. I got called Eddie at my job when the boys seen me like stoned for the first time. They started calling me Eddie, and basically because I look like a special ed type person, And I told the girl about it. I told her how I got my name. Like I said, oh, they call me Eddie at work, and she's like, why do they call you Ed? And I'm like, oh, because I'm special. But she didn't get it. She's like, oh, you are special. She didn't actually get what they were meaning when they called me special.
Right. Is that little puppet guy?
No, like special education, like special students that need special education. Yeah, like when I'm stoned, man, it's like, yeah, I just look like a head case,
Okay, that's I get it. No, yeah, that's funny, man. That's funny. Special Eddie.
It's that way nobody asks you to do hard jobs, right?
Yeah.
That is what the job is. I dig trenches, dig holes, lay pipes, and pull cable and stuff for the internet.
Sometimes I'd rather do that. But if you get the banter going, if you get the jokes going, they were throwing fivers at me, tips at me. And even at the end of the night, at like 5:30 in the morning, the two of them were standing outside the kitchen and I was prepping the breakfast just to hand me another tip.
Yeah, me and my boss are shocking, eh? He's a bit older than me. He's like nearly 50 and all, but fuck, we're worse than kids, you know. Like we make the young guys on the cruise, like they just must look at us and think, fuck, you know, they should be the immature ones, but we're just shocking when we're together, me and my boss.
You need that. That's good, man. It helps the hours pass. One of my bosses is a bit of a stickler. He's a bit, oh my god, buy the book. He's a bit, he makes mountains out of molehills. You're like, man, just fucking chill. You know what I mean? And suddenly he's threatening to call the cops on people. And, you know, I would handle things I do handle things completely differently now.
Yeah, my boss is a bit of a stickler in a sense, and he's definitely a society person. He's a stickler in ways of he's a family man, and he conforms to society and all, but he gives everyone else their own freedom to basically do what they want, kind of thing, make their own mistakes. He just like, you know, lets them know what needs to be known, but do with it what you will, kind of thing. Like I'm allowed to smoke weed. He doesn't care. When we go away for work, I take some weed away. He doesn't care. Like I can smoke weed if I want to. Because we get checked, like the safety guy comes and does like drug tests every so often, but you know, it's just on me if I get pulled up on the day and get caught out. Like I'd smoked weed the night before and it comes up in the test and I've got to go home from work that day. I'm not going to get fired or nothing, but I'll just have to lose a day's pay. And yeah, just as long as we accept the consequences, it's all good.
Wow. Do you let people on here know what you do, what it is that you do?
For work?
Yeah.
Yeah, just basically build and install like the infrastructure for the internet lines, like build the trenches and lay the pipes and pull the cables through the pipes, things like that for the fiber optic cable
Right.
for the internet.
Right. I thought I heard you mention that before. And they do drug tests on you for that? Like,
oh yeah, drug tests are pretty much becoming a common thing everywhere, it seems.
That and face papers. Whoops. Yeah, no, that's...
Yeah, and hand wash. Like, yeah, hand wash as well. Like, we've got to carry lube, or we call it lube, but it's like hand wash or hand sanitizer. We've got to carry a little bottle of sanitizer on us at work nowadays and stuff. We just call it lube.
Yeah, that's good. I went to the dentist. I had to go to the dentist 2 days ago, and I walked in, and it was like walking into a chemical factory. He had this big, massive mask on him with the whole things at the side for breathing and the big face guard, and I'm like, holy shit. Anyway, sorry, we're not supposed to talk about that.
The dental guy had all that on, had the face mask and a face guard.
Yeah, this dentist has an actual, it looks like an actual fucking World War II one gas mask thing on him with a face guard. Man. It's surreal.
Yeah, definitely getting out of control.
Yeah, up for 2 days, couple of drinks, bit of poker, buddy coming round tonight. Maybe a little bit of weed.
I love some poker, eh? Poker's a good game, eh? It's a good, like, mind game.
Yeah, it keeps the mind ticking over. Yeah, I love it. I play small ball, but just, you know, $10, $20 a month.
I love how some people just flip out, you know. Some people will just absolutely flip out.
Oh, I hope you and your whole family die of cancer. That's bro, we're at a fucking 50-cent sit and go table. It's not like you're going to buy a Ferrari if you burst the bubble. Like, chill.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, a bit of fun, just some jokes, and every now and then you get some. They don't talk much in Poker Stars, I noticed, but every now and then you get another guy who's just up for a bit of banter.
You guys are talking about work. You ever notice how many people don't know how to read a frickin' tape measure?
You mean check twice at least, or don't know how to read it, period?
They don't know how to read it, period. Straight out of school. I've taught people my whole life how to read a tape measure. I've done construction, so built custom homes. And I am amazed at how many people come out of high school not knowing how to read a tape measure. It just baffles my mind.
Yeah,
my
They
boss
know
had
the difference
to,
between
my
a
boss had
quarter
to
inch
teach
and
someone
a
how to use a reverse on a drill. This person was stumped by a drill not drilling into a wall because they didn't know how drills have like a forward and a back option, like a reverse and forward sort of option. And this person had the drill in the reverse function, trying to drill into the wall, and it wasn't working. And it took him like over an hour or so to call the boss, and the boss like went up to see what he was doing and figured it out for him. And it's just like, what the fuck?
that is very funny. Oh.
Incredible.
It just amazes me, though, how many people actually don't know the difference between a quarter inch and an eighth inch. It baffles my mind. It's no wonder why we haven't, why, they can't get 93 million miles is too far away. They don't understand it. They can't even read a tape measure, so, 93 million miles couldn't be that far, could it?
Yeah.
It's the reason why the human race has been baffled so easily. The world has been pulled over our eyes so easily because people are, well, not all people, but people aren't stupid, but we're easily led.
I guarantee most of the people in here know how to read a tape measure. Because people in here just have, they're, I wouldn't say smart, but they're intelligent.
We're switched on a little bit.
Big difference between intelligence and smarts. Smarts you get out of a book. Intelligence just comes natural.
Yeah. Some are followers, some are leaders. And if leaders don't teach the followers to lead themselves, then you're gonna have a population of people that just become followers, basically.
More of a lone wolf here. Not a leader nor a follower. I used to be a leader, but
I mean, of
not
your own
anymore.
self, though, at least, like to lead your own self, to learn to do that. Not so much lead other people, but yeah, definitely learn to lead your own self.
Yeah, have your own mind.
Yeah, I'm definitely a loner. Lone wolf.
Oh.
Actually, more like a lion. Hear me roar. Rawr.
Yeah. I'm like an aggressive kitten.
Reminds me of Troopers. What was the name of that movie? Where he says meow freaking 20, 30 times to that person in the car. I
Super
can't think of
Troopers
it.
or something.
What's that?
Super Troopers, I think it was.
Yeah, Super Troopers. I got the trooper
Yeah.
part right, and I just couldn't think of the first part. Because there ain't nothing super about no fucking trooper. They're a bunch of terrorists. All fucking anybody in a uniform is a terrorist as far as I'm concerned, so they could all fuck off.
I thought that was awesome though when I was saying that. I was thinking I'd definitely do that if I was doing that kind of job.
I'd rather shovel dog shit than be a cop.
Yeah, you couldn't pay me enough money to do that job, eh?
Yeah, when you realise
man,
what
I'm
actually
not
is.
selling my soul for no one. Sorry about
It
that, bro.
sounds good when you're growing up, but doesn't it? Becoming a cop, it sounds good when you're a kid. You think that, become a cop, fucking take care of stuff, you're going to be your own sort of, as you said, lone wolf kind of thing and take down the bad guys as you see fit. but that's just not how it works, is it? It's just basically another job where you punch in, you get told what to do, where to go, how it's going to go down, kind of thing.
I used to want to be a firefighter, but then when I was like 12 years old, I got in trouble because I put out a fire. There was a fire in the field behind my house, and I hooked a couple hoses together, jumped over the fence, started putting it out, and the fire department showed up and freaking threatened to fine me. Threatened to fine me for freaking because they said I should have just left it alone or whatever. I don't know. Anyways.
That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it doesn't. And after that, I was like, you know what? They're pricks just like the cops. They all belong to the same good old boy club.
Yep.
Well, as you said, once you put that uniform on, even somebody down at the supermarket with their little supermarket uniform on, some of these people have little power trips, eh? They just think, oh, fuck, I've got a uniform, I'm different among the many, I'm powerful.
Well, I did it for 5 or 6 years there. I was a fireman in the army, but I drove the trucks and led the team and told them what to do and cut people out of cars and put fires out. But I wasn't an asshole like
they are.
My bosses were, probably.
They are heroes, though. Oh, I'm sorry, bro.
No, you're right.
I wasn't looking at my phone and you paused for a second. I thought you stopped.
Okay. Yeah, I just have to defend firemen everywhere. No, I mean their bosses.
They are heroes. A lot of them, man. They do what other people wouldn't do. I mean, myself, I've done it. When my house caught on fire, I ran inside and put it out. After I got everybody out, I ran back in and put the fire out with my waterbed.
No way.
Yeah, my 3-year-old son at the time, he got a hold of the box of wooden matches. My wife had lit some candles, aromatherapy, the night before, and the matches were sitting on the headboard of our bed. And it was cold in the morning, and I was just getting the fire going. And everybody's like, I smell smoke, and I'm like, I'm just starting the fire. And they're like, no, like something else. And I freaking went down the hall, and my room was in a blaze.
Frickin' MacGyver.
Caught the corner of my water bed on fire. All of our clothes. My wife had just set all of our clean clothes on the corner of the bed, and the blanket was still hanging on the floor from getting up. It wasn't made. And the fire was started right on the corner of the blanket, and it went up the corner of the water bed. And I just ran back in, cut a hole in the water bed, and started kicking water. But I had black lung for like fucking 3 days. I couldn't breathe, coughing up black chunks.
Yeah. Frickin' MacGyver here, putting out fires and water beds, eh?
You got to do what you got to do, man. It was our only house. And then they fucking took it from us. It was shortly after that I broke my back.
Wow.
Now we live in a couple apartments. Yay.
I'm sorry to hear that, man. Broke your car accident? Or?
I have a roof over my head, bro. I got clothes on my back. I got shoes on my feet. I got transportation. I got a beautiful family, 7 children, 20 beautiful grandchildren. I've got it good. Don't think I got a bad life.
Okay.
Are they Globers?
Well, I'd like to think they're all flat earthers, because that's where we live. But they
That's right.
say
You can't
they
win them all,
believe.
but yeah.
Sometimes I wonder. Sometimes I wonder by their actions and things they do and they say. I think they're just humoring me sometimes because they're a good family.
Yeah, that's like mine too. My family's Globers, but they're a good family. There's plenty of, awesome Globers. Just because they're a Glober doesn't make them a bad person when they're a fucking dick.
Well, I think for the most part, they all believe the earth is flat. I've pointed it out their whole lives. We went to the beach and looked through telescopes and, I've showed them their whole lives because I've always believed the earth was flat. So I've never, had a reason to show my kids anything different. I just showed them observation. And, flat as could be, sea level. Anyways, people don't get that simple phrase, sea level.
Truth's always hidden in plain
Freaking
sight
plain
with
and
these.
simple. Pardon, bro?
The truth is always hidden in plain sight with these people, eh? They don't like hide it, do they? They tell the truth. It is right there in front of us.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could ask my 4-year-old grandson. He'll tell you, "Oh, dinosaurs are fake. Those things aren't real. They just took bones from other things and put them together to make them look like that." And he he also, anyways, he's funny. He's funny as could be. He's almost 5, but he is so funny. The things he says is hilarious
Yeah, I wish I had a
because he
kid,
says
eh?
it
I could
so
just sort of.
matter of fact. What's that?
I was just saying, I'd love to have I wish I had a kid, that I could sort of send to school, and just make it. That kid would be
They're
like a
all
real hard for the teachers.
homeschooled, man. Most of my
Oh yeah,
grandchildren are all homeschooled.
that's it. I learnt more when I left school than I ever did at school. And
And I was the opposite. I never really learned anything I never went to school. So really, I mean, I did. I sat in the corner because I had dyslexia really bad and couldn't read. So I was just a disruption.
I had bad attention disorder and all. That's why smoking weed for me. That was just that was that was my thing. Once I found that, it's it slowed me down in a sense. It made me sort of stop.
Well, nobody's going to learn anything in school because they don't teach anything. They don't teach anything worthwhile. It's all.
They preach.
Yeah. I remember my mom used to say every time I'd bring home a new textbook from school, they'd change the books like almost every year. But she'd always look through them and she'd laugh and she'd say, they're at it again, changing things. If they can't dazzle you with brilliance, they'll baffle you with bullshit.
Exactly. Yep.
And she used to say that all the time, like constantly when she was helping me with, trying to, because I had to have everything read to me. So.
Well, to be fair, textbooks are updated when new information is learned. That doesn't, when new information comes around, they update the textbooks. That's not a problem. I'm glad that they do. I'd hate to keep learning. I'd hate to keep learning from 1900s. The things that we knew in the 1900s are definitely not the way they are now.
But they were more accurate.
Yeah,
More
update what
accurate
you
how?
need to.
Because they were truthful. They were a
Like
lot
what?
more truthful. People knew that the earth was flat back then.
Back when?
In the 1800s. They knew the earth was flat. There wasn't an argument about it, really. Not as much as there is like today. They'd like you to believe that this is all something that's been an argument for 500 years, but it hasn't. It's been an argument for 100 years at the most. I mean, totally an argument,
Updating
The 1800s
the
is when
word.
they were trying to squish it out. Flat Earth. That's when they started the beginning of saying that it's a ball, and that's when the whole argument really started, is in the 1800s. But
And they
they didn't
updated
start
the word level in regards to water. They updated that word level, which was always in regards to level as in horizontal, a straight line from point A to point B, because that's what water level is. It's the standard for creating a horizontal line. And they updated that though. Now it means curve level. Level means curve.
Yeah.
Why? Because if you take a spirit level and you stretch it out 100 feet, it goes down in the middle. But the water level at each end is still exactly the same.
Exactly, yeah. But they have to do it
Is
like
that
that
where they're
because
getting it from?
they think they're on the ball. And if they think they're on a ball, then obviously level has to be curved for the people, But that's not practical, is it? It's not a practical physical measurement that they're doing. That's just a fucking belief system that they believe is happening. So therefore, level means curve to these people. But level doesn't mean curve. You're never going to measure a curvature when using water. order to establish a horizontal line.
Horizontal.
Straight lines and right angle measurements are all that's used when we're measuring reality. That's all that's used. When we're talking geodetic surveying and shit, that's when you're getting into calculations that are based upon approximations, not actual physical measurements themselves.
Being a general contractor and doing grade work, level is level. I'm sorry. There's no way around it.
Oh yeah. If you ask most people what level means, unless they know about the flat Earth debate and they're like a bit of a glober, then obviously they're going to adhere to level means curve. But everyone else, even if they're a glober, but they don't know about this whole debate type of thing, and they're not stuck on a side in a sense, they're not going to say, oh yeah, no, level means curve. They're all going to say, yeah, no, level it means straight, basically horizontal from point A to point B, no curve.
And that's been updated in the textbooks, I'm sure of it, right?
Yep, just like I'm sure the what is it? Snipers have to adjust for Coriolis for the Earth rotation.
My neighbor's a sniper, and he says no, that's not. He's never adjusted for Coriolis, nor was it even brought up. It wasn't even a topic when he was going to sniper school when he was doing his special forces training. He said that it wasn't even brought up. It wasn't even mentioned. He didn't even know what I was talking about.
That would be ridiculous. It would be absolutely ridiculous. Yeah. My cousin said the same thing, and my boss, who he knows somebody that's in the army and all, does all that. And my boss isn't really into he doesn't get it, but he knows about it. I've mentioned it to him, but I asked him about it. I mentioned that particular topic to him, and he said that he knows someone that is does the snipering in the army, training and all. And it's just not the case.
No,
it might be in the book. They might have replaced it and made books nowadays that have it in the books, but it's certainly not used and applied practically. It would be stupid. It's ridiculous to think that it is.
No, practical snipers do not account for Coriolis effect because they're usually only shooting at a max distance of about 1,000 meters, about a kilometer. That you don't really need to. Anything more than that, like artillery and the Army artillery, they do, and they have a whole chart for it. When they're firing over 24 miles, they do have to account for Coriolis.
So why do pilots and missiles
airplanes
and such things? Yeah, why does all of that actually apply? All their training, all their flight training and navigation systems and all that are applied as though treated as though being used upon a flat or a stationary.
Because you don't need to account for Coriolis in an airplane because an airplane is powered.
Okay, yeah.
The difference between an airplane and an artillery shell is once the artillery shell leaves the gun, it's on its own continuous. It's on its own momentum. It's on its own conservation of energy. But an airplane can adjust.
I would like to see the citation. Prove to me that what you're saying is correct because you're full of it. You're full of it, dude. That is not true. They do not adjust for Coriolis for artillery. Show me the citation. Show the citation.
Can I say something? Can I say something? Can I say something real quick? Some artillery manual firing tables account for Coriolis. Others don't. Right? Depends on the manual. Some mention Coriolis, but it's not in the calculation. So it's what you said, 25 miles. So take to Iowa, right? They fire the 16-inch shells.
Sure.
So they test fired these to see how accurate they are.
Mm-hmm.
The spread of these guns, the accuracy is 250 yards. So basically, if they aim for something, it's going to land anywhere within a 250-yard radius.
Sure.
Well, the Coriolis correction at that distance is 90 yards.
Right.
So it's not. So
it's not.
If
it's
the
not that much.
uncertainty is, listen, can you hear me? Listen. If the uncertainty is 2 times the correction, you don't need the correction. Dan, because you don't know where the shell's going anyway.
Right. but
So it's
what I was
not a
saying is
necessary correction because there's no difference between the correction and chance. You understand?
right. But I was just explaining the
It's
difference between an
I'm
artillery
just saying
shell
it's
and an
not.
airplane.
I'm saying is there's no practical difference between correction and not correction because the error, the uncertainty of where it's going to land is twice that. Do you understand like how randomness works?
No, I understand what you're talking about. I do.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that they can correct for Coriolis or they don't. I mean it's I'm not an artillery person, so I don't know. But I do know that they do have the tables for Coriolis and it is factored into their firing position. Okay, it's all
depends.
automatic.
So it depends on the artillery manual. So like the Marine artillery manual, it's not in there. There's another artillery manual that it says the Coriolis effect, and at the end it has a definition. But if you look at the table, the calculation isn't in there. But they have a calculation for curvature in there. So like I said, it depends on the manual that you're actually reading because there's different services. So because you got to think of the complication of actually calculating it, right? You got to know your azimuth, right? You got to know your latitude, and you got to know the velocity of the round, and each round is powdered different, right? So the weight's a little bit different. So I mean, it's as a practical
There's a lot
matter,
of calculations.
Yeah. So, but as a practical matter, correcting or not correcting, your firing isn't that precise anyway.
Right, and it's the same with a sniper. Snipers don't correct for Coriolis, but they can if they want to. I mean, they do have their own little table, but most of them don't because the difference is so minuscule that it doesn't really matter. I mean, only if you're trying to drive nail heads at 1,000 or maybe 2,000 meter 2,000 kilometer or I'm sorry 2 kilometers, then that's the only time you'd have to really worry about it. I mean, it's just so minuscule it doesn't even matter. And the difference, and somebody had brought up, airplanes. Anything powered isn't going to correct for Coriolis because they're powered. They make their own adjustment. So anyway, sorry.
So kicking a football through a goal, that's definitely not. That's ridiculous, eh? To think that would suffer any kind of Coriolis effect, eh?
And I should also say, Ares failure test actually disproved motion of the Earth. So that's pretty much.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
Ares failure. Ares failure.
Ares failure disproved the motion of the Earth.
Yes.
Scientifically too.
How so?
Okay, so when when you have a refracting medium, and that medium is in motion, it deflects light in the direction of the motion, and the amount of that deflection is correlated to the refractive index. So something with a lower refractive index deflects light less than something with a higher refractive index. So what George Airy did was he sighted in a star, Draconis, through air. So that is a low refractive index. He filled the telescope with water, and then he sighted in the star didn't move. It was not deflected. Mm-hmm. But if the Earth was in motion, it would be deflective because the medium of water versus the medium of air deflects light more.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm not familiar with. I'll go and I'll check that out. I'll look that up. I'm not saying anything about it because I don't know.
A lot of people aren't. Listen, a lot of people, because what Airy was trying to prove, there's something called stellar aberration.
Sure.
And stellar aberration is something they use. So they say that the Earth is in motion, right? Right.
Yeah.
In its orbit, and they use this thing called.
Are you talking about? Wait, are you? I'm sorry. Just so I can clarify. Are you talking about the path around the sun or its rotation? Which one?
Listen, either or. It doesn't matter.
Oh, okay.
But what he was trying to demonstrate was he was trying to measure stellar aberration, which is linked to the orbit, not linked to the rotation. It's how they get parallax, right? So if you're at one side of the orbit versus the other side, right, and you look at a star is supposed to be deflected by some amount, but they don't actually measure the deflection, so they have a theory of stellar aberration, which they calculate, and the star's not in its. This is the funny thing. Stars are never in their actual position. They're in apparent positions. So there's the actual position, and there's an apparent position, and it's in this apparent position because of this thing called stellar aberration. Because you're in, think about it like this: if you're in rain, right, and you have an umbrella, right, the rain's falling straight down on you. But if you run, you have to tilt the umbrella because the rain's coming in at an angle, right?
Sure. Like leading a target.
So this is what they're saying: the light is coming in at an angle because of the motion of the Earth.
Okay.
So George Biddle Airy was trying to measure this, and when he did the measurement, that's why they call it Airy. There was no angle. There was no angle change.
Oh, okay. I'll definitely take a look at that. That sounds interesting.
Yeah, actually, I'll post in the live stream. I'll post a link right to the paper that he wrote, and they bury this in astronomy. Like I've had astrophysicists, cosmologists, all those people that come in here, and I tell it to them. Now, George Biddle Airy was the astronomer royale for the Royal Society. He was the head dude. He was in the place that Newton sat in. Okay.
Yeah.
And yeah, and they just like ignore this experimental result. They just ignore it because it's inconvenient. Because if you take this away, you have no you have no parallax, you have no distance to any celestial body.
Mm-hmm.
Right? The stars are gazillions of miles away. They can't because you have no parallax. That's where they get the distance of the star. Parallax. See, the parallax is not observed. It's based upon a calculation. The calculation is based upon a theory. He disproved the theory, so there is no parallax. So if there's no parallax, then you can't say a star is any particular distance. So basically, he pulled out the rug from all of astronomy up until that point. And
Hello,
so they ignore it. Because
Hello,
what do you think they're going to do? Just say, oh, we all quit and go home? Of course not.
No.
It's the same thing with Halton Arp, who disproved redshift. They just ignore it. They take his telescope time away and just ignore him.
Sorry to interrupt, but we have very important event going on in Baltimore. We have this, I don't know, James Webb telescope deployment in space or whatever. It's a NASA TV live stream right now. This telescope cost was $10 billion.
Oh, that's a bargain at any price.
Yeah. Now, the problem is this $10 billion telescope has a connection link of 40 kilobytes per second download and upload 16 kilobytes per second. I'm very curious. Who the hell in this world produces today that kind of, I don't know, network cards or, I mean, it's like a dial-up from the
like a 14.4K modem, like from back in the early 90s.
Yeah.
The woman who thinks that we're all related to
one of
rocks
which
is
was
on the live
actually
stream right
a
now,
technology in
Jeffrey.
which has
She's a
nails under it, a whole
complicated
series of
rock.
little tiny
She's on the live
actuators.
stream just now. I just
But one of
checked
them
on
was
her.
a beryllium. They called it an beryllium, and it was developed by a company that then later became Materian.
I'm just going to mute them because it's so boring. I'll wait for the actual live event. Yes, I'm a complicated rock.
Yeah.
So billions of dollars, and it's like kilobytes, uploads and downloads.
Yeah, exactly. And
I still say
right
Elon Musk
now,
could have done a better job.
the problem is that right now, yeah. The problem is that right now, in this moment, they are justifying $10 billion taken away from the taxpayers. And when I watched this live stream on YouTube, there was like about 70 people watching it. I mean, from all the taxpayer Americans, nobody cares that they take $10 billion from your pockets, guys.
Well, I mean, I'm extremely excited about the James Webb Telescope. I'm not watching it right now because there's really no reason to. We're not going to get any pictures for like 6 months, they said. So I'm not watching this live event myself because there's nothing to watch. It's going to be boring just watching something kind of unfold. I mean, some people are like want to watch it, of course, but I'm going to wait till I see the pictures that they have. Then I'll be watching.
Will it be better
I'm
CGI?
sorry.
Yeah, pretty bad picture.
Do you really believe this James Webb Telescope is really up there?
Yes.
Okay, we have a problem, like serious problem, technological. Today, internet speeds, I mean, if you have a 10 megabytes connection, you are considered a low-speed user on the internet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All the phones which you go and buy, all these smartphones and touch the screen devices, they have network cards, wireless network cards capable of transfer of 1 gigabyte a second.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Or even more, even 10.
I'm sure.
By default, yeah. This network card is like almost the size of your fingernail. That's how big it is. And you are telling me they were not able to install such a high data transfer network card in a $10 billion telescope satellite? Are you kidding me?
That's so
I mean, if that's true, that does seem outrageous. Now, you asked me if I believe the telescope is up there, and I do. But then you tell me that it only has a 14K modem on the thing, and basically I'm just getting that information from you, who I don't know.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, I'm not trying to say that you're lying. I'm definitely not. But I'm saying I would have to take your word for that because I have no idea. So if you want me to make a comment on something like that, I would have to look it up myself.
Yeah, I was watching the live stream right now, and when they finished their comments,
I think it's ironic that you don't know your argument. Hey, hold on a second. I think it's ironic that your argument is you don't know him. You know them?
No.
Yeah.
You know the people that made the telescope? Well, you got to just believe them too, right?
Oh no! But I mean, I can I can go and look up their specs and things like that. And like I said, I wasn't meaning to be.
Strangers, they're
I wasn't
doing the
trying
same
to,
thing that he's doing, right? Making
Yeah,
claims.
but I wasn't trying to be offensive or anything. I was just like, you're telling me it's a 14K BOA modem. I don't know. Let me go take a look at that, and then I can respond to it. You see what I'm saying?
That's good because that's exactly what we want you to do is go and check
Exactly.
it out.
My point was fundamentally, it's just a belief. Fundamentally, you're just like trusting somebody.
Sure, I understand that.
Trusting
I
a complete stranger.
Everything is pretty much a belief. I mean, if you break it down, what are you convinced of and what are you not convinced of? Kind of a thing. It's subjective or relative, whichever one. Almost everything comes down to a belief.
Not what you experienced.
Yeah, I mean, unless you're actually experiencing it for yourself, and whatever. I'm saying when you're taking information secondhand, it's going to come down to belief. Do you trust the person who's telling you? Do you have a reason to doubt the person who's telling you? Kind of a thing. And as of this moment, I don't have a reason to distrust the James Webb people. They haven't lied to me, or that I know that I've been lied to. So therefore, I will trust until I have a reason not to. Now, this gentleman who's telling me about the modem, I'm not saying that he's lying. I'm saying I can't make a statement about it until I check it out for myself.
You look at the
Or-
flat Earth in
or-
space long enough, you'll soon have a reason to discuss.
Hey, really quick, Robert, does it hurt to be retarded? Does it physically hurt?
Oh, here we go. Here we go now.
Listen, I want to ask, like, did you just say you have no reason not to believe them?
Yeah, I have no reason not to.
They're
believe
claiming things that are physically impossible. What are you talking about?
Not really.
Okay, so we just said knowledge comes from beliefs inside your realm of knowledge. The things they're claiming, you've never experienced, and you don't know anybody that's ever experienced them. They're physically impossible as far as you're concerned.
What's I'm sorry,
right? They're making claims of physics and events and phenomenon that you have no direct experience of, right? So as far as you're concerned, it has to be physically impossible. As far as your knowledge is concerned, now you might believe they're physically possible, but they're claiming things that, as far as your actual, they're physically impossible. They're claiming to go to a place where you drop things and they don't fall, right?
Right.
Okay. Don't you think that is a crazy claim?
Do I think it's crazy? No, it's to me it's completely plausible. But I haven't ever been to space, so I don't know.
But it's outside of like your common everyday experience.
Exactly. Yes.
And everybody you've ever met.
Right.
Okay. So it is a fantastic claim, by definition. So it's a fantastic claim by a stranger. So, like, you have no reason to believe it. You have reason to be highly skeptical.
Well,
just like someone says Bigfoot, fairies, Loch Ness Monster, or aliens, right? Those are fantastic claims. You should be skeptical. Because they're outside your experience. You see what I'm saying? Like,
sure.
Listen, the $10 billion, you should just be skeptical for that reason because it's your money. You know what I'm saying? Like, seriously.
The government spends our money.
You shouldn't just blindly trust, dude. Yeah, but I'm just saying, it's like when people make a crazy claim, you should be highly skeptical of it, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, no, I do understand the idea of being skeptical. Everybody should be skeptical, and it's healthy to be skeptical. Like I said, I personally don't have a reason to doubt what they're telling me because so far I haven't, seen any, reason to not to trust them. Just like,
Your default
family
position
members
shouldn't be trust.
Well,
Hey.
no, that you're right. You're absolutely right about that. But I'm not just going to sit there and say, oh, NASA is lying to me. I don't trust anything.
If I tell you, you have to pay me. Listen, if I tell you, you have to pay me $1,000 each month, are you going to pay me?
No.
Why not?
Because I don't know you.
Do you know NASA?
No.
Then why do you pay them?
I don't pay NASA.
Do you know the government?
I do know the government.
Yeah, why do you give them money?
I don't give them money. They take it. I have no say so in the matter.
Yeah. And why you
they
not
spend
question? Why do you not question why they take money from you?
That's just the price of living in America. You have to pay taxes.
Why do you not care why they take money from you?
What's
Don't
the
you work
alternative?
for
Go
those
to
money?
jail? I'm sorry?
Don't you work for those money?
I certainly do. I work hard for my money.
Yeah, exactly. But you don't care when the government is taking your money right now.
I do. I mean, I do care, but there's nothing I can do about it.
Oh, really?
I don't like it.
Well,
I don't like it, but I can't stop it. I could stop working, or I could go work under the table.
They don't have a. Guess what? On that NASA live stream, they don't have a comment section. They take $10 billion from your pockets, yeah, and you don't have the right to say anything.
Yeah.
But if I come to your house and take money from you, just like they do, you will accuse me of You will actually fight me.
Yes.
Why?
Because you can't. Because yeah, I mean, you're stealing money from me. Yeah, I mean, why?
Well,
I'm not gonna just let you have it.
that's very rude of you because I'm actually an empirical person, but the government is not a physical embodied person. You know?
If I could stop them, I would, but I can't. So the price of living in America is you got to pay your taxes, and then they decide where to take all that money and distribute it however they want to. I've got no say so in the matter. I can
You
vote.
can
I can
stop
vote.
them.
I mean, I
You
could vote
can
for
stop
people.
them, but
Yeah.
you are doing nothing to stop them.
That's true. I'm not really doing anything to stop
Yeah.
them. Are you
See?
doing
Just remember,
something
they
to stop
stole the
them?
money for your benefit. They
Well,
promise.
I'm here trying to wake you up. So you're asking me if I'm doing anything.
Well,
Yeah, of course I'm doing.
Okay.
It's like George, you're voting. It's just a system. You
Yeah.
think that you're making some kind of a difference. Absolutely.
Well, I mean, if enough if enough people who believe that NASA is evil and stealing money for no reason at all, if enough people understood this, they could actually vote for congressmen, senators who are of like mind, who want to get rid of NASA. I mean, that's one way to change
Okay.
it.
No one in the
Let's
history
dig
of the world
now.
has stolen money for no reason at all.
Yeah.
Let's
Hey,
dig into this
Listen, you're like, I
hold
have
on.
no
new thing
reason
you
not to
just
trust
said.
them, but they stole the money and promised me they're doing it for my benefit.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, they stole the money.
Well, I mean, to put things into perspective, do you realize that when a congressperson or a person gets elected to office, all they have to do is serve one term, right? They get paid $175,000 a year for the rest of their life, and all they have to do is serve one term, and they get that and the most premier medical insurance known to man for the rest of their life. And you think about how many senators and congressmen we have and have ever had, and all of them. That's where our money is going.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'll tell you what I think is worse.
Billions.
Want to know what's worse?
Yeah.
The exemption for insider trading. That's even worse.
Oh my God! Don't get me started. I saw, do you see like Nancy Pelosi's husband is like buying stocks like crazy, and every single one that he buys hits like perfectly? That's such bullshit. Oh my God, I'm so angry about that because I play the stock market.
The government picks winners and losers. That's what they do. That is their job, is to pick winners and losers.
Yeah. Because the actual senator or congress, they're not allowed to purchase stock on their own, but their family does. And you don't think that they don't sit around the table and they go, I think you should buy some AMC this week, wink, wink, because they know what's coming. Oh, my, infuriating.
Yeah.
I mean, literally, I think there should be term limits. You serve 2 terms just like the president, and you're done. And you don't get $175,000 for the rest of your life. I mean, Jesus. I mean, our veterans, our military goes and fights for, risks their life for our country. They don't get a fraction of what these freaking senators get, as on pension. And some of these guys,
and then you say,
by lottery.
And then you say things like, if NASA is evil. But what is NASA doing is actually talking directly to your own children. You are handing your own children in their hands. And they are lying to your children. And what happens when an adult is lying to a child? When you have a person that calls himself a teacher, an elect, a scientist, but he is lying to the children. What happens to that child? Isn't his life stolen away from him by that?
Sure. I consider that child
thing,
abuse.
because I can't even call them people.
Mm-hmm.
They are things, not people.
Right.
All those NASA clowns. because they are lying to children, and they steal away the chance of becoming human with feelings, with empathy, with ownership of this world. They are stealing everything from them. They will never be what they were supposed to be by nature. And then, because they will do things just as they were instructed by these wicked clowns, then we will be judging them and we will be harsh on them. We will fight them because we will ask them, why do you have no mind in your head? No soul, no nothing. Because they never had. It has been stolen from early childhood.
Sure.
So, yeah, these NASA people, they all have to be burnt alive on a stake, just like in the medieval ages. And actually, those people knew exactly what they were doing when they were burning them alive, you know. They knew what these occultists are about. They knew everything about them.
But I guess it wouldn't just be NASA, though. It would be every government in the entire world.
Politicians, correct? Yeah. All in the same bucket. Yeah. Doctors.
Everybody in authority.
Yeah. Because the system itself is a plague. And the system is infiltrated into everything. Into man's life, is governing the man's life. So.
Don't worry, I'm pretty sure Elon Musk will put up a much better telescope. You know, he does every, he always comes up with something better and cheaper. You know, Elon Musk is going to rule the world.
I tell you honestly, I watched that live stream, and they have a virtual machine, like a program where they have this CGI simulation. It's a telescope visualization tool. You know, it's like a little server you connect to, and yeah, you can see a virtual thing that has been virtually created, on a computer, designed and all that. But it has, I mean, when you look at that, it's not the real thing, actually. You know, it's just like when you go to an architect, you ask him to design you a house, and he starts drawing all that project, of a house, and you look at it, and now you want to say that you are actually looking at the real house, the built house. No, it's not. That's just a drawing. To look at the real house, you have to go at that piece of land where it has been built, and look at it. Yeah. And that's exactly what they are not showing us. They are showing us only the CGIs. Yeah.
You're talking about, like, you're also referring to, like, the picture of the blue marble is a composite, and you're saying that's not a real photo, so therefore NASA lies.
Yeah.
It is Photoshop,
well,
but it has to be.
I'm sorry?
It is Photoshop, but it has to be. Those are the words of the Blue Marble's creator, Mr. Robert Simmons. Yeah.
Now, I've heard that reference to denote that this is proof that NASA lies to us and that kind of a thing. Okay, see, I used to run a company where I did aerial photography for, like, real estate agents, construction sites, or whatever. I had a drone, and I would do videos and photos. Now the 4K camera that was on the drone was, unless I went high enough to get the entire spot in one shot, a lot of times it would fly lower to get better resolution, and I would have to take multiple shots and then put them all together. Now that would be considered a composite, but that doesn't mean that it's not a real photo. I mean, it is a real photo. It's just a real photo.
Wait.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Wait. You can take all those pictures with a fisheye lens camera, wide angle, which warps everything in the image. So no straight line will be actually straight. Something which is straight in reality, in that picture, video image or picture, it will look curved when you use a fisheye lens. If you use a normal lens, it will look just pretty much like how we see.
Right.
You don't see any distortions. And you can assemble those pictures, virtually I'm not sure, not Photoshop, but probably After Effects.
The Lightroom is one good one, or
also that one,
Adobe Premiere Pro if you're talking about video. Now see with the DJI Inspire 1, which is the drone that I use, the camera did have a slight curvature to the outside of the frame. It wasn't very much. It wasn't a fisheye lens, but it did, because it was a wide angle lens. You could definitely
capture
see
more
a little bit. But you can put I could put those raw photos into Lightroom and select the camera, my camera that was on the DJI, and it would automatically adjust the curvature to straight. And so basically it would remove the curved edges and make it
I know,
flat.
and it
You know what I
will
mean?
it will look pretty much like what you would get with a normal camera, but that picture is not original anymore. It has been digitally processed, edited, by algorithms, special algorithms, which I'm not sure you know how to make those.
Yes. Well, I don't know how to make algorithms, but I just know that I used to do that a lot, because like a realtor would hire me to take an aerial photo of a property. They wouldn't want the edges of the photo to be distorted, so the program itself would straighten out those edges for me, but just the edges, not the front, like not the main part of the picture, but we're talking about just along the edge, like and the corners would be distorted, and the program Lightroom would straighten that out.
The algorithm knows exactly the standards, technical details of that lens, camera, model type, everything. And the algorithm is made also to to straighten that picture only on those edges where it is needed, and it will not do the same like when you look at the top of the picture and the bottom, and then the sideways. When you compare those, when you look at the algorithm, you will see it's not doing the same thing, which is doing like on the sideways.
That's why I always kind of
applies a more straightening effect on the sideways, but on the top and the bottom, it will be much less. The algorithm will be distorting much less picture on the bottom.
Well, that's why I would always have a problem or an issue when listening, and I always hear when someone would say, "Oh, that photo's CGI'd, so I'm going to completely discount it. Not even look at it. But when I go, well, I take composites all the time. That doesn't mean that that's not a real photo. Those are all real photos. I was really there. I actually took photos of that place. It's real. Just because it's composite and they're stitched together doesn't make it any less real.
But when you take a photo with a fisheye lens, do you call that matching reality?
No, I wouldn't ever take I wouldn't ever do anything with a fisheye lens unless I was just, you're just having fun and you want to show a wide angle on purpose. But for regular practical reasons, I would never use a fisheye lens.
Yeah. You see, those wide
Hold on, he brought something up I want to address, man. I want, the photo is of a real place that you took a picture of, right? A good point. How did you verify that, right? So you took a picture, it showed something, and you can go to that place and look at that something, right?
Yeah.
So pictures from space show curving water, right? They show the Earth. The Earth is a big ball, and the ocean's curving around this big ball. So we can go to that place, the Earth, right, and check to see if there's any curving water anywhere. Well, there isn't.
Okay.
And that's the problem. And that's why we can say all the images are fake, because what they depict is not what we experience in reality.
I see what you're saying. You can't personally verify.
We can measure the surface of the Earth, but the only way we can verify the photo is test to see what they depict, if that exists in reality. Yeah. That's the only way you can test the photo. The photo depicts something, and you can go to the place or whatever that it depicts and test to see if that's actually there, if that actually exists the way the image shows.
Sure.
It's the only way to test a photo. There is no scientific method way to test a photo.
No, that is
as close as you're going to get.
Yeah. Yeah.
So when we go out and we do measurements using lasers of large bodies of water and there is no curvature, what are we supposed to do? Say, because I can't imagine why or how someone could fake so many images, my measurement is wrong.
Okay, well, when you say you take laser measurements over a large body of water and there's no curve, I understand what you're saying, but what about the tests where they do have curve? So I guess
which tests are those?
Well, I've seen the one with what's his name, Jeranism. Okay, they were on a was that 26 15 mile? Was that a 15-mile lake?
First, hold on, it wasn't a lake. God. Okay, so Jeranism's test, right? So his test, I think it was 1.6 kilometers. Mm-hmm. Right. So what he did is he put up 3 boards with an 8-inch diameter hole, and they were going to shine a laser through them. It wouldn't have worked anyway, it wouldn't. Listen, it could not have worked anyway under any circumstances, flat, curved, or whatever. It would have never worked because of something called diffraction. Every time light passes through a narrow aperture, it spreads out. So you have a light going through one hole, spreading out, going through another hole, spreading out, and going through another hole, spreading out. It couldn't have possibly worked either way. But what happened was they fried the collimator on the laser and melted, because if you leave it on, a collimator makes all the rays of light from a laser go parallel, and it gets really hot, and you can only have it on for like 5 seconds or it melts. So they actually melted it. So because he had so many people there, they just decided to just try it with a flashlight to see what would happen. And of course, it's never going to work with a flashlight. So whatever. So
he held the flashlight way up over his head.
Anyway, even in principle.
Okay.
Yes. That's fine. But there's no diffraction with it over his head. Mm-hmm. It's not going through any boards. You understand? Every time light passes through an opening, it spreads out.
Okay.
It's called beam divergence. So you have the flashlight. So the flashlight has one beam divergence. The light travels to the first board. It goes through a hole. It spreads out again. When I say spread out, it makes a cone. So when it reaches, the only light is getting through all those boards is the light, the spread out light that can pass through that hole. But when he has the flashlight above the boards, you have the entire light.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying? You have an entire light instead of a multiple, the fraction of the light being cut in half or cut into not even half. Like, I don't even know. You'd have to actually calculate the flux through the 8-inch surface, and then inverse square law, flux through that 8-inch hole, inverse square law, and then flux through that 8-inch hole. It couldn't even have worked in principle. Even if he had a laser, it just could not have worked. It was an ill-conceived test. It was just dumb.
Okay, that was the only. I mean, that was the only test that I could just come up off the top of my head that I knew the name of the person doing it. I have seen other tests.
Well, I'll tell you right now, there are no laser tests from globe earthers. The closest one you could, well, I should say this. There's a Stephen Hawking one, and the problem with the Stephen Hawking one is nobody knows. We don't know if it was saltwater, freshwater, tides, if they measured before they got in a boat or after they got in the boat. We don't know if the laser was level. We don't know anything. Because if the laser's not level, right, if the laser's tilted up like a half a degree as they go out, right, the laser's going to go up the board. I don't know if you're familiar with that particular test.
Yeah.
So if it's tilted up, right? So if it's tilted up and not exactly level, as you go further away, the beam is going to go up on a board.
I believe that would happen. Yes.
Because the distance is too short. You have to use a distance where the level of the laser doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
So let's just imagine this one. Say I shine a laser and it could go 1,000 miles, right?
Okay.
And I hit something 1,000 miles away that was on the seashore. Do you think not leveling the laser is going to matter?
Yeah. Yeah, it's
you think it would matter? So
if you're not level, yeah, definitely.
How's it going to matter?
What I mean, the laser being level.
Listen, it would be first of all, it would be like a 300-mile hump of fucking Earth curve in between it and the laser. How can you not level the laser and somehow get around that?
Oh yeah, I mean to go around the curve, no, that wouldn't matter because you're absolutely right. It would.
Leveling, my point is leveling the laser only matters at short distances.
Right.
So they did a distance that was like they don't even say the distance, but I'm guessing it was probably like 1.5 miles or 2 miles.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, there's the other thing. We don't know if they did it in an ocean. So if they started doing it at freaking high tide and when they go out and it's low tide, right? The boat is lower just from the tides. We also don't know if they measured before they got in the boat, because if they measured, if they made the marking before they all jumped in the boat, then they jump in the boat. Now the boat sinks into the water. Now the laser, when they sail out, is going to be higher. So this is. There's a we also know there's other. There's also. Well, I just want to say this. There's also other parts of that video. They've taken that video down, by the way, which we know 100% chance, 100% fact or fake. 100%. They faked. There's a part with a helicopter. And we know they faked it because there's 3 birds that are in the water, and they show the helicopter above the water, and there's these 3 birds. They fly away, right? There's 3 birds sitting in the water. Then when the helicopter is supposedly under the horizon, those same 3 birds are in the exact same spot in the water, get up and fly away and do the exact same thing.
I heard something about that. I want to see that. Yeah, I do. I want to go take a look at that. Could somebody post a link to that in the live chat so I can take a look?
Conspiracy 3.
Yeah, I can't look at it right now because I'm driving. I'm a truck driver, but I'll look at it as soon as I get to my next rest area. But I'll take a look at it.
Did somebody post it, or do I need to find it? Did somebody post the video, or do I need to find it?
Somebody say Conspiracy 3.
Yeah,
is that the name of it?
Taboo Conspiracy 3 has it.
Okay.
He's got it up there somewhere.
Okay, good. I'll take a look at it.
Yeah, why would they even do that, right? Why would they even fake anything?
Well,
we know and there's another reason we know it's faked. They show a crosshair. And they use a Newtonian reflector as a telescope. A Newtonian reflector has a mirror. You can't put a crosshair in it. Because it's a donut mirror that shines onto another reflector that goes through the eyepiece. You can't put a crosshair on it. So it's completely edited bullshit. And if you go to Discovery Discovery Channel site because it was a series of shows, right? So this was part of a series. Every video is up on their site except for that one. That one's gone.
I'd definitely be interested to take a look at that. I'm always interested in stuff like that.
But I should say this. There's been, as far as I know, no Gulber has ever gone out and done a rigorous laser test, and we've done multiple, varying from 25 miles into I don't know. So we've done double lasers, right? 2 frequency lasers going in both directions. We've done horizontal pans. They've been on frozen lake, right? So there's lasers on a frozen lake. There's all sorts of laser tests. So
yeah, I'm going to take a look at there's one that I'm thinking of that I saw. It was 2 boats, and I think that they were at least 10 or 15 miles apart. And they had, on one boat had the laser, the other boat had it had a board with lines, on it, and it went, really high up. And they, shot the laser from the boat with the laser at, level, and but it was hitting at the very, very top of this high board. It was like 20 feet high or something like that. I remember seeing something like that. I'm fully admitting
I've
that
never
I have
even heard
no
of that.
link. But I remember seeing. I'll try to find it, and if I can find it, I will post it. I'm just saying, I remember seeing something like that, but I cannot post it right at this point. But I will take a look and see, because you're saying there's absolutely no globe laser tests at all, or globe
other than the one I mentioned, the Stephen Hawking one.
Okay.
Any laser tests that support the Goldberg model and that measure curvature, none.
Okay, and you're saying all the flat Earth ones are right on point, that show they're exactly flat, no curvature at all.
Yes.
Okay.
Now, obviously, some laser tests are done more rigorously than others.
Okay.
Because to be honest, it's hard to point a laser the further away you get. So think of this, right? If I'm aiming at a spot 25 miles away and I move the laser like 1/10 of a degree, the laser moves 20 meters at the other side. It's 1/10 of a degree, right? So if I'm trying to aim something, 20 meters is something like, I don't know, anyone know the conversion of that? 20 meters is probably something like 50 feet or something. So it's very hard to aim the further away you go, is the point.
Yes. I absolutely believe that.
But the FE Core, they used the laser aiming system, and they had a high, they had like a $50,000 collimator that remember I was talking about beam divergence? A collimator makes the beam not spread. Okay, so their collimated the beam to 0.0008 millirad. So at 25 miles away, the beam has only spread 2 meters. Okay, that's what, 6 feet, 4 feet,
Now
6 feet.
I'm gonna ask a question. This is definitely not a I gotcha, or I'm not trying to do any trickery or anything. Was there any calculations to refraction in the calculations?
Yeah, they got calculations. You know what I mean? Yeah, but what? But the thing is, there's no basis for refraction. There's literally no basis for it.
But also,
listen, they did calculate it. Well, let me finish. They did calculate it. So right. Okay. If you account for refraction, the so-called standard refraction of 7.6R, right? So what they did was 25 miles away.
I believe those.
Just let me describe it real quick. So it was 25 mile distance. The laser is 2.92 meters off the water, which is 10 feet. They hit a target that was 4 feet off the water. Okay, 25 miles away. Globe Earth model predicts that laser should be 440 feet in the air. Right? If you add standard refraction, it's supposed to be 95 meters. 90. It's supposed to be. It comes down 20 feet. So you still have something like 420 more feet to make up. And they did 3 measurements on one day, and then 3 weeks later went back and did 2 more and replicated 2 of them.
Okay, good.
And they didn't just like point to point shine the laser. they did what's called a horizontal pan. So they had a target at one distance and then a target at a further distance, and they hit one target because I told you it was as an electronic aiming system, punch in the coordinates of the next target in the motor, pan the laser left to right to the other target. Okay. So they're on the same line. You understand? So if it's if it's 9 miles away, it's supposed to have one drop, and if it's 25 miles away, it's supposed to have another drop, right? So it's lower than the one that's closer. And if they horizontally pan, those targets were on the same line because they made the observation at the same elevation above the water, all at 4 feet. So this is 7 measurements done over 3 weeks. It's not like they just they went and did it once.
Do you
remember? It's off the globe. It's off the globe prediction by 2 orders of magnitude. Right?
Do you remember
they measured 4 feet, and the prediction is 440 feet. You understand? It's 2 orders of magnitude.
Something's not right. Do you remember the?
It's way
the
off. It's not like within error. It's not within experimental error. Let's put it that way.
Do you remember the name of the experiment or any way to look it up so I could take a look at it?
Yeah, it's EpiCore.
EpiCore?
What's your name? Listen,
Robert Luscombe. You see me?
What I should do is we have a wiki page with like something like 100+ observations on it, right? And they're broken up. They're broken up by like just visual observations, infrared, mirror flashes, lasers, radio waves, microwave, right? So, tell me your name. I will DM you a link to the wiki.
Oh yeah, please. Is it down at the bottom of the Discord channel? You guys have all the lists of.
I just put a link in the voice. I just put a link in the voice text to both the EpiCore experiment and the
that'd be awesome.
He's driving though.
Observations. Oh yeah, so you should message him. Good idea. India's going to message you. That's an even better idea.
Yeah. My next pull over, I'm gonna take a look. Robert Luscombe. You see me right there on the list.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. My next rest area, I'm gonna really look at it, take a look, and come back. And if you're still on, I'll talk to you about it.
So it's not a video; it's an actual PDF. It's a report. So
good. That's even better. No, that's even better. I don't care about videos. I care about like the statistics, the numbers and shit.
Well, some people don't like reading for some reason.
Right. I'm old. Yeah. I like to read. What can I say? Well, thank you. That was very informative. I really like that.
Have you heard of
this observation page? This observation page has it's just that. It has a lot of fun. It has radio. So in 1918, they made a radio system. So this is 1918 for satellites, all that stuff, right? So they communicated the United Kingdom to Australia.
Okay.
Which is 10,000 miles, right? So how'd the radio waves go through the ball?
Well, just before I answer that, if I do find a test from the globe side, I'll DM that to you.
I'd like to see it. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'll DM that to you. Oh, okay. Now you were asking about radio waves.
I've been here for 4 years, man, and a lot of Globers say yes. There must be Globers radio. Listen, this is the argument. Well, if there's flat Earth laser tests, there must be the equal amount of Glober laser tests that show the opposite. But there isn't. I've been doing this quite a while now, and everybody thinks that. But then when they go look, they never come. They say, "I'll go find it and I'll be back," and then they never come back.
Oh, okay.
That's what I thought. That's exactly what I thought. You start to try to prove the globe to be correct, and years later, here you are.
I see what you're saying. You start out trying to prove the globe, and you end up coming up with the opposite information, and you become a flat earther.
Do you think any of us woke up one day and decided to become flat earthers? Because
no.
that'll win us all the popularity points? We all thought this was the most retarded, stupid, ridiculous notion ever. Until you go to prove it. And then you're like, oh, damn, there's a problem here.
Yeah. That's true.
Have you ever heard of self-leveling concrete floors?
Self-leveling concrete floors. That I've not heard of, no. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it is. They sell it in most construction superstores, where you buy construction materials.
Is it just that it's more
and
liquid than solid, and so it finds its
yes,
level? Yeah,
it is
I
a
got you.
concrete which you mix it with a lot of water. It will be
Right.
very fluid, and once you pour it inside the building on the floor, yeah, you will achieve perfect flat surface, yeah, with less work. I mean, no special machining required.
Oh, oh,
Special machining is a very expensive technique.
yeah.
So yeah,
It makes perfect sense that if it's mostly
yeah.
water, the whole floor will be level. Yeah, makes
Yeah.
perfect sense.
Now the problem is, I asked this question in a server where we have these anti-flat earthers, and they told me, "Oh, the curvature will be very, very small. Unlikely you will notice it." And they said in 100 meters you would have like 0.2 of a millimeter. So that's like taking 1 millimeter and split it in 10
Oh
equal
yeah.
lengths, yeah, and
Hmm.
only 2 of those are the curvature bulge in 100 meter.
Right.
The problem is with today's technology, we do have such measuring instruments,
Hmm.
precision measuring instruments, like linear laser linear encoders, optical encoders. There is a company which produces these linear encoders, and they are manufacturing for large printing machines. For example, the factory Airbus, they build airplanes, big airplanes, you know,
Sure.
and they have these big buildings, which you will call them, wow, it's a big warehouse, you know, a giant building. But that building is actually just a printing machine, like a 3D printer. Because inside you will have special ball bearing rail tracks, which are ultra straight. They are 200 meters long, and you have a margin of error. I mean, whenever that printing head is moving on that track, it always comes back in the same position with a precision of 65 nanometers. Do you know the difference between 0.2 of a millimeter and 65 nanometer? How much is that?
I have no. I know nanometer is extremely small.
Okay, so 1/10 of a millimeter is split it in 10 equal sizes. Now, a micron, you split 1 millimeter in 1,000 equal sizes. That's a micron.
Right.
And a nanometer, you split 1 millimeter in 1 million
Yeah, that's a lot.
pieces.
Yeah,
A
that is
lot.
a lot. Yeah.
And the difference would be like you are comparing 3 feet with 1 mile.
Right.
That's even more, probably. That's the order of magnitude. Like you are moving 3 feet or you are moving 1 mile. I mean, when you have to walk 3 feet or 1 mile, it's a huge difference.
Yes.
Yeah. And this is how precise these measuring instruments they are. And yeah, it's 65 nanometers in 200 meters. So that printing head is traveling 200 meters far away, and it comes back in the same position with a precision of 65 nanometer.
Very
Because
precise.
yes, these printers, they actually print large carbon fiber structures for the aerospace industry.
Is this the thing that Elon Musk just bought and put into one of his factories to like print out 3D print out the Teslas? It's a big machine that basically just makes the whole car. And uh, you know what I'm talking about? I think Elon Musk just
Yeah,
bought
but
one of these things.
that
It's a
that
massive
sounds
printing machine, but
well.
it's like the size of like
To
two
me, that
blocks.
sounds like
Huge.
small. I mean, if you are talking about cars, the dimensions are much smaller. You see,
But no,
yeah,
I understand exactly what you're talking
yeah,
about.
yeah. But the precision grade level will be approximately the same.
Sure.
You know, and the funny thing is that this company who produces these linear encoders, um, the longest that they sell is 200-meter long linear encoder. But they say that on a special order they can make even longer one if anybody needs.
Mm-hmm.
But today, the longest linear encoder someone bought was Airbus and these aerospace industries. Only they are buying these uh, tools now with these dimensions.
Oh wow.
But if you had the money and the requirement, yeah, if you needed one, you just make an order and they will build one for you. They will manufacture one for you straight away.
A lot of money, I'm sure. A lot of
Yeah,
money.
they are not shy about it.
Yeah.
And then with this tool, I mean, in 200 meters, if there is 2/10 of a millimeter drop or I don't know what, 1 millimeter drop, you will be able to detect it
Mm-hmm.
uh, with a margin of error of 65 nanometer.
Sure. So
Yeah,
what you're saying is that floor is flat.
flat,
Whoever
indeed.
built the floor
Yeah,
needed to
yeah,
know what the Earth was curving at.
Oh
yeah.
Is
sure.
the point? That has to be known or be built into
Mm.
something that precise. But I
Oh
guarantee you, they
yeah.
didn't take
Yeah,
that into consideration.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm sure. Yeah.
And when they built that building, when they made the floor, that's what they used, self-leveling concrete.
Yeah.
And then on top of it, yeah, I think special epoxy layers, yeah, which is also spreading evenly with, because when they pour epoxy, um, they are using these big infrared radiators, so it heats up the epoxy, it melts, and is very fluid, and it spreads very evenly,
Mhm.
and then from the heat it starts hardening.
Right.
So, yeah.
Yeah. Very interesting. Very interesting
Yeah.
way to do that. Yeah.
Mhm. And this is how we achieve the biggest flat surfaces, with less machining, because machining a flat floor is very complicated.
Oh, absolutely.
You see, you need to achieve like the flattest surface. You always need to grind at least 3 surfaces together. First you grind 2 surfaces against each other, and then you take a third one and you grind it with the other 2.
Sure.
For a short moment, and then always switch and repeat this process. And the end result will be a very, very flat, smooth surface.
Yeah, and that would actually be a good experiment that we could do that wouldn't be too expensive, where we could create almost kind of like a sidewalk that would be maybe say however far in the distance, use self-leveling concrete to make a completely flat surface for the whole length, and then we could do experiments like vanishing point experiments or perspective experiments, because we know the surface of that concrete is absolutely level, no curve, no curve in that, and we could test some of these theories that we've kind of been going back and forth on, like this disappears bottom up because of perspective. Well, does it really? Let's check it out. I've got a surface that I know is 100% level. Let's do the experiment. I would love to do that.
Yeah, you see, that
We've actually already
printer
done it.
head, that printer machine head is not small. It's like what, 2-story buildings tall. It's very tall.
Sure.
4 or 5 meters or 6, whatever. And when it's traveling from A to B, 100-meter distance, if it's moving on a curved surface, it will be tilting.
Of course. Oh, I don't deny that. That's got to
slightly
be
tilting.
It has to
And
be flat.
to actually verify if it's tilting or not, because the position of that printing head is extremely important.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so they are using plumb tools and these linear encoders, and they check that the plumb tools are perfectly parallel to each other, which are 100 meters apart, 200 meters apart from each other.
Oh, sure.
Those plumb tools, they are perfectly parallel. But on a ball, you cannot have 2 plumb tools perfectly parallel, because the down vector is divergent from the center of the ball, like the radius.
That is correct. Yeah, that is correct. Yeah.
In a ball, you or in a circle, you cannot get. You don't have 2 parallel radiuses.
Correct.
There's no such thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
Yeah. So
it's kind of like when you see bridges, the supports for bridges are, if like the Golden Gate Bridge, if you look off, if you stand off to the side, they're not parallel. They're further apart at the tips than they are at the bottom.
Well, that's for the transfer
chambering.
of the
They
force.
do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that short distance known level, we've already done that,
Oh yeah.
So
I mean,
there's a
YouTube. I mean, what surface? I mean, I'm not quite.
Use
I mean,
the
I'm
pond.
not denying.
A pond.
A pond. Okay.
A pond that's 600 feet long.
Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah. I mean, that would work.
They use the art. Listen, basically they do a small scale. So they get a radio controlled boat, and they go to take a camera about 2 inches off the surface, and sail the RC boat away, and it disappears just like a large scale boat.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Oh,
really.
cool. No. I mean,
So you can,
I'm not.
the
I'm not
YouTube
being
channel
a
is
dick.
called Sky. It's been listen. The thing is, the goal predicts that the horizon from that elevation is 2,600 feet away.
Okay.
So you've eliminated the boat disappearing behind the horizon because the lake is only 600 feet long.
Oh, definitely. I would
So
definitely
it
love
can't
to see
disappear behind a horizon it hasn't reached yet.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So they've replicated this multiple times. The YouTube channel is called Sky Free. She's done this.
Sky Free.
Sky Free.
Okay.
One word. Yeah, Sky Free.
Okay, I'm gonna check it out.
Tons of them. Like if you go on her YouTube channel, there's several dozen. So she's done it on tennis courts, lakes, kitchen floors, like you name it. And done all kinds of weird experiments, like adding cold, adding, trying to artificially create mirages. She's got a video where they split screen. So observations that people have done at large scale and then comparing it to what she's done at small scale, and the optics look completely identical.
Well, now I have seen some people go out to like football fields and do stuff like that, and I would have to throw a little.
Football fields are bowed, yes. I know that.
They're bowed for water. Yeah, okay. All right. And tennis courts, who knows, that too. But yeah, I mean, a pond, perfect. That would be a perfect test. I would definitely love to check that out.
So yeah, the last one they did was a very. So, I mean, they just do the observation. They measure the water temperature, air temperature, all that stuff. So the last one they did, they have actually a RC battleship. They have like a little one that's like a speedboat, and they got one that's like a RC battleship. And
awesome.
The RC battleship one is very odd. You can actually like see through the battleship. It's freaking weird, man. You'd have to see it.
Oh, okay.
I put the link to that one up in case anybody.
Oh, thank you so much for. Thank you for doing that. You guys are really like bending over backwards to help me out here since I'm driving. Appreciate it.
Well, you're not being a douchebag, so we're being nice.
Yeah.
I'm usually not. I do get my buttons
like,
pushed.
where are the edges? Can I fall off? Like
no. I'm not going to ask stupid questions like that. I'm genuinely trying to learn, and you know what? If I check out all your guys' everything that you've been telling me, and I cannot, there's no way that I can explain myself out of it. I mean, I'm going to have to admit that there's something wrong, and maybe, I'll be, flipping my little moniker tag on my name down there, and who knows?
Dev, I think he's got it.
But yeah. And I will be the first to admit that a lot of what I know or what I think I know, it does have a lot to do with trust and belief, and because I personally cannot verify a lot of the evidence for the globe Earth. I can't verify myself, so I'm just taking their word for it. I'll be the first to admit that. I don't have a problem admitting that.
Nobody can. That's
problem is the things you can verify. When you actually go to check it, it's not there. That's really the problem. Is that the things they claim exist aren't there. So I'll give you an exact example of one. So they say that according to the globe Earth, it's because the Earth is spinning. Depending on what latitude you are, things will weigh less, right?
Sure.
You're at the South Pole, it weighs more than if you're at the equator because of the centrifugal force, right?
Yes.
So when these tests are actually done, it doesn't match the prediction. So there was there's a company called Kern. They're a precision scientific scale company. That's what they do. They make scientific scales, high precision scientific scales. So as part of an ad campaign, they took like one of those little garden gnomes, their scale, and they sent them to scientists all over the world, right? Okay. So they sent them to the Edmonton Station, they sent them to Lawrence Livermore, they sent them to CERN, and they had scientists weigh the scale, send in their data, whatever, right?
Sure.
So someone went and collected, a flat earther went and collected all the data from these and all the weights that were measured, and you can plot them, right, according to latitude, and the observation it's not even close to what the globe Earth predicts. It's not even close.
But was there But was there
The
a difference
difference is,
in the weight?
oh yeah, but it's like, but it's random. It's not. It should be it should be like a linear curve, right?
Mm-hmm.
As you go for, like, so you got like 0 degrees as you get, or you're at 90 degrees, right? South pole. As you get closer to the equator, should be like a curve that the weight should fall off. You should be able to
Sure,
curve fit
that would be the prediction. Yes. Yeah.
Yes, that'd be the prediction. But the graph actually is a sawtooth of random weights. And this is a precision scale with a calibration weight and all that stuff. This isn't like some crappy scale that you get at get at Home Depot. This is a precision scale that costs like $40,000, right? So and it wasn't just scrubs doing the measurement, right? So these professional scientists that were doing the measurement.
Yeah, that's something that I've always heard, that you'll weigh one weight at the pole and you'll weigh a lesser weight at the equator. I've always heard that, and you're saying that these scientific measurements were done, and that it wasn't even close to the predictions.
It's not even close. And it's random. It's not like any particular pattern.
That's interesting. That is interesting. I definitely like to check that out. I'm going to check that out. What about?
I just use it as an example of what they say. What they say, like, here's something you can test, right? So we go out and test it, and then it's not what they say, right? It's not what the model predicts. So like, this is really what we, like, the flat earthers, this is really our argument. Like, they say all these things, and then when we go out in the world, it's not there. Like, what are we supposed to do? Right? Just keep believing? I mean, go ahead.
We can do it even more simply than having to send the weights all over the place. If Neil deGrasse Tyson says that the Earth is spinning and that a football that's kicked in the air is going in a line while the Earth rotates underneath it, then we can test that with drones, helicopters, planes, gliders, and anything else that flies in the air.
You're roboting really bad.
So the claim is that the reason why the sun and the sky,
you're still
and
roboting,
and all that move is because Earth is actually turning the way Neil deGrasse Tyson says. So that if we take a drone in the air, why does the moon still move?
Oh,
God damn it!
Did a quick calculation.
Why does the moon
and I tweeted
still move?
You're roboting really bad. I'm sorry, but
maybe he needs to disconnect and reconnect or something. But yeah, that's cool that you're willing to follow the information where it leads, Robert. So I mean, just the fact that you are seeing that there's some anomalies that can't be explained.
Well, that's really interesting. Because like I said, one thing that I've always heard was about the weight thing, and to find out that that's not even true, I would definitely love to see that, and I'm gonna take a look into that.
I used to have those images saved when Indio showed them before. I don't know if I still have them. Indio. I don't know. Just he has the charts and the graphs and all that.
Well, another thing that I've always told is about pendulums, and how pendulums you can actually, by the drift, tell what latitude you are on the Earth, or is it longitude? Whichever one goes from the north to the south. By the drift of the pendulum, and then it won't drift at the equator. But you could, like, if you have like a 7% drift, supposedly you're like somewhere on in the U.S. the line that goes through the U.S. at 7%, and it's a higher drift the closer you get to the pole, and a lower drift the closer you get to the equator. That's something I've always been told. Do you have anything on that?
Yeah, in these pendulums, they often use diamagnetic metals or lead, which is one very, very weird metal. And why is that? It's because of magnetic properties.
But I've seen them use concrete though as well. So that there was no metal at all. It was just concrete.
Well, you see, the concrete is also not like neutral when it's about magnetism, electrostatics, and electricity. Everything that is matter has some sort of magnetic, electric, and electrostatic properties to them.
Well,
And they will
hold on.
behave.
Check this out. Check this out. Good morning, everybody. So,
good morning.
What Fuzzy was talking about, right? If you connect the two, because you're saying, well, what I'm talking about is the proof that Earth, well, seems to be evidence that Earth rotates, right? That's the general
Correct.
claim.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. That's what I've been told. Yes.
Right, of course. So Fuzzy was saying, if that's the case, then we would see Earth-based Coriolis. If you Google Earth-based Coriolis, it just says anything not connected with the Earth will experience this. Now they say if you're traveling, but I mean, if you think about it, 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, like it's logical to think that if you're not connected to the Earth, then you would experience a deflection, and anything that's moving away from the Earth or anything that's traveling in a straight line, you would see a deflection. That's Coriolis effect. That's what Neil deGrasse Tyson said is the reason for that field goal kick. So when you put up a drone, or people say, drones, they're geostationary, whatever. But I don't know what I mean, because people talk themselves into a lot of things, but they're also hot air balloon travels that people have done over 1,000, I think at least 1,000 miles or more in the opposite direction of what the spin would cause it to do. Now, because of the Coriolis effect and how we experience this in real life, it would have to follow that the Earth, because again, we see the sun moving and the moon moving and everything else moving because we're moving. So anything not connected to the Earth would have to experience the same thing.
Well, the thing is okay.
Do you disagree?
Yes.
Do you
I
disagree?
do. Yes.
Why?
Well, I disagree with the way you're going. Hot air balloons, although not connected to the Earth, are still part of the atmosphere. Okay, they're not
the
traveling on the.
atmosphere.
They're not. And
So
the
if you
atmosphere
Google,
is going with the Earth.
so if you Google, Coriolis, Earth-based Coriolis effect,
yeah,
and you explicitly see them say anything not connected with the Earth, for example, a plane will experience this drift, which means, hold on.
Okay.
The air itself, there's no intermolecular bonds. It's definitely not connected to the Earth, nor are they connected with each other. There's no reason to think that the atmosphere, quote unquote, is going to move with the Earth. Second of all, you don't have a Coriolis effect if that's the case. So you have Earth-based Coriolis, and then you have what you're talking about, which is not in line with the heliocentric model. They would never say that because that's a first law of thermodynamics violation.
You'd be arguing with Neil deGrasse Tyson. You'd be arguing. Are you saying Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong?
Yeah, he said a lot of wrong things.
Wow. Why don't you take his place or something?
Based on what I said, like I said, if you just Google what these guys say Coriolis effect, Earth-based Coriolis effect is, what I'm saying is not wrong. It's not like it can be refuted. I'm just repeating what they claim is happening, but it's not happening. Like Indio said to you, all of these claims of things that are happening that are actually not happening. That's a problem.
Well, the thing is, the definition is too simplistic. Okay, now the atmosphere is moving with the Earth because it has reached a state of equilibrium. Yeah, if there all of a sudden you just put an atmosphere around the Earth, just like all of a sudden, like there was no atmosphere, and now you put it there, no, it wouldn't travel. The Earth would be spinning, and the atmosphere would be still. But the thing is, the Earth and the atmosphere have been coexisting for so long that they're
How do
now
you know
both
that
in
that's true? Like, do you believe it?
they're in equilibrium. Basically, kind of like if you were to put a basketball in a bucket of water and you start spinning the basketball, eventually the water around the basketball will be spinning at the same speed as the basketball.
Water
Okay,
has
so
intermolecular bonds, though. Like
I understand.
this is what I'm trying
But
to
I
stress to
understand. But
you.
it's still a medium. It's still a medium,
But
though.
but check this out. Check this out.
Sure.
There's a difference between water and air. To argue, the point that I'm trying to make is, I mean, you could do that if you want, but at the end of the day, you just said, well, it would have to be this. So it would have to be a globe. The globe would have to be spinning, and over a long period of time, this would have had to happen. A time frame in which none of us have actually experienced. So my question to you is, aside from what they say Coriolis effect is, and I don't think that they say the atmosphere travels with the Earth. I'm almost certain that they don't say that, but you're saying that. But this is fine. Um, why do you why do you believe it is my question. You don't have to believe it, and you can't use something we can't verify or experience to tell us definitively that's what's happening. You know that that's not reasonable, right?
On top of the fact that you used a container of water, Earth doesn't have a container around it to hold the gas, not water, in. It's a vacuum in all directions, not a container.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
what
How
if
would
the
it reach
atmosphere?
equilibrium?
I don't want to get off into too many different tangents. I just want to stay focused, if we could.
Okay, can I ask you a question about what you said
Sure.
then? So,
The
if you
point is
think
that
that the,
it's a malformed question. I mean, your whole premise is malformed on several different levels. I think that's just what we're trying to point out, if that makes sense.
yeah,
Okay.
for
Hey,
sure.
with it.
Anyway,
Thank you, bro. I got the kite.
Okay,
Look, can
cool.
I say something real quick? This guy has been pretty polite, and so I wouldn't jump on him. But what he was asking is, people claim that the Foucault pendulum varies according to latitude. He was wondering if that so-called experimental result is what is observed in reality. And the answer to that is no, it is not.
No.
Okay.
Okay,
That's what I.
so if you look up the manual, it's called a manual is for museum and scientific grade pendulums, Foucault pendulums. They are all driven, and they have a little dial inside them to adjust the pendulum until you basically get what is predicted for your latitude, quote unquote predicted. So basically, you adjust it until you get what you want. Plus, there's anomalous behavior, right? So there's something called the Elias effect, where during a lunar eclipse, the pendulum has been observed to go backwards, slow down, and do all sorts of weird stuff. So there's that. And on top of that, so I'll give you another one too. The Amundsen Station, which is supposed to be in the South Pole, they set up a Foucault's pendulum expecting to measure, one Earth rate one day, they were expected to measure 15 degrees per hour, right? So one every day. What they ended up measuring was every 2.24 days, right? So then they tried again, right? And they kept trying until they got the result they wanted, declared victory, and said, yes, we confirm the Earth is rotating. There's actually a web page on it where they're actually saying this stuff. Like, this is literally like cherry picking, and these guys are supposed to be scientists.
So you can't bring that
listen,
up.
if you take three measurements, right? If you take three measurements, and one is the result of the prediction, one has a result that matches the prediction. How can you why would you throw out the other two measurements?
Oh yeah, that would not be scientific at all. No, you have to include all. You have to include all your results.
Exactly, and this is the problem with Foucault's pendulum: is that it is notoriously hard to get what you expect. You have to keep trying over and over again.
Now you're talking about pendulums under power, correct? Like some type of manipulation. Like
in the South Pole, it wasn't powered. In the South Pole, it wasn't powered.
Okay.
But the powered ones have to be manipulated in order to maintain, obviously, because they're museum pieces, right?
Yeah, the one that I saw was not under power, but of course it only lasted maybe 40 minutes or something like that, and like it was recording a 7 degree drift, but
Did
it
it
wasn't
work the
under any
first
kind of
try?
power at all. I'm sorry.
Did it work the first try?
I don't know if it worked the first try. I know I just saw them swinging it back and forth, and it had like a pen that would go through some ink, and it would draw draw
The one
lines
that's
every
on
time it went
YouTube,
through.
right? I think you're
Right.
talking about
That's
the
what.
one that's on YouTube. It doesn't
That's the
indicate
one I
whether
saw.
that was the first try.
Well,
But that's the problem with Cavendish, right? That's the same problem with Cavendish. They get a lot of anonymous results, and they keep trying until they get the result they want.
Oh, okay.
But also, here's the thing about the pendulum, right? What does the pendulum tell us? That the pendulum goes in a straight line while Earth is free to rotate underneath it, correct?
Correct.
So when a plane takes off or any of these other things take off, they're free to move while the Earth rotates underneath it.
But a
Like the
plane,
pendulum. But that doesn't happen.
But a plane or a helicopter or a drone, they're under their own power. So
Not a hot air balloon, not a glider, and not no.
a hot air
not everything.
balloon. A hot air balloon drifts on the wind. It is affected by the wind. Okay.
Yeah. So
But
I got a question.
plane.
Right, if the atmosphere is moving with the Earth, so
Yes.
when the wind goes all these different directions, where does that fit in?
Where's what?
Where does that fit in?
Well, wind is just air moving from higher pressure to lower pressure. And
Well,
that
air is what
causes wind.
Well, what is the atmosphere?
What is the atmosphere?
Yeah.
The gas around us.
The air.
The air, yes.
Okay, so wind is the movement of the air.
Yeah, and localized. It's not the same everywhere. I mean, obviously, you can have wind blowing one direction in one area and wind blowing another direction in another area.
But you
But you say it's going all in one direction with the Earth, though.
The atmosphere, like the total
That's
air is all going.
That's
yeah,
air.
exactly. I mean, everything is moving in one direction, but then you have air within that motion blowing in another direction, going from high pressure to low pressure, and the balloon is pushed around by that moving air. But if there was no wind at all, then the balloon would just sit there and be completely stationary because it's moving at the same speed as the Earth is moving. It's moving at the same speed as the atmosphere is moving.
But why do you believe that? Second of all, can you get a citation for what you're saying? Because
He said it would be stationary because it's moving.
It would what?
You said it would be stationary because it's moving with the Earth and the atmosphere.
Stationary in reference to us, the observer, which is we are also moving. We are moving in reference to outside of the Earth,
So there is no Coriolis, Earth-based Coriolis. Then is what you're arguing for.
There is Coriolis.
But you're arguing for there not being Coriolis.
No, I'm not arguing for no Coriolis. How do you
If you're saying that the air is moving with the atmosphere, then we would not observe Earth-based Coriolis, and you're saying that we do Earth-based Coriolis.
Things that are in the atmosphere are not going to be affected by Coriolis.
I'm sorry. This is becoming circular, sir. I hear you. This is becoming circular, fuzzy. Look, I don't want to keep bringing up the same points. I asked you why you believe that.
Why do I believe it? It makes sense. It's logical.
But you can't prove it scientifically, right?
I don't have no. I don't. I mean, to believe something, you don't have to verify it scientifically to believe it.
Okay, but wait, how is it logical though?
How is it logical?
Yeah, you're telling us that the Earth's atmosphere moves with the Earth, but also simultaneously it moves separate from the Earth. What part of that is logical?
But where did I say the air moves separate from the Earth?
Coriolis is that.
Only under conservation of momentum. Like that's what I'm saying. The balloon
that's
has
also not
the balloon.
true. That's also hold on. Don't try to. When I say that's not true, I'm not trying to jump on you.
My point? Why can't I just finish my point?
Because when you said right conservation of momentum, it would be conservation of angular momentum. And you can't prove to me that that happens. No one
I'm
on
not
this earth can
trying
demonstrate.
not trying to prove anything.
I'm just saying. Think about this, right? Because the Earth is spinning,
Sure.
right? So if anything has a straight trajectory, it would have to stay level and attached with the Earth. Okay, that's almost like me spinning a yo-yo attached to a string. That I would consider, I guess, conservation of angular momentum, because conserving the angle would allow it to stay level with the Earth. That's a globe. It's not conservation of momentum, which is often linear momentum that people are talking about. This is a very different thing.
But I do want to just let him answer, right? Which part of it is logical?
I want to clarify and see if he knows something. I want to see if you know that Coriolis is an apparent deflection, right? That the Coriolis is okay. So it's an apparent deflection. Whatever is that's the projectile, it's moving straight. It just appears to deflect because the Earth is supposed to be spinning out from underneath it.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I agree exactly with what you just said. Just like
yes,
like an artillery. If you shoot from south north,
we talked about this.
Yeah, we did. But for the other ones who are just joining us, you fire if you're south and you're firing directly north, and I'm only talking about south to north directions here right now. You fire a projectile that's under that momentum, and it cannot change its it doesn't have any onboard fins, engines or anything. It's going to appear to drift off to the right, but it is still going straight. Like if the projectile itself was the reference point, it is going straight. But from our perspective on the ground, it will look like it is drifting off to the right. Because
that's the claim. Sir. Yes. Okay. So that's the claim, right? That's the claim.
That's the claim.
Is this observed in reality? What these guys are asking you is, when does something become unvelcroed to the Earth? At what point? Like, when does it? Is it in the different reference frame? What distinguishes being in one from the other?
Yeah, that would be that artillery shell would be separating itself from the Earth. Okay. But a balloon, a hot air balloon, who's not under any kind of momentum at all, it's just sitting there. It's just going to look like it's stationary. From our reference point, it's stationary. From the person in the balloon, it's stationary. But from outside, like if you were able to step outside of the Earth and look, the balloon would be, slowly going, just like with the spin of the Earth. I mean, it would all just the Earth and the atmosphere and the balloon would all be moving together. Okay, but if you were still in that vantage point outside the Earth and someone fired an artillery shell, you would see that artillery shell going straight. You would see that artillery shell going straight, but someone on Earth would see it start to drift. That's the Coriolis effect. I mean,
the air is in the Earth reference frame. It's not a separate reference frame.
Right.
Okay.
I'm just explaining this the best that I know. I can't sit here and say this is fact. This is true. I'm saying I don't know if I preference this. This is what I have been taught. This is what I think that is this is what is going on. This is what explains things. Now, presented with evidence to the opposite, then I will change my position. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, so
I will do that,
part, bro, because you said it was logical. I think you actually believe that, so I think that needs to be addressed, right? So if the atmosphere is moving with the Earth east and there's really strong wind blowing west, can you explain to me what's happening?
The wind is pushing. Are you talking about the balloon? Yeah, the wind is pushing the balloon. The balloon is traveling on the wind. Yes.
Okay, we don't need a balloon. The air is moving west. Okay, but it's also moving east.
And
that's so logical, bro. That's so logical.
Well, the wind is different than the atmosphere. I mean, wind is part of the atmosphere, but it acts in separate when it's going. When you've got high pressure going to low pressure, that's going to be movement. That's going to be movement in the opposite direction that it's actually going. I mean, there's nothing illogical about that.
Yeah, the air is separate from the air. That's also super logical, bro.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't know why that's
Robert,
understand.
Robert, you are a truck driver, correct?
Yes, I am.
Before this, you were talking about ballistics.
Yes.
Do you know what ballistics is?
Yeah, the study of projectiles.
Yes, it's military science.
Yes.
Yeah, good. Have you rigorously studied it?
I have not rigorously studied it, no.
Okay.
I have fired my fair share of guns, but I have not studied it.
Rifled guns or non-rifled?
Well, I never shot an unrifled gun before, so rifled.
Oh, yeah. Well, we have these hunting shotguns, to call them like folklorically. They have no rifle, so the barrel is polished.
Some do. Some
because
do. They're rifled shotguns.
I haven't finished.
Okay.
Because that uh, cartridge shell you load into the gun, it has a plastic encasing, yeah, and inside it you have 50 tiny balls of lead.
Yep.
They are held together in a plastic little cup, yeah, which when you shoot it, the barrel will not inflict any kind of spin to it. So once that load has left the barrel, because of that high velocity, the plastic cup will inflate itself, and release free all those lead tiny balls, which they will start spreading apart because of the gas that's been pushing them, through them. So that's why they start deflecting, and when you shoot at a wall, you will see that those balls will hit a 1 meter radius surface area. Yeah. But when we are talking about bullets and cannon projectiles and stuff like this, we are talking about barrels which are rifled, and you can have the rifle clockwise or counterclockwise, and according to that direction, yeah, you will have the projectile spin clockwise or counterclockwise. And according to the direction of spin, you will have, according to the laws of aerodynamics and quanta effects, yeah, you will have a slight deflection of the projectile, left side or right side.
Correct.
It will be very, very small, and it will never be anything which will give you the precise Coriolis math calculus. When you shoot from north towards south, yeah, at the equator, in the vicinity of equator, from the tropics towards the equator, yeah, you have this motion of the earth from east to west or the other way around, whatever. You have a direction of spin, yeah. When the projectile leaves the barrel, the ground beneath it is spinning, is moving with supersonic speed, 1,000 miles per hour.
That's false.
Look, have you seen any demonstration of Coriolis effect on
The Earth does not spin at 1,000 miles per hour.
at the equator?
Correct.
That's
Yeah,
right. It's
that's the angular
1,040.
speed. That's the angular speed of the
We
Earth at
it's
the equator.
You measure spinning in RPMs, not in miles per hour.
I'm talking about angular speed,
We didn't
tangential
even get
speed.
this movement. We didn't
Yeah.
even get this movement from RPMs. You know that, right? Actually, it had to do with the sun and its movement above the Earth, really. But anyway,
Get you guys talking about tangential velocity is 1,040
Yeah.
miles per hour.
I mean, literally, if you sit on a merry-go-round and barely, like, you know what I mean? If it took you 24 hours to do one trip around in a merry-go-round, that's about the same speed as the Earth is traveling, so spinning. So, but go ahead. I mean, say what you're saying.
You're skipping but even on a merry-go-round, it's going to move. The inside of the merry-go-round is going to be slower than the outside, right?
Okay, I guess nobody can hear me.
no,
Okay,
go ahead, Redford Bear.
I hear you.
Please.
it's Precious Metal Takeover, so we're gonna stop the conversation for a minute, and then we can keep it going. I don't know. I think Nathan wanted to announce it today, so if you want to go, Nathan.
Yeah, so hello everybody. This is the second Precious Metals of 2022. Thank you everyone for showing up. Redford and I will be your hosts as usual. And welcome to the show. And yes, Redford, I remember to say show because I know you hate the word program. So yeah,
Thank you.
don't worry about it. But yeah, welcome everybody. Thank you for showing up. It's cool to have so many people in the live stream for the start. And I hope we can have a fun Precious Metals.
Yeah, so unfortunately, we'll have to get the moderators and admin to mute their mics, and then you guys can carry on with the conversation you're talking about. Bin, I believe.
Oh, such a shame, because I wanted Elijah and Indio and Fuzzy Swan to finish their points. Also, it's it.
Fuzzy Swan can join in.
Yeah.
I want to hear y'all. I get sick of talking. Anyway, what you said something about muting mics. Whose mic you need to be muted?
Oh yeah, just for if the moderators and admins, because it's Precious Metal Takeover.
Well, so no one in particular you want muted?
Not currently, no, but you know, if any of the moderators
Just
speak up, then
yeah, just to remind them.
Yeah, shut up, mods. Shut up, admins.
All right, Get. What were you saying?
Well, with the Coriolis, when we are firing a projectile from the tropics towards the equator, north to south, once the projectile leaves the barrel, is in its own reference frame, and it is not in the Earth's reference frame anymore. It will be the same like the air that we breathe, that projectile. But according to what they say, that the Earth spins one rotation in 24 hours, yeah, one R. That's not actually RPM, you know, because it can't be. Yeah.
one per day, so RPD.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
But because of the imaginary globe circumference, yeah, of what is it? Do you know the Earth's circumference?
At 24,000 something, 23,000.
Yeah, almost 25. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
something like that.
So that means when you are on a point on the equator line, in 24,000, in 24 hours, you have moved 24,000 miles, approximately.
In one day.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's spinning. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. This speed equates to 1,000 miles an hour.
Well, okay.
To
I will
travel,
agree.
listen.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, to travel 24,000 miles in one day, yeah?
Yeah.
You have to be traveling with 1,000 miles an hour.
Yes, but do you see how that can be misleading by telling somebody who doesn't know any better? Let's pick somebody who doesn't know any better and tell them you are spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. The first thing that they're going to think of is, how the hell am I still, that's too fast. Everything would just get flown right off the ball. I mean, that's because it's not
too fast. That's not too fast. That is only supersonic speed. It's not
Yeah,
fast.
right. Exactly. It's only supersonic speed. Three times
Yeah.
three times the speed of sound. It's yeah.
No, it's the speed of sound plus about 400.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
So when I first heard that and somebody said, the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, and I was like, wow, that is fast. But wait a minute, why? 24 hours to go. So it's, I guess that's what I'm trying to say is, yeah, from an outside point of view, that would 1,000 miles per hour would make sense, but for all intents and purposes, we don't use 1,000 miles per hour because that just doesn't fit, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
For example, the speedometer of a airplane.
Yeah.
You have a gauge there inside the dashboard of the airplane or cockpit, whatever they call it, yeah? Which shows you the speed you are flying with, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah. How is that speed being measured technologically?
Right.
What
There's
kind of mechanical or optical instrument is that?
There's usually a little tube on the outside of the airplane called a pitot tube, and that measures the airspeed, the pressure of the air coming in to that pitot tube. And that
pretty
much they figure that tells you how fast. Well, that's what they used before, before technology. That's old technology. Now they can just
so if
with
the
GPS.
if the airplane was sitting on the ground and you will be blowing air in that tube, then in the cockpit you will see that you are moving.
Yes.
You have speed.
Yes, I've done it. I've done it before. Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. Because we do have actually 6-axis rubidium inertially suspended comagnetometers for measuring speed, and they have nothing to do with number of air molecules collision. They have nothing to do with that. That's not how they measure the speed, these instruments.
Well, not now.
These are actually these instruments are actually do you know how microchips look like on a PCB board? Yeah, good. That's how that instrument actually looks like. It's perfectly sealed, closed from the outside environment medium. It has no physical connection with outside medium. Yeah, and they do measure motion in space.
Right.
And when you're standing still, it tells you that you're standing still. And when you are inside an airplane which is flying, it will tell you the speed you are flying with.
Right.
Yeah, they are very fascinating devices, but I don't know why Globers still do not accept them for what they are telling us. I mean, obviously, these devices.
Who's
These
not?
devices.
Wait. Who's not accepting? I'm sorry.
These devices.
Who's not accepting what you're saying and why?
The Globers.
They're not accepting what how to measure the speed of the airplane.
Yeah.
Why are they not accepting that? I don't see anything wrong with what you just said.
Well, when you stand still on the ground, that device will tell you that you have 0 miles an hour. You are not moving.
Sure.
But when you are in an airplane which is flying with about 600 miles an hour, it will show you 589 miles an hour or 602 miles an hour, plus minus something, with a margin of error. But it will tell you approximately the exact same speed.
Okay.
Yeah. And yeah, it depends what kind of precision instrument you're using, because if you buy a more precise one, yeah, you will have more accurate readings.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, I went through ground school to get my pilot's license, and that was one thing that we did. And I may have been when I talked about the pitot tubes. Those, that's on a little Cessna. Now, if you're printing a big jumbo, I have no idea how those things work or how they take their measurements. I only knew what I experienced and how I did it from my classes. So, but I mean, that doesn't sound like there's anything wrong with what you just said. I mean, makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah. And you see, I haven't seen air pilots doing this calculus, like who's measuring the wind speeds at high altitudes and how, to give this information to the pilots. When you have a front towards the back wind, blowing in your face against you when you are flying, then that tube which is measuring your speed will show you that you are flying with a much faster speed, and this means you take more fuel and you will reach much faster at the destination. But actually they tell you exactly which time, minute you will be landing, and actually these pilots are given a very precise time when to land on that runway,
Sure. Yeah, everything's all computerized now. Everything's all computerized now. The pilots are just there to correct small corrections.
But this computer is also checking the speed of that plane which is flying with, and based on that information is telling you precisely when you're going to land.
Sure.
But if you have 200 miles an hour wind blowing at you like a hurricane or whatever, yeah, then it's gonna show you that you'll be much faster.
Well, I think
at the
nowadays,
destination.
I think nowadays modern technology planes calculate their speed by GPS, just like you have a GPS in your car, it'll tell you how fast you're driving on your GPS. Your GPS will give you your miles per hour.
Yeah. You said you think, but yeah, that's not how they do it. They use these comagnetometers.
Oh, sure, or that whatever.
And
Yeah, I know
also
it's not the pitot tube
some,
anymore.
yeah, some do have these interferometers, you know, which are optical devices for measuring speed, motion.
The gyroscope.
The gyroscope cannot measure the speed.
Well, not speed, no. Just your reference point, like if you're tilted or pointed down or pointed up. Yeah.
Yeah, that's all a gyroscope can give you, like your relative position tilt, to the horizon. Yeah. So that device is lying to us when we are standing on the ground, because the globers say that we are moving 1,000 miles an hour when you are at the equator, and when you are in Europe, like somewhere at the 45th parallel, you're supposed to have something like 700 miles an hour, And yeah, there is also a huge difference between the radius from the axis of spin, the centrifugal force. Once you cut in half the radius, from the center of spin, you have totally different centrifugal forces at the same RPM.
But when the plane is on the ground,
Exponentially.
it's not moving in reference to everything here on Earth. It would only be moving if you were able to have a reference point outside the Earth somehow.
Well, yeah, but why, when we stand on the ground, why do we read that zero? Why are we given that zero?
Well, because just like with those like in ground school, everything presumes a motionless Earth, right? It's just because that's just easier to make your calculations that way. Because in reference to the plane and to the Earth is not moving. When you're in the atmosphere and you're flying around, you are moving through the atmosphere, but the Earth is not. Now that's not a big deal. I mean, that's not like a I gotcha or anything. We don't experience motion. Nothing that we do here on Earth experiences motion, except for the extreme cases, like I said, with if you're going to be firing an artillery shell over 25 miles or something like that, then there's going to be, a problem. But for every other intents and purposes, every normal day-to-day activity, the motion of the Earth has no bearing on our lives at all.
And it also is because it's not even moving in the first place. And can you please demonstrate that it is?
True. I mean,
true.
Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right.
I mean, maybe. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. When you want to determine what the speed something is, you got to be on a separate reference frame, partner. So you got to be able to leave the Earth and everything that comes with it, atmosphere, whatever, okay, and be completely outside of it. Then test the speed. Now, since we can't leave here due to the second law of thermodynamics, how the fuck do you still believe this?
What do you mean we can't leave because of the second law of thermodynamics?
The second law of thermodynamics states that gas will fill the space seeking equilibrium. Right. So you wouldn't have gas pressure if you had an open container. It'd just go right outside there, okay? So we are contained and enclosed. You're not getting a rocket through that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but we're not contained in an
No,
enclosed...
the necessary antecedent for gas pressure is containment.
Sure.
What would you do about that?
Yeah.
But you do realize our atmosphere does seep out into space. I mean, it continuously
No, it doesn't,
does.
because of the enclosure.
Sure does.
Again, necessary antecedent is enclosure. Containment.
Yeah. Enclosure.
Okay? Right.
So you're talking about like a snowball, like a snow globe kind of a thing.
Sure.
Okay, but we
That's the way
haven't
to
seen
imagine it's the same idea. Yes.
But we haven't seen anything like that, or been able to find any kind
It
of
doesn't
information.
matter.
How
The
do you know?
antecedent for pressure is containment. So it's there. Do you see what I'm saying? The roof is there, whether or not you want to believe it.
Well, and the easy thing to say is, gravity is the container.
Hold on,
Wait.
Ged.
You
Hold on.
you
I'm going
told.
to get him there.
Sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm going to get him there. So, where is the independent variable in the experiment that you performed to demonstrate gravity being the thing that promotes a downward vector?
Well, I didn't do the experiment. Other people that
Okay,
have.
well, that's your first mistake. You can't make a claim unless you've done something. So, keep going.
You can make you can make a claim
No, you
without
can't.
actually having done the experiment.
Really?
Yes,
So
you
you're just going
can.
to trust
Well,
someone else?
who says you can't make a claim? Well, I'm going to trust that they did an experiment. I'm going to
There
read
you
their
go. You're going to
paperwork,
trust. Right. So empiricism doesn't work that way.
well, if that were the case, I mean, there's all kinds of things that you wouldn't be. You can't say that there is a container because you've never done an experiment to see the
No.
container.
Listen, that's not an experiment. The
Yes,
experiment
we
is
did.
testing
Yeah,
whether
we
or not
did.
there's pressure on the Earth. And since there's pressure on the Earth, it has to be that there is a container. I'm not asking. And gravity is not a container. When was the last time a force was a physical barrier for anything?
Okay. What is the what was the pressure
Robert,
ground
wait.
level?
Go ahead, get.
Robert, wait. You are a truck driver.
Yes.
Correct? Yeah, good.
Correct.
Now, you said we don't have an experiment for this to prove the container. Well, for you at your truck to have 3.5 or 4 bar air pressure around your wheels of the truck wheels, you need to have that big rubber tires to inflate them, hermetically sealed, closed. If you punch a hole with a nail or screw in something, and make a hole, all that gas pressure from the tire will not stay there like you have a magic glue to make it stick around the wheel.
Sure.
So we do have demonstration
of gas being in a
gas
container,
pressure,
of course.
the necessary antecedent for gas pressure. To have gas pressure, you need to have a closed container.
No.
And I tell you one funny thing. If you take a gas pressure manometer, these gauges which measure like precision gas pressure, and you will measure the gas pressure inside your tire at the bottom where you have the contact with the ground, you will see that that's the point where you have the highest gas pressure, and at the top you will have a slightly lower gas pressure.
Sure.
It will be like the millionth part smaller, but there will be that gradient. There will be a gradient from between the bottom and the top. Always. All all pressurized containers, they come with a gas pressure gradient also.
Yep.
I know it is very, very small, so we are taking it, we are declaring it negligible. Yeah, but physically, that's how it happens. When you use precision measuring gas pressure instruments, you will find that in each pressurized container, there will be this very, very slight gradient.
Yes,
just like we experience in the natural world, in reality. At sea level, you have almost 14 psi. When you go on Mount Everest, you will probably lose 1 psi in gas pressure, or
yeah,
2.
it's more than that. Yeah, and then if you keep going up, you
Yeah.
lose more and more
Well,
until
but
until
no
you
matter.
eventually get to zero.
I tell you what.
Mhm.
It doesn't reach zero.
Oh, it most certainly does. People have
No,
sent up
no.
many weather balloons with pressure sensitive equipment and measured the air pressure high above the Earth, and it's registered at the same whatever the 10 to the negative 17th or whatever it is.
No,
Yeah,
no,
it's
no.
so how
Listen,
do you have
yeah,
zero pressure inside a
Robert.
pressurized
Okay,
container?
yeah, Robert. I want you to tell me which gas pressure instrument is that, which can show you a 10 to the negative 17 torr.
Whatever I, I
No,
don't know.
show me that instrument because I want to buy that. I want to buy that instrument.
All right.
Like
So
right
are you
now.
wait? So are you saying that our pressure gradient in the atmosphere doesn't go to zero? That it somewhere
No,
up there around?
he's saying that doesn't exist any kind of instrument who can measure that what you said, that kind of
Yeah.
value.
And how did we measure the pressure out in space?
They didn't measure. They
It is
told you only the
calculated.
value.
Okay.
That's
Okay. That's fine. But okay. So when we do
not
have a
fine.
pressure
That
gradient
means if
here.
I
Technologically, we are not there. We are not capable to measure 10 to the minus 17 torr. Empirically, you cannot measure that.
We cannot measure a near perfect vacuum, is what you're.
10 to the
we don't have the
listen,
technology.
Robert. 10 to the minus 17 torr is infinitely far away from perfect vacuum.
Right.
It
Oh,
is.
I said that. Yeah,
It
imperfect,
is very,
not
very
perfect
far.
vacuum. Right.
Yeah.
But what I don't understand is if you say if the claim is that we are in a enclosed system and we do have a pressure gradient, and that pressure gradient does eventually, the higher up you go, the less and less it gets. How do we have almost zero
No, I
pressure
didn't say the
inside our
less and
container?
less. Yeah, it does go less. Yeah, the higher you go, the pressure is less, but
Right.
you also have transition points.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever heard of lambda point?
Lambda point?
Yeah. Yeah.
What is? I'm sorry. What is lambda point?
Oh, well, it's the low energy state point where, you know, what you call extreme cold, this transition point actually, when you cross it, yeah, towards 0 Kelvin, at 2.17 Kelvin, that's where the lambda point is. When you drop below that temperature, you are entering a different kind of physics and realm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's where superfluid liquid helium happens. And this means you have a frictionless medium environment. So any kind, if you had a lake with this kind of liquid, and you take a boat, yeah, and you wanna sail across it, you know, drive your boat across this lake, You start your engine, your propeller starts spinning, you give throttle, you give gas, push the pedal, yeah, all the way up, yeah. So your engine is like 20,000 RPM spinning, yeah. That propeller will be spinning in the superfluid liquid helium, and it will generate no liquid current because it's spinning in a frictionless medium.
Sure.
Sure, it means you have no propulsion, you have no motion. Okay. You can't push yourself from it. If you cannot push yourself from it, and it is physical, empirical, and wet and cold, if you can't push yourself from it, then it means Newton was lying. For every motion, there is an equal opposite uh, reaction for every action. Yeah.
Okay.
His laws of motion are bunk.
Okay.
So they are not reality.
And are you saying that there is a like a point somewhere where there is this frictionless area in the atmosphere? I'm just trying to understand what you're referencing.
I'm saying that, yeah, with balloons up to 130,000 feet, yeah, or I don't know what's the highest altitude with a balloon, yeah, but they send them pretty high. Yeah, that's where the bloody materials that we have and we can use, yeah, to make balloons and fill them with so much gas to reach that high, we reach up to that point. But whatever it is above that, it is obviously making all our materials that we have obsolete. We cannot operate them in that medium. It's just like you want to take your truck and drive it to the South Pole, where you have temperatures in the winter normal, like minus 80 Celsius, but your truck tires, they fail at minus 60 Celsius. So you will have no wheels, man. To drive.
Okay. Yep. Oh, I understand.
Yeah. So you want to explore this realm with your truck rubber tires. Yeah, that's what we do with the balloons. That's how high they reach. But above that, you need something else.
Okay. So what you're saying is to get higher than those balloons, we need some different kind of technology.
Of course, and at very high altitudes, they say that at very high altitudes we have an area of highly charged particles. Yeah, the Van Allen belts. We have no. For myself, I do not have any empirical evidence for this, except all I have is the information that I found about it on the internet or at NASA's website. That's all I have from about it.
Sure.
I never got to put my hand inside that belt to give you and tell you information of what it is and how it feels and what it does.
Well, I think a lot of us here can say, can be honest and say that is most of what we understand or we've read someplace.
But
what the arguments that we're bringing up is because these are things that we've read somewhere, and
like other
and that's fine,
many other things. No, that's not fine. Like other more other pseudoscience things what we heard. Yeah, that's true. I'm speaking about gradients up. Where is that up?
Where's what?
Yeah.
Yeah, the up vector. Yeah.
Where is that
The
up
vector?
Where there are that gradients in up direction? I'm interested. Up Australia or up
straight up?
or straight up? Straight.
Australia's down.
Australia is
Yeah.
down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And up to Australia there is also gradients up to the sky. Everywhere up to the sky is gradients. Is that true?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that gradient static or dynamic?
I have no idea the difference.
You have no idea the difference. Listen, this gradient, is it near to Earth or far away from Earth?
Earlier you said it was spinning.
It must spin. Yes, of course. Not only that. I want to come to the point of space.
Sure.
I mean, you see, Robert, that speculation. Yeah, it's nice to speculate, but we can do it based on.
Where is that gradient? Is it far away from Earth or near to Earth?
Well, it starts out on Earth and goes up until it reaches zero.
Reaches zero.
Yeah.
And where is zero? Which height is that?
Well, I can't tell you the exact kilometers from Earth that it reaches
And
zero.
what will happen
but
with that gradient?
I just know that
Okay, what will happen with that gradient when Earth start to move 66,000 around the sun?
I don't understand the question.
What will happen with that gradient on that height when Earth starts to move around the sun 66,000 miles per hour?
When it starts to move, it's always been moving. So
what is happening with that? Is that gradient moving together with the Earth through the vacuum?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow. Really?
Yes.
And
yes.
All that nil, it's moving. It's how I can put that in my mind? Please tell me.
How? Well, the atmosphere, the atmosphere extends out.
Yeah,
really
the atmosphere
far.
gases. How I can put the gases is going through the atmosphere through the vacuum, 66,000 miles per hour. How I can put that in my mind?
Well, space is not a vacuum. It's
well,
close.
Space is a vacuum. Space is a vacuum. 10 to minus 17 torr. You said that.
Well, it's near that. It's near vacuum, not perfect vacuum.
It's not perfect vacuum, but it's 10 to minus 17 torr. Okay, now we have Earth with atmosphere going 66,000 miles per hour through that medium.
Sure, because there's no friction. Because there's no friction, there's nothing to pull the atmosphere away. It's a
why
near
is
vacuum.
that not going? Why is that not going 83 thousand miles per hour? And why is not 10 to minus 23 torr?
Is this?
It's more, for me. It's more logic if it's 10, because when I do the math, 10 to minus 23 torr, it's more valuable, and also the speed, it's 83,000 miles per hour, not 66.
Okay, well, I have no idea the speed. What I mean, if I don't know how that has bearing.
You know what is different with my numbers? Do you know what is the same with my numbers and 60? Only the one same thing. They have one same thing.
What's that?
That is assumption. That it's pseudoscience.
Okay.
That means my is bullshit, and the first one is also bullshit. That 83,000, and then I can put every value what you want. I will never ever prove. That means they never ever proved. They put some numbers. That's great. And if I want to put that in my mind, that some gas is going through the vacuum 66,000 miles per hour, I cannot, because I'm human being, I cannot to do that, you know. If I want to see that, nobody can present it to me, nobody can prove me that. I only need to trust somebody's mind now in this moment. That means if you imagine that that is existing, I need to trust your mind, how your mind that imagine it. That must be my belief. Yeah, I cannot in any other in any other case how I will approach. I cannot. I only can if I can understand that kind of mind. If you understand my kind of mind, if you understand the minus 23 10 to minus 23 Tor, and if you understand 83 million 83,000 miles per hour, you will understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, 10 to the minus 17 Tor.
Because my mind cannot understand that mind.
Yeah.
Because that mind, I don't know who and how, in which way he put that numbers, in which way, and he how he imagined that that gases can go through the vacuum. I cannot explain that mind. You know that this is incredible. This is great. You know, but I, like a human being, I cannot explain how that mind get that idea to even say that, to put that numbers, and to say that we can have that picture. Imagine the picture, the gases, it's there, it's a gradient, and now it's going 66,000 miles per hour through that vacuum. You know, that's great to say. But I'm saying, if I want to know that it's true, I need to have that mind.
Okay.
Robert, do you know how much is a trillion?
How much is a trillion?
Yeah.
Yeah, 1,000 billion.
But do you have any comparison? Like, can you tell me something?
Oh no, a trillion is too big to comprehend.
At most, listen, if you, real quick, if you try to count to a trillion, and you put 1 second for every, or one for every, say, 1, 2,
every number,
3,
yeah,
you'd have to be counting for at least 1 trillion seconds. And you know how long that would take? You couldn't do it in a lifetime, friend. So how the fuck
it's like
do you know what that
10,000
number
years.
is?
No,
Yeah.
actually,
I said
it will take you. It will the 1 trillion seconds equates to almost 31,000 years.
Yeah, something like that.
I don't have that much time.
1 billion seconds is about 3 years and something. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or
it's just it's too big of a number to comprehend. It's like for math
I may be
purposes
wrong.
only.
1 billion, 1 billion, I think, is 30 years. Yeah.
Yeah.
So my question is, why is it used if it's not tangible?
Yeah.
Why is a trillion used if it's not tangible?
Right.
It's simple math. I mean, it's just used for math. It's like we can't even comprehend. We can't even imagine what a trillion of anything is.
Right, but do you know what math was originally based on?
Let me tell you.
I got 2
let me
apples.
tell you.
I got 1 apple, I got 2 apples, right? How are you going to have a trillion apples, and how are you going to know?
Billions and billions and billions.
You'd never be able to.
It was
you'd never
based
be
on
able to count
physical
them.
things. That's what I'm saying. It was based on stuff that you could touch and hold, be tangible. You can't have even 1,000,000 of something, or hold even 1,000 or 100 of something, okay? It's got to be something you can look at and touch. Then you can count it, right? It doesn't count unless you can count it. Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay.
It seems to be a bit of that though, doesn't it?
I have a
numbers
question.
that are like too vast for us to comprehend or test. Like
Yeah, so why
tangibly
even
test.
use them? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it just seems to be like the MO for like all of the statistics or details of the globe model.
Well, to have an idea about the trillion, 10 to the power 12 is 1 trillion. And 10 to the minus 17 Tor is way, way much. beyond a trillion. The difference between 10 to the power 12 and 10 to the power 17, the difference between these numbers is the same like there is difference between 1 billion and 1 trillion. That's how huge it is.
It's
The
only one
order of
and
magnitude. Yeah.
it's 0 point and then 17 zeros. That's it.
Yeah.
Nothing. And divide that with put that with the one, put that in the, and you will get the number. And number will have 17 zeros behind. That's the number.
But
well, to answer
I do
the
have
first person's question about hold on. To answer the first person's question about like why even bother worrying about something at a trillion if you can't hold it and touch it or whatever. Just to put it in perspective, we spent $2 trillion on the Afghanistan war. Now, can we hold all that money in our hands? No. Still the fact that it happened, it's still we spent that money and it was written down and calculated, and so the numbers do serve a purpose.
No. Do you believe that that kind of money exists in the world?
Well, they say our economy, the United States economy, is like $31 trillion per year. That's what everybody in America
How much
earns
is
or
that
whatever.
inflated? How much is overinflated?
Oh, it's all inflated. It's all inflated. Kidding me? It's all, we don't actually have that money. No,
So
that's all.
it's
That's on
not
paper.
realistic.
No, it's
Yeah.
not reality. It's not. I mean, they
Yeah.
just print. I mean, and they don't even print it when they say, "Oh, they'll just print more."
Yeah.
They don't just print more. They just write on a piece of paper, "Here, this is $1 trillion. Take care of this." It's not. Yeah. But anyway, no.
All the
We're so
world's
inflated so
assets
bad.
and belongings, they do not equate to $1 trillion.
Hey, I'll tell you what though, I do like inflation right now because 2 years ago I bought my house for $190,000. I just sold it. I just sold it for $300,000. In 2
that's
years, I made
nice. Good for you.
Almost double the
Yeah, but
price.
be careful what you wish for, because then everything. How could you even afford to buy a house at
Oh
that
no
point?
no no
You're paying everything.
no! I'm taking my money and running away. I'm not buying anything because I know like I sold
Take money and run.
I sold my house. Now I've got I don't have it yet. In 2 weeks I'll have my check for $100,000, and I'm going to Mexico because you could rent a 4-bedroom house in Mexico for $100 a month. Can you believe that?
Holy moly!
I live right on the border of
You will live like a
Arizona.
king.
Yeah, I live on the border of Arizona and Mexico, town called Nogales, and I go into Nogales all the time because I have my girlfriend lives on the Mexican side, and we were looking at houses for a 4-bedroom, a nice big 4-bedroom house, $100 a month in rent. To buy a house, you're talking like $30,000, and that's for a big, nice house.
Well, then,
Shit, dude, just
make
commute.
sure.
I am
Make sure.
exactly.
Yeah, then make sure that you teach your girlfriend to be open-minded in modern relations.
What
Because
are you about
women
to
in
say, Git?
the women in Mexico are beautiful. So if
Yes,
you
they
move
are.
there, you will want more.
Oh.
I can neither confirm nor deny. I have an opinion on that, sir.
Yeah, joking.
I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
I tell you what. Mexican women, let me tell you, they are great.
You don't have to tell me.
Not in anything. Not anything dirty. I'm talking like cleaning and
Yes.
cooking and.
Well,
The good people.
Yeah.
They're all good people. Everybody's
They know their
family oriented.
They haven't
know
been
their place.
westernized with feminism.
It's true.
They know their place.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
No, I did. It's
like a personal attack or something?
No, I'm just kidding.
You know what though? In the culture, those women love to do so much and do what they do. You know what I mean? Like they provide the household, and it's awesome. They love it.
They take so much pride in it too. Like that they don't. I mean, like if you ask, like, do you? I mean, because I had another girlfriend before this one who was Mexican, and I actually brought her to the United States, And I said, okay, you know, here you got your green card and everything. You want to go get a job? She goes, but then how would the house get clean if I was out working?
It
And I
wouldn't
was
get
like,
cleaned properly, bro.
and I was like, I love you so much. You're so
Yeah.
awesome.
Cool. Kudos, brother.
They really, it's all about home and family to them. And, you know, they're just very simple people. And I love it.
Yeah.
But okay, Robert.
Yes, sir.
I now have a question which I want to ask, like to a person who believes in the heliocentric model. Can you have more stars than you have atoms in the universe?
No, because everything's made of atoms. So, right?
What do you mean? No.
Everything's made of atoms. You can't have something without atoms, right?
Okay, but the question is, can you have more stars than you have atoms? Yeah.
Well, I would have to say no, because I mean everything's made of
But
atoms.
then why does the heliocentric religion teaches that there are more stars in the universe than there are atoms?
Well, I've never heard
How
that.
does that work?
I don't know how that could work. If
Well,
someone were to tell me that, I would tell them that's preposterous. I mean, unless it's an astrophysicist,
it's a preposterous claim.
I mean, unless it's an astrophysicist who knows more than I do about it, then I'd have to, you know, whatever. But
Neil
it
deGrasse
doesn't make
Tyson.
any sense. It doesn't make any sense. Oh, Neil deGrasse Tyson is he's made so many wrong claims. It's not even funny.
What?
You can still
don't
challenge the
Neil
astrophysicist.
Tyson? How dare you?
No.
Yeah, that's what he claims. Yeah, there are more stars in the universe than there are atoms.
No, Neil deGrasse
Even if
Tyson
you were
is like Bill Nye. Okay, don't get me wrong. They know things, but they're science promoters. Okay, Neil deGrasse and some people like that, like Michio Kaku, they're science proposers. They want so bad, and they just say things off the cuff that people come back and say, "Yeah, what you just said was like bullshit." And you know, but anyway, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead. Whenever somebody brings up Neil deGrasse Tyson, I'm like, "Oh my god, that idiot." Go ahead.
well, even if you were even if you were to interact with an astrophysicist, right, and believe that they know vastly more than you can still challenge them. You can still ask them questions like, "Does this make sense?" or "How does this work in this model?" or how do you claim this?" or "Do you claim this? Because I've heard this." Blah blah blah.
Sure. Now, personally, like if an astrophysicist were to tell me something that doesn't make sense, of course I would challenge them on it. But then I would also understand that this person probably spent a lot of time and effort to get to the position that they're in, that they've studied this over and over and over again, maybe written papers. I don't know. I'm going to say, you know what? I don't know if what you're telling me is true or not. I'm going to have to, you know, look at it myself. I wouldn't necessarily take every word they say as truth. I would give them a level of belief because of the amount of, because they do this for a living. This is their job.
Bro, you just admitted what I was yelling at you about earlier. You just trust people and you only believe, and you said you'd rather look into it yourself. You just said that. Thank you so much for being honest.
Exactly. I do, and I will believe a certain amount of things, and then I will have to look into a certain amount of things. You know, and that's the way everybody should be.
That's fine.
Don't, I mean, you can believe your parents when they tell you something. You don't have to back up every single thing. Like if you trust somebody, you trust them to tell you the truth, or at least the truth that they believe, because it's not always lying. If somebody tells you something that's not true, they're not lying to you if they actually believe it too. They're misinformed.
That's why we go off of facts here, though, right? Because
Sure,
anybody can
exactly.
make anything else up that they want.
Right. Yeah, there are people who absolutely lie to you, and then there are people who tell you something that's not true, but as long as they believe it, it's not really a lie.
Somebody's trying to talk. Who is
Self?
That? Oh, Fuzzy Swan. You're coming in a little low, Fuzzy Swan.
So everything you said is absolutely fair. The only thing that I would add is do yourself a favor and also challenge the things that you also believe. So just because you listen to someone and you like partially believe them a bit just to keep the conversation going and to get more information out of them, and then you come up to the realization where you need to look into some of the things he said, but you kind of believe some of the other things he said. Just do yourself a favor and look into all of it.
That's absolutely fair. Like we were talking earlier. I don't know if you guys were here, but some of the laser we were talking about the laser tests, and I'm definitely going to look into the flat Earth. I mean, the people on the flat Earth side, they've got laser tests showing no curvature. I definitely want to see those. They've all been linked to me. I'm going to look into to everything, and I usually
that
do.
is a very good material, but you will need some time to spend investigating it. Yeah.
Hold on a second. Without the laser, though, right? As a glober, as a globe believer, as like having all the science on your side, supposedly, and all the National Geographics and all the geographics and all the graphics of the geo, where would they ever measure a curve with a measurement? Not just looking and saying, "Look at a boat." Where'd they actually measure it? With a tape measure in the level, like actually on live camera, as a National Geographic group, measure it.
Oh,
and why would
are
we
you
have to
asking?
keep
Are you asking me if they've actually measured it?
Yes.
Yeah,
Who at any time?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
Any military, no military group, no scientific group, no National Geographics has ever nationally geographically measured the planet.
Yeah, you can't find it. Like directly ask
Or a
Google
curve.
who measured the curvature of the Earth, who got a direct measurement, and
ever
the first thing you get is Eratosthenes, and then you don't get much else after that.
Yeah, who the fuck is Eratosthenes? Some gimp?
Well, it's not just it's not just Eratosthenes. I mean,
Can you
thousands of people
reproduce
do it every year.
Eratosthenes?
Yeah, everybody. Yeah, they do it all the time.
No, I said, can you?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
I guess if I looked at the experiment and I repeated
What would you do? How would you do?
I haven't actually looked at the experiment myself, but it's about sticking sticks in the ground, getting the
how retarded does that sound?
Digging a well.
Does that not sound retarded to you?
Well, I'm just saying that's about as far as I know.
We're all saying
of
right now,
what was done.
doesn't it sound retarded to stick fucking sticks in the ground, and you think that's going to tell you what the Earth is?
It's so funny.
The Earth that's so big.
Well, no, it doesn't.
A stick in the fucking ground. Come on, man. Back in the day, no calculators, no tape measures, no communication at a distance. No, huh?
Well, a few things about that. For one,
where was their level?
Well, yeah, that too. But there's the story on how that test or experiment was even conducted has changed a minimum of 2 times since its originality.
Just the two? That surprises me.
Well, it's changed from either it was 2 sticks, right, or it was a well in one spot and a stick in the other.
It's supposed to be repeated on a flat surface against a rounded surface with a well on the hill and a well on a flat surface. Sticks on a hill, sticks on a flat surface. And until anyone does that, and it doesn't even matter because the outcome of a shadow against a 10-foot measurement or a 1-foot measurement of dirt is never going to tell you a 24,901 mile fucking. That is just absurd. That's just the most insane.
Well, not only that, but their method of telling time back then was divided into like 4 or 8 sections of the day. It wasn't even a full 12 or 24 sections.
And they based it on the celestial bodies and the sun.
On ignorance of something that they fucking presupposed anyway.
Yeah, so the likelihood of the 2 people in both locations checking their measurements at the exact same time is almost impossible. Not quite impossible, but it's really far out there.
Don't you think
the margin of error is actually within several hours of each other?
No, their margin of error is so fucking crazy. It's
Hey,
because
but did he claim this, you guys? Like, why are we talking about it? Because I think he said he didn't even understand the.
No. My thing was, I was just asking him as like a person, who understands like it's supposedly to be a globe, and we have all the science and all this stuff that backs the globe information or facts, supposedly, right? Where are these said facts that we can go through? Where's the video? Where's the curve? Like, you know what I mean? Where's the live?
Oh, I know, because he said it was more than Aristophanes, but now he's dipped. So I was just curious what else he was gonna.
Oh no, it just
He might
started
be back.
because he wanted to know about a laser test going away from
Oh,
curve
right.
and what a laser does. So I'm like, well, regardless of what a flat earther did, do you have the evidence like that shuts us up regardless? Like, because we're so stupid and like you have all the evidence of a globe. So like, show us the videos of a measurement of this planet. And if I was back in the day, I wouldn't have used a shadow and a fucking light that widens and does goofy stuff on its own. And you have all this refraction. How you gonna use light? So I would just measure it with a tape measure. I'd shut the hell up.
Yeah, man. If you can't get the measurement, don't talk about the measurement because you ain't got it yet.
Right. There is no Earth measurement. There's no such thing as an Earth measurement of 24,900. That doesn't even exist.
So I'm going to welcome people that have joined us that are new to the VC. If they want to unmute their mic, I know they were just listening. So we've got Boost 941, who's VC verified. Welcome. If you're there, you can unmute, say hi. Who else do we have? Full Metal Alchemist, welcome. Old Hoss, Oscar Reyes. Oh no, they don't even have VC verified. If you want to go up to the VC check-in, Oscar, somebody can follow you up and get you the role so you can speak in here. And then who else do we have? Strategy 9000, welcome. If you guys have any questions or want to join in the conversation, feel free to unmute your mic.
Nope, just loving the conversation.
Nobody? All right. Well, if you guys don't have any questions then about the Earth. Was that Strategy 9000? Who unmuted their mic and said something? Was anybody?
I'm actually trying to keep my mic as muted as possible more and more. So.
Well, I think they were trying to unmute. They were
that was me.
Oh, hi.
That was me. I'm just like, thank you. I'm like a sponge. I'm just soaking it all in.
No, that's great. I mean, glad that you're here. How did you find the server?
A buddy of mine, we were talking yesterday. He sent me a whole bunch of videos, and I watched them all, and definitely intriguing. So here I am. I got an open mind, so I know.
So why don't you all step inside?
What videos were you watching?
It was like the IR footage from airplanes and the laser tests and flight paths, and it was like 4 hours worth of videos I watched yesterday.
Oh, wow. So what is your takeaway from the 4 hours of videos you watched?
Well, it's like I said, it's intriguing to say the least. Being grown up like most people in a heliocentric mindset, I mean, flat earthers, I knew the basics of the basic concept, but you guys are crazy. So then actually see a lot of verifiable stuff really makes you go, huh, they're not that crazy. Like actually some sense behind all. And then knowing the corruption and the bullshit and just government corruption in general. And yeah, it's definitely something worth listening to. So here I am.
Great. Well, I'm glad that you're here. Yeah, I don't know if somebody who hasn't speak up and doesn't speak up a lot, like there's Grim or Creation Bear. I don't know if you guys want to take him through the 3 points or anybody else.
I can take him if there's nobody else.
But I wanted to give somebody else the chance.
Yeah.
To talk. I mean, I can
know.
get through it, right?
All right. What are you confused about, or would like to know more about specifically?
Well, I don't
not
know
really
if he.
confused. Like I said, I'm more of a Listen, I take everything with a grain of salt, and I take everything skeptically until it can be absolutely proven. And again, I always thought you guys were just crazy, and somebody opened my eyes that maybe you guys aren't quite that crazy. So I'm trying to learn as much as I can. Even like I have friends that are Muslim, and I love learning about their religion, even though I'm not Muslim. I like to see where they're coming from and why they come from there, and doing the same here, just trying to take it with an open mind and come with a skeptic's mindset and take what I can.
All right, well, let's start. Let's start something easy instead of getting into like math and the complicated concepts and everything.
Mad philosopher. That's why I was thinking the 3 points would be good. Do you know what the 3 points are?
I know a lot of points. What 3 specifically are you talking about? I haven't been here in a year.
Miggy's 3 points.
Miggy's the curvature, axial rotation, and then the vacuum.
Maybe can I say first point and then he can go through?
I mean, I'll just take him through the whole thing. We'll just do the 3 points because nobody's jumping up, so we'll just.
Well, I was trying to. Hold on,
go for it. I'm not saying about.
Hold on, let me.
I'm not saying about first point in 3 points. I'm saying about first point.
Okay,
well, curvature.
Let me get through.
How you experience air?
We'll just do the 3 points. No, it's okay. I just think we'll start with that, and then you can ask them the other questions or whatever. Okay, so strategy 9000. So there's 3 positive claims made by the globe model, and if you're able to just answer the questions honestly, that would be awesome. So, do you know how curvature has been measured from ancient times up until today?
I know they use sextants and navigate, but I don't know how they measured.
Okay, so how would that determine curvature?
It would not.
Okay, so that's fair. So if you don't know, that's okay. If you don't know, that's a good answer as well. Just be honest. You don't know how they've measured curvature. Do you know how the Earth has been detected to be spinning on its own axis, which is the axial rotation?
I just assumed the scientists did it, but I don't know for sure. So, nope.
Okay. All right. So they make a claim. They say that the vacuum of space is a medium that they tell us we can travel to, but it's a near perfect vacuum, right? So if we are a pressurized system, how can we be next to a near perfect vacuum? Basically, how can you have a pressurized system without containment?
You can't.
Right. Okay, so that was easy. Thank you for your honesty. So these are basically, like I said, these are claims made by the globe model. So you don't know how they've determined curvature, axial rotation, and how we can exist beside what they claim to be a near perfect vacuum. So these are all just beliefs then that you hold, right? These are not things that you don't.
Absolutely. I grew up like a normal kid in school, was taught what I was taught, and I believed it. And here I am after 4 hours of videos yesterday.
Yeah. All right. So, Mad Philosopher, you can go.
Okay. You know the lunar eclipse, right?
Yes.
Okay, how the Earth is supposed to be between the moon and the sun.
Right.
Okay, well, have you heard of a Selenilian eclipse? A Selenilian lunar eclipse?
Sounds familiar, but I can't offhand think of what that is.
Okay, it's a lunar eclipse where both the moon and the sun are visible above the horizon at the same time.
Okay.
All right, this is just simply an observation at this point. Now I'm going to get into logic and I guess basic geometry. So if you can see both the moon and the sun above the horizon when the Earth is supposed to be between the sun and the moon, what does that tell you?
I guess it tells you it can't happen.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
There is another very interesting thing about these solar and lunar eclipses. According to the Saros cycles, which even NASA is using, this ancient Babylonian science, yeah. These are observed repeatedly cycles, and they have been written down and counted, and yeah, this is how they make post-dictions when a solar or lunar eclipse is going to happen. But there are solar eclipses in the night time which are not visible. In daytime, the sun has a certain path in the sky according to each hour of the day and position. And that position and path trajectory exists still even in the nighttime when the sun is not present in the sky. But that position there, it is. Now, the problem is that these cycles predict that there are solar eclipses happening at nighttime. So the sun is not in the sky, but that object which actually obstructs the sun light or the moon can happen. And also, Selenelian eclipse is a lunar eclipse which is visible in the daytime, but there are also lunar eclipses in the daytime which are not visible, but they do happen. And the problem is,
philosopher was done his point.
yeah,
Sorry to interrupt.
yeah.
Sorry, what was that?
Were you done your point and what you were talking to him about?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Go ahead.
Well, I mean, for that one, yeah, but
okay.
I was good. Someone else started. You can continue. I was typing to Dandelion real quick, and then and then I'll get back to this.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, you want to? I'll let you wrap up, and then we'll get to Sasha. Sasha had a point he wanted to make as well.
Yeah, let's go to Sasha because I did say what I had to.
Oh, awesome. Okay, thanks, Skippy. Good. I just want to make sure everybody gets their chance to say. So, Sasha, take it away.
Well, my point will be that the first and only point is that we have the dimensions of the Earth. It's a radius, 3,959 miles. Okay, great. That means if you go in reality, we can check that. Where is that drop? And we did that, and there is no that drop, and that's it.
Yeah, I mean, that was the videos that got me the most were the aerial photographs with infrared, where you could definitely see further than where the curvature is supposed to be, and the laser test, like particularly the one where they were able to see the laser 44 miles away. You can still see a laser right along the top of a lake. Obviously, there's no curve in the way of it. That makes no sense.
Yeah. And there, if you will hear that people invoking some kind of refraction things and blah blah blah, but you don't have even that kind of phenomena will not extend the horizon. That means that cannot exist, like that. Refraction is something what is happening, and only you can have only how to say you can see only less, not more.
Right.
And people want to you when they started to explain want to that you believe that you can see more with some kind of distortion and that.
Yeah, I know the video with the video I watched, it had a bunch of flight paths on it, and just seeing like the way the flight paths worked and then where emergency landings took place that made no sense on a globe but made sense on a flat plane. That was pretty compelling as well.
All observations. You have Chicago town. They're saying it's a mirage. That is impossible. That is stupid. This is bullshit.
And what you're seeing here is a mirage.
That was original.
All right, I'm posting in the voice text a longest line of sight photography in the Guinness Book of World Records in 2016. The longest line of sight on Earth photographed is 443 kilometers, which is 270 miles line of sight. Here in the voice text, I'm going to be slow. I'm an old man. There we go. Voice text. Check her out.
How much drop is on that distance?
I thought it was something like 6,000 or something. I haven't done the math in a second. But yeah, so 273 miles. If we shouldn't be able to see past 3 to 4 miles or 5 miles, and that's being generous about that horizon, what the hell are we doing seeing 275 miles? And that's not even the longest you could get, right? Because it's just optics. It's a limitation of your optics. Yeah, and okay, 9-kilometer bulge. What's that, 6 miles? I don't know. Crazy. Crazy. And people still believe it's a globe. Like the people who come here and research with us and such. Anyway, y'all go ahead.
Yeah, that's the only. This is one most important point about that curvature. It must be there. If it's from the space, you see every day on the TV from the space the curvature, that means must be on the ground. Let's go check it. It is not on the ground. What is going on?
It's the only part of being a broken record that I enjoy. It's because it's two things. One, they'll never provide curvature measurement, so that feels nice to know. But then two, when I see people actually start to wake up to critical thinking and such, that's such a blessing to see someone go through that.
And you have other points if other people want to speak. You have sextant, you have other things what's proving that people was navigating all this sea in the past without accounting on curvature and rotation ever.
Speaking of, there's also an astrolabe.
Yeah. It's, I think, not only it is like a 10 of instruments in ancient time that was using for navigating. Astrolabe, yes.
Yeah, the astrolabe is or however it's pronounced, uses the stars and projects it onto a flat Earth. They believed that all the civilizations back then, everyone believed the Earth was flat. So all the instruments of navigation they used, assuming the Earth was flat. So if this astrolabe still works accurately to this day, being made under the assumption that the Earth was flat, well, I mean, 2 and 2 only equals so much.
And one thing, I wanted to ask you first question: how you experience the Earth? Do you experience like a ball?
Is that a question for me, or just general?
It's for mad philosopher.
Oh.
No,
what?
for you.
Sorry.
No, for you. Sorry, for you. Strategy. Sorry.
Okay, what was the question again?
How you experience the Earth yourself when you go out, when you fly, when you go to the beach, when you look, how you experience?
I mean, I grew up at a beach and it looked pretty flat, looking across the ocean. I never really took much notice to flying. I get from point A to point B, and that was it. I never put much thought into anything else other than the fact that I got where I was going.
Do you see that something is moving in the sky, or you think that this Earth? Do you feel that Earth is moving, or you see that something else is moving?
Well, I mean, I could see the clouds move, but I never. Yeah, I don't feel like I'm moving unless I was in an earthquake. I was in 2 earthquakes, then the ground moved.
And now it's a point of somebody who told you that you are moving and that you are on the sphere to prove you that because you don't experience that.
Yeah, it's like when you grow up and they're telling you all this crazy shit. You're like, and you just got to believe it because they're authority and everything. And at some point,
you're a
you're just
kid.
like, yeah. At some point, you're just like, fuck it. I'm just gonna believe whatever they say. This is way too hard to try to be a critical thinker in this world. And so when they say, yeah, Earth's moving, but you don't feel it, and we can't prove it, and blah blah blah, you're like, yeah, it makes sense. Given what I've already fucking seen, might as well. Whatever. Fuck it. I don't even care. And you're like 13. You're like, yeah,
It's
I don't
gravity,
know.
right?
Right, yeah, gravity, super. Okay,
Gravity.
well, moving
Down.
on. That girl over there is cute, and I can't wait to go skateboarding. And you owe me a Mountain Dew, and
Or if you want, think about water, but don't think about now flat earth global. Think only about water. What water does and doing in nature.
I mean, it splashes around. It always levels itself. Always.
Yeah. But they are saying that it's curving, man. That's the point. Water is doing what it's doing, but people are saying that water is curving. Water is not level. That people saying. Don't forget that.
show me water bending around any sort of ball in reality first.
You can say G inverse.
Where does gravity start?
You need to prove that G now.
Exactly. Where does gravity start? Right? So they're like, oh, the Earth is so massive, that's why it pulls stuff to it. Okay. So let's take a mountain range, and then we'll take like a billiard ball, and we'll put metal inside the billiard ball, metal inside the mountain. Make sure that they're attractive metals, they attract to each other, and then just fucking sit them next to each other. You think that billiard ball's going anywhere? And that's a huge mountain range compared, right? This is kind of the scale. So why does it matter how big the thing is? Oh, all of a sudden gravity starts when it's 10,000 miles in circumference and above. You gotta be kidding me.
True.
But that gravity is also superseded, and we don't know anymore what is gravity. Nobody knows.
That's what I'm saying. Even the bending of space-time dictates that a larger object's going to attract a smaller one. Something's a force attracting something. Yeah.
What it is?
We don't know. Anyway, it's all a bunch of funny stories.
I don't know.
But
what
even
causes
if you prove
gravity?
Even that, when you come to the G.
Okay, next question.
Let's prove gravity. Okay, we proved gravity. Okay, let's go to the beach again. There is no fucking curve.
Yeah.
Nope. I mean, I lived by a lot of them, and I've never seen it. I mean, I always take what people say. Oh, look, the ship's going over the curve, but I mean, I don't see.
And they always say, Earth is not flat. You have mountains, and okay, but where is the curve? All this water. It must curve 70%. If this Earth is not curving, all these mountains, what is with water? If his mountains are not flat, what is with water? There is more water than land, like 2 times more. And how we measure mountains in middle of the continent? From the sea level of the one ocean or from the sea level of the other ocean?
Oh, they'll say some shit like GPS, satellites, and whatever.
Yeah, but...
Yeah, seriously, they say satellite shit is measurements on Earth.
What was before satellites, man? How they put fucking satellites there?
Did you go 1 foot in front of the other? God bless it. No, you didn't. Someone did to measure short little distances, right? That's how we came up with feet. But you're not going miles doing that.
They are orbiting around that sphere. Okay, that's great. All that. Okay, let's go again to check that on the ground. There is no that sphere on the ground. Strange. In reality, very strange what reality is giving. Why you need to trust reality? look it on TV. It's more real than on reality.
Well, we had today at Baltimore, NASA deploying the James Webb telescope into space, unfolding its, I don't know, something that
It's the
he had
gold
folded.
aluminum foil.
Yeah,
That
yeah,
costs $10 billion.
yeah. And yeah, it's a $10 billion satellite, which has a link network card, yeah, with 40 kilobytes download capability and 14 kilobytes upload.
Yep, 14.4, and then after that was 28.8 and such. But yeah, I got you.
In today's modern age, even our smartphones, like the shittiest smartphones that you buy, they have like they support 100 and 500 megabytes a second speed, internet speed connection.
How far above the Earth is the telescope supposed to be?
I don't know, but if he's taking pictures like 60 gigabytes a picture, like super
Because I want to
ultra
know.
high definition.
Yeah, they tell us all that nonsense. I want to
It
know
will.
where's the point. Hold on, where's the point where the stars fucking disappear? The higher you go up.
Oh,
what's going on there?
no.
Why don't you see any satellites and pictures from space? These
You
are simple
heretic.
questions.
You space heretic.
Well, yeah, no stars, no satellites,
Yeah.
and they're buying it.
Yeah. Yeah, they paid $10 billion. You know, NASA just justified $10 billion by unfolding some those gold sheet wraps. Yeah.
And what do you think? Maybe it's just a fake sun. You remember all those conspiracies theorists talking about the second sun, and then you get like pictures of like what looks exactly like the James Webb Telescope. And now I'm sure there's gonna be somebody out there going, "Oh no, shit, that's probably." But anyway, it's just all a big mess.
Space fog, man. Fog, black fog. You know, when they're in space, there is some black fog and you cannot see the star.
So let me get this straight. If it's a vacuum with nothing in it, how do you go there?
And why is vacuum full of
You know
everything?
what I mean? Like, that wouldn't work, would it?
Let's ask Jane Doe. This person's new. They have a VC verified role. And Ladies Night, are they able to unmute their mic?
Hello.
Oh, hi, welcome. How are you?
Hi, thank you. I'm good. How about you?
I'm doing well, thanks.
I'm just here to listen while I do house chores.
Oh, okay. So you don't have any questions or want to talk about anything right now?
No, I just really enjoy listening to you guys talk.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thank you.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth.
And then we have, I'm just going to say D. Ross. I don't know how to say that name. You do not have any roles. If you want to jump into the VC check-in, somebody should be able to follow you up there, and then you can unmute your mic in here. Oh, hi, Matthew Learns.
Dude, D. Ross, there's a guy in YouTube chat that it's just D space Ross, and he's a Glober, and he's kind of a jerk. So that might be him, might not be him. I don't know, but hopefully it's not.
Hopefully.
And I don't want to do any preconceived stuff. I'm just saying, name is sus, but it could be nothing.
Yeah.
Well, I guess we'll only find out if he actually goes into the VC check-in, because I'm not unmuting him.
I can go up there. I mean, I might as well at this point, right?
Do you want me to just move him? And then
Yeah, sure.
Okay, let's see. Why? Oh, never mind. I can't move from this room. And he's gone. Is there a moderator there that can move the guy? Because I can't. Hmm.
I mean, we got Jenny and Morvis here, so if they want to move him, then they should be able to. I can't move him either, so.
I'll move him.
Oh, awesome. Whoever that was. Thank you.
I did ping him earlier, but he looked like he was avoiding. He didn't reply, so I'm not hopeful.
Nah. I don't think he's maybe even there. But that's okay. Oh, Glad's back. I couldn't move him. Sorry, Glad. I don't know why I can't. I can move people to other rooms, but the live stream, I can't move people to it or from it. I'm not sure.
No worries.
But we tried.
What channel is he in? I don't see him.
Here, he's in the mainstream. DROSSOUW.
D Rosso. Come on in, prove you're not this other guy. And it could be my fault completely, and I could be just being a jerk, because I'm skeptical.
Well, he should unmute his mic and prove you wrong that he's not that jerk on the YouTube, right?
Real talk. That's real talk.
And then I think I can give out a shout out to everybody else. That Full Metal Alchemist, if you're there and want to unmute, please do.
Oh, there's an update on James Webb Telescope, real quick. Can't hear her through her mask.
Check-in one, that D. Ross guy.
Okay, I'll go.
Okay, thanks, Glad. Who else do we have? Old Hoss, if you're there, you can unmute and say hi.
He's gone.
Yo, just listening.
Oh, hi. Welcome to the server.
Hey. Yeah, I'm just doing housework and whatnot and just kind of listening.
Okay, awesome. Well, if you want to unmute and join the conversation at any time, please feel free to do so.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You can always ask the questions if you'd like, Redford, while, there isn't many people.
That's what I'm thinking. Oh, D. Ross doesn't want to be checked in. I guess he just wants to listen. So he's back in the live stream. Glad's up there if you want to go, and then you can get permissions to speak in this room if you want to go to the VC check-in, D. Ross. Hey, Sunny, are you there?
Yes, I am. Is my mic okay?
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you want to play for us while we ask the question, and we'll just chill out or what do you think? Or do you want to just play it?
Maybe in a few minutes. I'm kind of in the middle of a project, and I got wires and stuff, and they're...
Okay, just let us know when you're ready, Sunny. I know we haven't been hearing from you for the last few weeks. So.
Okay.
Oh my God, Sonny, you are just like NASA. You work on Saturday.
Man, I work 7 days a week. I always have projects to get done. There's not enough daylight.
Oh, yeah.
But I'll keep the volume up so I keep track. I've been listening to you guys, so I'm keeping track of the conversation. I'll try to pay attention, and when try to remind me near the end maybe or something, or if I get a break or a breakthrough, then I'll play sooner. Okay.
Sounds good. Yeah, I'll remind you like 10 minutes then before if there's nobody else that's come in wants to talk about the club model. Okay, sounds good. Thanks, Sunny. Yeah.
Hey, Sunny, you got the Tesla chat tomorrow? Oh, sorry.
No, what were you saying? I didn't hear what you said.
Sunny's going to do some Tesla chat tomorrow. Is that true, Sunny?
Yes.
Hey,
Nikola Tesla. Oh
Hey,
yeah, I'm
do
gonna
a
do a
shake-
little talk. I'm gonna do a little talk on Nikola Tesla. Yes.
I was going to announce it at the end, but yeah, that's actually, we'll use that as a segue. We'll announce it. So tomorrow at 1 Central Standard Time, there will be another off topic hosted by Ravenous Brad, or what's his name today?
Yeah, it's just gonna be a relaxed conversation. I'm gonna just do an intro. You guys have the collective information we have is much more extensive than like any one individual here. So I like bringing up information that I think of in my investigations and researches, and then open it up to discussion like a round table. So yeah, I hope you guys are there.
I'm going to be there. I'm actually really looking forward to it because I know for sure you and Indio are going to be speaking during it. So that'll be really, really fun. Nathan, do you want to start asking people a question?
Sure. Whoever wants to answer the question, sorry, speak up if you want, or I can just call on any name and don't complain if it's you. So, CB, you there, buddy? Of course, Ian. My gosh.
I know, right?
He was like, mate, yeah, I expect Creation Bear to have my back when I call him, but that's fine. Grim, I guess you're here or not? Hyder, you're not going to let me down, are you, Hyder? Are you there?
Oh, he's a moderator, though, so we can't ask him the question, though.
Oh, yeah, I forget. No, that's my bad. I'm surprised the first two didn't answer me. They usually be talkative in the VC check-ins and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I know. Some people just put it on and then step away. I mean, I've been guilty of that as well. So
Get, I guess. Do you want to answer today's question? Get, are you there?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so today's question is, would you like to live for another 100 years or start over from the beginning?
Start over. Reborn.
Why would you want to restart your life instead of adding more years and getting more experience and knowledge to it?
No, assuming that the world is bettering itself, that would lead to the conclusion that also it is a better time to be born. So when you get born in a more clean world and with less lying, with less deception, with less crimes, yeah, I prefer to be born in such a world and learn only truth and have no not to have to deal with evil experiences and getting defiled or whatever, you know.
That was boring.
Yeah, thank you.
I was up there and check in.
He's coming again. I'm sending him right back up. I was just going to
This
ping
is
you.
ridiculous. I don't believe you.
He DM'd me. Wait till he's in the room and then go up there. So he DM'd me. I sent him the link. So all
Prevention
I
is the best medicine.
In the room should be right. So yeah. Sorry, Glad.
Oh, you're fine. This is fun.
Back and forth, back and forth.
So, how was my answer?
I didn't hear it.
I heard it. It was interesting.
Don't give it again.
No, it's a fair point that you made. Wanting to restart it from not having to work your way through the current mess and stuff that we're in, right? I thought about it as well in a different manner of just moving to another country and restarting my life over there, kind of thing. But yeah, it's a fair answer. But for me, I would have chose the 100 years. I just feel like it's important to have as much get as much knowledge and information and experience you can while you're here before you go back to wherever you came from, I guess. I don't know what happens when you die, but I just want as much knowledge as I can before I die. That's basically my goal in life. So I would take the 100 years, but it's cool to restart as well.
Well, you still have time to meet holiness.
Anybody else that wants to answer today's question, just speak up or ping me or whatever, or I'll just call on somebody else.
I'll answer since I just ran back.
Nice. So, Sonny, today's question. Let me quickly. Right. So it's: would you choose to live for another 100 years, or start over from the beginning? So start your life over again, or add another 100 years to it.
I would choose the 100 years. Yeah.
Why would you choose 100 years and not restart?
Because I want to live here as long as I possibly can, and then whatever's to come after that. If being reborn is something that is real. If that's a reality, then I'll live as long as I can. This time there'll be room for being reborn later. I wanna enjoy as much of life as I can. I wanna keep going. I know it sounds strange. Most people are like, I'm tired. I want to lay down, close my eyes. I want to be awake. I want to stay awake, see the sunshine every day. Like, I want to keep going.
Yeah, you're just like me then as well. I'm more interested in, the amount of knowledge and experience that I could gain while I'm here rather than restart from scratch. It feels like a waste of my life to have gathered everything and lose it just to restart. So I want to take what I've got with me.
Well, I also, with a caveat, I don't think we lose anything. If there's such a thing, I think we are always have been here. The energy, the information, our personality is information. That I don't think that ever goes away. So I just think we transform into different. I don't even know what to call it. Different. I don't want to call it dimensions because the Globers have like taken over all these words, so we can't really use them effectively anymore. But so into the next phase of my development, spiritually speaking, as an energetic being, and I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I don't know what happens when I die. Nobody knows what happens when we die. We speculate, we theorize, whatever. But none of us can truly know until it happens. So you're right. It was a good answer, Sonny. Appreciate it. Redford, if you want to ask anyone in particular, feel free to cut me off, or I'll just find another person to ask if that's fine.
Continue.
I would start from the beginning to reach that 100 years.
You would restart your life, Sasha, and start again?
I will start from the beginning, restart my life, but to reach that 100 years.
Right,
so
but would you
be
be
maxed out at 100?
Yeah.
That's it, Sasha?
Because if you start from the beginning again, depends which knowledge. If you start from the beginning, what that means from the beginning, like the knowledge is that what is time from that when you're born.
So it's basically your current age plus 100 years, or be born again as like a baby, a child, and restart a new life, basically.
Yeah.
Do you mean be born as a baby tomorrow, or be born as a baby when you were born?
So it's just a hypothetical, right? It's saying what would you, if you could choose, would you rather be born again as a baby and restart your life and get all your life experience again, or would you rather have 100 years and stick that onto your current age and all the experience that you do have?
Well, comparing that, I don't want to have past like I had. But to restart from the beginning and something to say like, okay, this will be beginning. I could say it will be also good in a sense of also go to the past, but not my real past, what I had it from the past, let's say, and start that from zero, and then it will be new. How I say, maybe 100, maybe 80, maybe 70 years, but that knowledge you can use. I could imagine myself with this knowledge in 80s, 70s, and I could say if I had this knowledge in 70s, now I
You
could
will
be
be a god.
Yeah.
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 I know.
No, I will be totally with the God at least.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or I don't know, but for sure it is like that, and and I don't know how to say. What is your personality in the sense when you now you know some things and you want to know something more, but put yourself if you knew it that before, like 50, 60, 70 years ago. That means it's the same. Maybe even better. I don't know. Because of that, maybe I would choose to start to restart because future it's nothing special or for me. I don't know. Because future is also how to say present in one moment, because that's what you start from what was question, like you will restart, that will be again your start will be, but what is coming in future.
Well, actually, flat Earth today is very common, popular, present on the internet. So if you are born today, in the next 5 to 10 years, when you are like a young child, yeah, you stand very high chances to come across the flat Earth knowledge. Unlike if you were born before the 90s.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, if you're
When
born in 50s,
and
can you see that?
in the
Like today?
90s we had the internet, but the flat Earth concept and information wasn't available on the internet. Like it was very deep down in the dark web, and nobody had a clue how to navigate, not even the wildest hackers, to find that information and pull it out from there.
But
So, yeah, I never stood a chance to come across the flat Earth. I actually saw flat Earth in the 90s, but flat Earth Society. I knew there is such organization and stuff, but yeah, I was like, hey, those are crazy people making crazy claims,
yeah, but in that sense, I can blame
Yeah.
myself because if I don't know how to say, if you are in 50s and you are 8 years old child and you realize, oh my God, this is because we could realize, but I don't know why the fuck we didn't
Yeah.
realize, but we could so
Yeah.
simply realize in one moment and get the question, what the fuck, this is not
Yeah.
to put that like a question. I could have put the question 30 years ago, like waters only, but I never put that question in my mind. Why? I don't know, fucking know. But I'm telling you that that knowledge was there for everyone,
Yeah.
like
But
obvious.
today's people also do not realize how their social skills and communication has been affected by internet. We are not talking to each other like people used to back in the days. The way we communicate today, the way we talk to each other, is so different than how people used to back in the days. Yeah.
Yeah, with emojis.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Not just that, but a lot of.
No, I don't want to speak much. Maybe other people want that.
Okay, I'm gonna put more pressure on Sunny again because I don't know if you saw the ping. 12 minutes, Sunny, if you
Let's
want to
go.
play us out. If you're available, if not, all good.
How about we sing a song for Sunny?
What, you want to sing a song for Sunny?
No, I said
Oh.
we.
I was like, if you guys
No.
got it, if you can sing, go for it.
How is the mic? I'm having failures. Anyway,
It's good.
Oh man, let me. Where's this guitar at? Here we go.
I believe I can fly. I believe I can find a curve.
What do you guys?
Man, that song, that voice is amazing.
Anything?
I
need to
believe
go
I
on
can
American Idol,
drop
man.
around the curve.
I'm gonna play something here. It's kind of a.
I believe I need to look the sky.
1 second.
I believe I can fall around the curve.
I'm looking for my capo. 1 moment. If I don't find it, I'll switch. Shoot. I should have had this ready. I just found it. Can you hear it from there?
Yeah, it's coming through pretty fine. Just don't worry about it.
about over here?
Yep.
It's good.
Okay, so it's kind of a cover. I'm a little nervous. It's been a while since I played this, and my fingernails are a little too short, but... She broke down and finally let me in. We sat down and talked flat earth again. Been down one time, been down two times. Oh, I'm never going back again. Sorry. You don't know what it means to win. Come back to Flat Earth Discord again. One club one time, I believe club two times. Oh, I'm never gonna go again. Thank you.
Good job, Sonny. Appreciate it, man.
Nice. That was really nice. I like that, Sunny. Do you mind playing another one? We have time. If
Another one.
Very good, very good. Thank you.
I can just fool around a little bit.
Yeah, 7 minutes. Go.
Okay. Okay, since I'm already in drop D, let's see. Okay, just impromptu, just a little tune for you out of nowhere. Thanks again.
Very, very nice. Very, very nice indeed.
That's awesome.
Sometimes I run out of things to play, so I get to a place on my instrument and we're like, well, I don't really know where to go. I have to move somewhere.
Sonny, I have a sneaking suspicion you always know where to go eventually on that guitar.
I figure it out. Sometimes it's a winding, convoluted trail, but yeah, we end up getting back. I call it getting back to B.
I like it.
If you know about turnarounds in the key of E, then you know about getting back to B.
As the root note?
Or getting back to E.
Yeah, I was going to say, get back
Whatever way
to
you
E.
want to think about it.
Every good boy, what is it? Every good boy does fine.
Are you talking notation?
Yeah, every good boy does fine, and that's the treble clef, right?
Yeah, the G clef, and then the spaces are F-A-C-E. Face.
Right, face, yeah. Gosh, it's been so long. Okay. I'll be right back.
My favorite topic.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we should get like a music question or something. There you go, Nathan.
I'll come out with something for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like music's the only time when math is used for, like, something tangible and good in the world. I don't know.
Something worthwhile, yeah.
Right.
Okay, well, I guess we can wrap it up. I mean, we have 2 minutes left. So I just want to say thank you to everybody who joined us and to hear from new people. I've never spoken to Mad Philosopher before, so nice to hear you talk and join in the conversation, as well as everybody else. And then...
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you for joining us, and to everybody that was listening. And then just a reminder about the off-topic, or I don't even know what it's called anymore. Is that the name? The off-topic discussion tomorrow.
It's Nikola Tesla. That was it.
Nikola Tesla. That'll be the topic. Break time.
Off
Sorry,
topic.
Yeah, Brad. Sorry. Okay, so we changed it, so it's called Break Time, and it is starting at 1 Central Standard Time tomorrow. So hopefully you guys will be there and can listen.
Definitely.
Nikola is
Anything else you wanted to add, Nathan?
Nothing other than a thank you to everyone that showed up at the start and are still here come the end. I appreciate you showing up for our show. And who's that other guy? That Strategy. Feel free to come back, Strategy, if you got any questions. You can ask in the live stream.
I'll be
if you
back.
want to speak with me again. Yeah, man. We appreciate you being here. Thanks for doing the 3 points as well. And you're always welcome to come back.
I have a question. Maybe someone can answer.
Yeah,
So I
just hold up 2 seconds. So if somebody maybe wants to end the precious metal takeover, and then everybody can unmute their mic and join the conversation. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll end it.
Thank you, Dandelion. All right,
You're
go
welcome.
for it. Strategy.
Yeah, Strategy. I'm ready. You can ask.
All right. So being obviously brand new since yesterday into like looking into more into the flat earth stuff, I hear about the Jesuits and Freemasons and NASA and this and that. Who is the main culprit behind it that you guys see as the main culprit with all the little fingerlings and spider webs of agencies and everything else?
Right. Well,
Pretty lovely question.
No, it's a fair question. If you actually look into the Jesuits in particular, you find a lot of the main individuals responsible for the heliocentric religion were Jesuits, right? Nicholas Copernicus, he was a Jesuit. The guy who invented the Big Bang Theory, he was a Jesuit Catholic priest. I've got a timeline. I could probably try and find it and send it you. It's got a list of all the people, the key people for generating the heliocentric religion, and most of them, all of them are Jesuits that are on this list. So it does come from mostly Jesuit and Freemason sun worshippers. That's the origins of the heliocentric religion for you. So those would be the main ones. Yeah.
I just wonder if there was like a bigger fish behind them, or if that was where the main.
Oh, there is Strategy 9000. Yeah, there is. His name is Satan in the Bible. He's the great deceiver. Yep.
Okay. Fair enough.
And it's actually, here's the funny part, it's not heliocentric, and here's how you know it's Satan. They haven't been teaching heliocentrism for several decades. It's actually black hole centric, and they call it the Great Attractor, which is the other one of the many names of Satan. So it's actually Satan centric. Think.
Ah. Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Sonny. Excellent sound effects there. Perfect.
Sorry. Where did that come from?
So there's this whole other dumpster layer. You got to push that dumpster out of the way, and there's going to be another small trash can behind it, and then you can peel in the cabbage. You know, there you go.
All right. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Problem, Brew. If you got any other questions, you're welcome to ask. If you ain't got any now, you're always welcome to come back later and ask when you've got some. And I'll be around for you if you want to speak with me again. You can always just ping me. And yeah, have fun in the server.
Yeah, if you find that list, feel free to send it to me. I'd love to look over that.
I absolutely do have it saved. I'll get it for you as soon as possible.
Oh, man, no rush. I see this is 24/7, so no rush. I ain't going nowhere.
Back to you, son.
If someone just walked up to you someday, let's say while you're standing in line for your Starbucks coffee, getting a peppermint mocha, let's say, and someone walked up to you and started mentioning that gas is curving, I mean, what in God's name would you do?
I'd have to pull my Bible out and perform the exorcism right there in the shop in front of everybody, Sonny. Yeah.
What would you do? Think about this.
Yep.
This is the most profound question that I just came upon right now. It's an amazing epiphany right now. So, what would you do if somebody actually started talking to you about gases curving and having shapes? Like, so what I'm figuring out is only in here do we have this like maniacal freaking people on this gerbil, what do you call those, with the little thing that they run on, the little gerbil?
Yeah, the gerbil hamster wheel. Yeah,
hamster wheel. So the hamster wheel, like, only in here, like, does this happen? It never happens out in the real world.
But Sonny, remember, you're talking about the smallest minority of sycophant atheists, the small group of about 500 people on the internet scared to death of this topic.
Exactly.
So yeah, you're not going to meet them anywhere else. Yeah.
That don't represent like anybody else but themselves. Oh man, what a world! I say, what a world.
It's actually the largest consensus versus the smallest consensus, because 8 billion people admit that they're not adjusting for curvature or spin, and magical gases don't do that. So actually, we are part of. That's the hard part to understand. Everybody actually agrees with you guys. That's the hard pill to swallow. Everybody agrees we're not experiencing a cartoon ball. Sorry.
Yeah. Like when confronted with the question, even though they may be their average blue pill TV watcher, if confronted with the idea about this bending gases or curving gases or gases of maintaining a shape without a container, it really just takes one conversation for someone to get a chink in their armor, right? Because it's so fundamentally like the way things actually are. We know these things. We really do. It's just this is mind-boggling, the method in which they mind controlled so many people with the same thing with that. And now think about this. These are college graduates. They coming in here with such high-tech information and data for us. High-tech like sticks and shadows from 200 BC. Isn't that amazing?
Well, Sonny, the problem is it's a painful process to build back the sticks and shadows, as my cat has told me.
To build back the sticks and shadows? What sticks and shadows? So what? There's a bunch of sticks outside. There's a bunch of shadows outside. What are they even?
They lost the technology, Sonny. Do you understand? They lost the technology.
Lost the sticks. They lost the Stone Age technology. Sorry. We can't duplicate it anymore. Like, that can't even tell us, like, oh, that's...
Oh, there you go. Entropy and gas pressure at the same time. Don't tell any Glober. My goodness, Sonny, shut that up. Could you imagine the whistle you'd hear if we were in the Magical Outer Space cartoon? That would be a whistle, Sonny. Can you maybe demonstrate that with some reverb or some delay on the guitar? That would be... How come you never ask me those special questions? Where's Redford Bear? What this? You want to be born, reborn, or have the 100 years added to your life? I mean, what a great question. I know there's actually a book that talks about this. You won't believe it.
Hey, I'm still here. Redford left, but I can ask it you if you would like.
Yeah, Nathan. So
Ask him.
yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so the question was, if you could, would you rather live for your current age plus 100 years, or start your life over again?
It's so amazing. It's so similar to what the Bible describes as I am born again, right? Which is weird. And I get now much more than 100 years. So I think that question is a little bit, I think it cuts itself short. I think there's literally a real true story here that can allow you to do both at the same time and literally a billion times more. But that's my very biased biblical belief system, of course.
I mean, anything's up for debate about what happens when we die. Nobody really knows, do we? We don't have the experience until we actually do die. So, again, anything's up for grabs. I'm not making claims on what happens when we die. Maybe we do live forever somewhere else. Maybe we get reincarnated. I don't know. There's theories all over the place, right? I don't subscribe to any. I just say I don't know. And that's the honesty of it. That's just my stance.
Starting your life again, your memory would be wiped. So you may not find your creator the second time. I think there'd actually be more risk there. Having 100 years more, like Exo said, what's eternity worth?
Well, that's interesting because, again, in Revelation, in the Bible, of course, everything I'm going to be speaking of is the Bible until I'm told to go to a different room right now. So the Bible describes a new heaven and a new earth anyway. So a lot of this is going to be erased. So you can either be born twice and then you only have to die once, or if you're only born once, you got to die twice. And trust me, I know this might sound crazy. As a side note, it is related to the topographical plane under the heavens and in the water, better known to you guys as flat Earth. Start going down that rabbit hole.
I can say you have.
I'm assuming that was. Did I cut out, Sasha? Did you cut out?
No, I only said that you maybe have good reason for that, and that's
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, man.
my opinion that you have good reason for that, and nothing wrong with that. Not only that, nothing wrong. It's the point.
And I found a big pill. Let me tell you, Sasha, there's a big red pill though waiting for some people coming up, and I think just to even listen to it, you have to be a flat earther. But the other problem is that you're going to have some biblical respect for the next red pill that's coming up that I cannot divulge right now. I cannot disavow the information, but at a later date it will come. I honestly probably have to go to the Bible room to give this next red pill, Sasha, but there are more to come. We are still very fresh. As Matrix Red Pill said a couple weeks ago, this is the first generation, Sasha, right? This is the first generation of this new awakening that everything is a lie, and that literally everything they taught us about this existence from top to bottom, which we now know there is a top to bottom. They removed top to bottom, right? So this is literally the beginning. The 7 years that we've been doing this, whatever, give or take, I'm sure some of you months, some of you more than me, some of you 10 years, is the beginning. Literally, this is a new genesis. So you guys have literally, in a sense, psychologically, when you come to this flat earth, it is a rebirth in a sense.
Yep.
But what do I know? I'm just the XO.
Yeah, it definitely seems that way. I mean, I think that's why some of us have difficulties with people around us in our regular life. At least I do, that just don't understand the new perspective and really don't want to hear about it in a lot of cases.
Well, you're one of the seasoned veterans that understands the aspects of this dandelion, being that it is much more than the shape of anything, not just of consciousness, but of heart, but of morality, and so many other things on top of it. It's so big, and that's why you frighten people, because it's not just one thing you're taking away from them. You're stripping them of everything. You're literally ripping out their false doctrines, their belief systems, their insanity, their inability to understand up and down. And that's why it hurts so much. It's so painful. And that's why they have that panic to fight you to stay in their it's the highest form of Stockholm syndrome, and they will kill you to stay the captives of this evil world. Just
yep, it's pretty bizarre. Pretty bizarre.
Like, let me just give this real example. A couple of weeks ago, I'm having this discussion, and I have a couple things that I do besides talk about this subject, just like everybody has many different things we do. And one of them is protecting disabled adults and children. As I've been a mandated reporter for several years, and I was discussing this with somebody and how we have to do more to, again, in my opinion, this isn't for everybody. This is just one man speaking, but I do feel that we should advocate for the people that can't speak more often than we do. And there's a whole other world that most of us don't know about. You know, there are disabled people that have to live certain lives being taken care of, right, by people that do have more abilities, such as ourselves. We are all of sound mind. We can speak, use a microphone, go to the bathroom, take a shower by ourselves. And there are children that stay children up until the time that they pass away. Even if they're in their 70s, they never have that ability to develop. They are called, you know, the disabled or the developmentally disabled. And a lot of them can't speak. And I was talking to this one gentleman about this topic, about how we have to do more because they need an advocate. They need a people of sound mind, because, of course, we know that the world is very abusive. And unfortunately, the most people that take care of disabled children and adults, but they're all children, let's not make a mistake, is that they're neglected. And this is just very obvious. We know that people are being neglected. We know that people like to be on their phones and watch whatever and ignore their jobs, especially in these care provider homes. And I spent 30 minutes telling this guy about why it's important that we should stand up for these people. And he kept telling me not to worry about it. Like, it's not really a big deal. And that if you find a crime, that it doesn't really matter. And then when it came to this part of this outer space religion, He wanted to defend that. He wanted to defend the outer space religion, but he didn't want to defend the fact that people can't defend themselves. There's disabled children. There's people that can't speak. So that's how crazy this outer space religion is, guys. It's much worse than we originally thought. People are willing to die for this outer space religion and lie through their teeth, but they won't lift a finger to help disabled people that can't defend themselves. And that's what's happened to this world. It's literally the most disgusting thing you could ever imagine. This is the atheist antichrist paradigm. This outer space fantasy has ruined the minds of millions of people, and there's no hope for them.
And so I will say something we will not speak about, but in this moment, one person is doing something against the evil, and against that person on social media, he is under evil totally in this moment. And you will know, you will know, because this is the news. But these news people watching like this like his personal thing, but this is not his personal thing. This is he is fighting against, and we are only watching. And we will see how will finished. I want to know how will this finished. But one person now it's doing, and I see what is going on the social media. He is, I cannot believe how he is attacked, and he is not the guy who is killed. He is not Saddam. He is not Gaddafi. He is not Bin Laden. He is sportist. He is attacked like you cannot imagine how much evil it's on social media now.
Hey, you guys want to check out something pretty cool in the voice text? If you look at this is time lapse of like the sundog effect, and it moves with the sun. But they say it's like crystals and the clouds and all this stuff. You can see the clouds moving through the time lapse, and the reflection moves with the sun.
Yeah, I've only seen photos of that with it. I've never seen videos of it, so that is interesting. I'm going to save those. I appreciate it.
Yeah. So that's obviously the reflection of the sun. Dun dun dun.
Well, yeah, I mean, I would obviously have to assume that it has to do with the rakia, the molten looking glass that we are underneath. Yeah.
Exactly. But I'm saying, how else could it happen with this time lapse?
Oh, that's you should know by now. There are no rules to infanticist pseudoscience religions. They can make up
Refraction, man, refraction.
No, there's no rules. Nope, you can't trust your eyes.
Bro?
Yes,
Refravity. It's actually called refravity now. Yep.
Refraction's gonna make the reflection.
Reflected refraction. Whatever you can call it.
Well, I just think that's crazy. I'd never seen that before. Because they try to say it's like crystals in the air.
That isn't that the same reason the sky is blue? I mean, that's the thing. Remember, it's about water. They don't want you to know. The whole point was to take away the waters above. Well, that's one of many. So as soon as you admit that it's obviously blue for that very reason, that it's the waters above, then everything's over. Does anybody have a swimming pool? Does anybody have a light in their swimming pool? You ever go out to it at night? Black night in Phoenix, Arizona. When I grew up, my dad would turn on the light in the swimming pool. The whole pool would light up blue, but the light is a yellow light. You take it into a room, it's a yellow light. You put it in a swimming pool, the whole pool resonates blue. I exactly like the sky. I mean, so what more do you want?
Yo, EXO, isn't it crazy that like as children, that's one of the questions, the first questions they ask is like, it's like cliche. Like, why is the sky blue?
Right. That's why exactly is that it's never been answerable until now. Literally, again, this first generation group, if you understand this, is the first group in like 2,000 years that can answer this question at all.
Like, let's not ask why water is not curving.
Well, what about this? Wait, Sasha and Winston, what about the fact that when people say things like there's observational science, and then you go, oh, well, okay, so you know the Earth is flat. Well, no, now they don't want to use observational science. Now they can't trust it. So again, it's not about rules. It's not about evidence. They'll literally come to a corner and immediately about face on their own claim. They'll say, I believe that's observational science is science. Okay, great. Let's go along with that. Let's just pretend that's called science. Great. So the Earth looks flat, therefore it's flat, right? Oh, no, now I changed my mind. So I rest my case.
So I have problem with that. My wife is not into flat Earth, but if I say observational science, she's saying that doesn't exist.
Maybe it doesn't. And remember, it's not my claim, right?
No,
It's not my
that
claim,
is what
right?
she's scientist. I don't know. She's saying that doesn't exist. You know, I know that she's scientist because
Well,
she
there's
finished
some big
science.
red pills coming. It's going to get worse than this, guys, because again, around this corner, I don't know about you, but I've loved to keep learning for the past 7 years, and there's a big dragon around the corner that's going to hurt the hearts of many people that are even awake to this topic, and it is about all of creation. And I don't want to say too much more about it, but there's basic words. You know, like when I upset people, Sasha, when I say, listen, there's no such thing as a universe. Yes, you know, for instance, Witsit will go out in public and say he'll attract people with sentences like, you know, do you think the universe is this and that? You know, that's okay, right? But we know that if it's again, you don't have to agree with me. There's no such thing as a universe. Go to the etymology. No, it does not mean a single spoken sentence. It's again, it means out of many one, or e pluribus unum, or everything into one, right? And again, that's not what this creation is. Creation, of course, if you know by now, is the heavens and the earth and the seas and all that in them is. It's not a universe, it's creation, right? And that's what I'm getting to, like the word species, right? There's no such thing as a species, but you know, flat earthers want to continue to use the word, that's fine. But there are levels to understand. These words are still harmful, even if we don't realize it, right? Like if you keep saying global, right? That's the first word you realize. Wait a minute, I got to get this out of my mind. Stop it. Stop, slap my face. There's no such thing as global, right? Then you go to the next, what's the next thing? Okay, species, that might not be true. Once you realize that evolution is false, obviously there's no such thing as evolution, right? And on down the line it goes. Of course, there's no such thing as observational science. Obviously, I can observe, but why would I need to say observational knowledge? Well, you're just trying to overcomplicate things, right? So anyway, there are many words that are still going to be used that don't make any sense and there's no use for them. The problem is these words act like a spell. They're like enabling, you know, we're coming to these people that believe in this outer space religion,